dancing time. You're one of a kind. Sound on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time. You're one of a kind. Stars taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals for Space Gods. We are so excited to be here in week 2, where we get a chance to see all of our competitors shine as the great faces we will see continue to compete for the TFT Pro Circuit for Set 18. My name is Nekra, and I'm your host this weekend, joined by Celia and Asa to kick off our day. And it's so exciting to be here for all of those reasons and more.
I mean, the Tactician's crown is the pinnacle of TFT. It's what all these players are fighting for, and now it's time to see which other 7 players will go on that journey to the Tactician's crown, and it all starts today.
Yeah, of course, we have K3 Soju and Darth Nub already there, but it's really exciting to be here after watching such a tough week of competition from last week to make the TPC, and now they're trying to make the Tactician's crown for this set. All these players are working super hard to get to this point, so we really good to see the fruits of their labor.
And that's after already working so hard, even before this, to just get to the regional finals. As we take a look back at what we saw for this season's competition for Space Gods, you can see everything that we've been able to play through. Yeah, and you know where we are now because we're here at the regional finals, and then we actually we have no break before we get to the Tactician's crown just next weekend, which is absolutely crazy to say. It feels like this set has completely flown by, but we still at least have 2 more weekends for you to be able to watch Space Gods go out in style. But today is going to be so much fun because it's a little bit lower stakes, but we get to see all 32 of these players in action.
This is very similar to the format you've seen for a lot of the TPC events this set. It's 32 players enter, and this is the TPC for next set, all these 32 of these players, so it's the first time we get to see them play together. They fight for 6 games today, and no one will advance to like a final lobby idea quite yet, but 8 will be cut, and so their regional finals run will be over, but that's okay because they know they've locked in tier 1. They're excited about that, but points carry over, so every placement will matter to set yourself up well to make that run for the Tactician's crown.
6 games, and then we'll see the rest of this competition play out through tomorrow and Sunday. But this is going to be so much fun because we get a chance to see these competitors that we saw enter into the regional finals last weekend, into the play-ins, into week 1, get a chance to fight their way through this incredible lineup of TFT Pro Circuit players that have been waiting for them.
Yeah, if you look at the big block in the bottom middle here, we have all the Pro Circuit players who performed really well, so they did not have to compete in week 1. They made it directly here. You see a lot of the favorite names performing consistently, but all around them are the players who had to fight in from week 1. They came from all ranked ladder, tier 2 qualifier points, or the players who did not do as well in the Pro Circuit and had to come through week 1. So players coming from all over the place.
2 quick things to mention real quick. Rank ladder was dominant in week 1. Everyone that was from that week 1 qualification through ladder showing their consistency and that really paying off. We saw a lot of these guys at the top of the table too, so really flexing their stuff. And I think maybe the most notable thing is that we only had 4 of our players from the past TPC fight their way back into the TPC for this set, so lots of turnover, lots of fresh faces, and lots of more stories for them to write.
I think it's also incredible to see just how some of that previous tournament experience also really paid off here. A lot of success for our competitors that came through from the trials, both 1 and 2, and then even Juku that actually did well enough with both of those things combined to get through from the play-ins. So we have a lot of players to cheer on through this weekend as they start their journey off again today. But the way that starts is going to be quite interesting, and I always love this part of our tournament because we actually get a chance to see lobbies drafted, which is sort of a unique thing to TFT. So I would love for Asa, can you talk us through this process and how did we actually get here to these lobbies?
Yeah, this is something that is a relatively recent addition to the competitive circuit where the top 4 performers of the set, you can see them in the top left for each lobby, that'd be Soju, Dish Soap, Darth Nub, and Wigwug, actually get to choose who they play against. So most of the lobby leaders are trying to draft the weakest competition so that, I mean, all these players are really competitive. They want to do the best, so they want to draft the players that they think might be a little bit easier to get good placements against.
Some of these players did a fantastic job. They showed up and they did their thing. Some players slept. And when I say players, I mean one player. And, you might be able to guess which lobby that is, because if you look at lobby 1, you see that there are some heavy hitters in this lobby specifically. In like my tier list coming into this that we did, I have like 4 S tier players in lobby 1, where lobby 4 that Wigwag drafted has 0 S tier players in it. And so there's a huge difference in power level, and it's actually going to be very interesting to see who can come out on top on each of these lobbies. It'll set them up well for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, geez. Kambuli, Weijin Iverson, Setsuko, and Soju all in a lobby together is so hard. I feel like, to me, that might be the lobby of death that I am looking at, but I'm really curious to hear about both of your thoughts as well. How did these players do for their drafts?
Yeah, it's interesting because last set we actually had Marcel P draft an intentionally really hard lobby, and a lot of those players actually made it through. So at the end of the day, this lobby will only be for the first 2 games, and then they'll be shuffled. But yeah, we'll see if Soju's draft strategy will pay off here.
I think the difference with what Marcel did last time is he did it on purpose. So, Soju's just looking at the back of his eyelids.
Hey, sleep is very important. If you don't get enough sleep, then how are you expected to perform well? So I think, and any way you slice it, it's like, okay, well, you made sure that you're going to be well rested for this tournament. And also, if it's not in your control, then that's another RNG thing to blame. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's TFT after all. But we got to talk about, I think, one of the competitors coming into this weekend that has certainly been, dare I say, brave on social media with K3 Soju, and that's a Wigwug. I think it's just this tweet sent me.
Yeah, Soju made a tweet saying it'd be embarrassing to be outplayed by Wigwug, and Wigwug is clapping back with this one. He's saying he's gonna send Soju to tier 2.
Yeah, but he's already in the pro circuit, so set 18, I guess, would have to be like outplacing Soju, and then Soju has to play through week 1 or something.
I mean, we'll definitely keep an eye on it and see if they get back there. But I love this rivalry because Wigwag has been like one of the rising stars very, very quickly. Last regionals, he came in as one of the tier 2 players that we looked at. We said, hey, this player, they will make a splash. Watch out. They did. They were top 4 in pro points this set. Didn't quite earn a Tactician's crown spot quite yet, but he's somebody that coming in this weekend that we expect to have a good run.
Yeah, absolutely. We casted with Wigwag during week 1. We had him as a guest on the show, and he had a lot of insightful things to say. So I think he's really, really taking the game super seriously, has a good mind for it, and I expect him to do well here in week 2.
And he had this quote that he's talked about for maybe some of like the insight that he's getting in terms of scrims and seeing a lot of very crazy and interesting things. So I wonder if Wigwag can actually show us what that creativity is going to look like. Maybe things that were kept under wraps that only the people with the scrim bucks know coming into this weekend.
And I think one of these things about the statement specifically is he thinks it's a symptom of people figuring out the gods system. And this is just, the biggest part of the set, right? Hey, we have these gods, we load into game, we know what they are. How does that change the way we play this whole game? And with a patch like this one, where a lot of different things are meta, you can play basically whatever and figure it out. You can really play towards what the god offers you. And I think that is going to be something that's really going to come into the light this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. He's very, very big on changing your line selection based on what gods are offered. For example, the Yasuo hexes that allow you to funnel a ton of resources into one unit. Maybe lean into reroll lines, which synergize with that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Wigwag uses that system to succeed in week 2.
I love that there's it's a binary choice as well when you're in a game, but you can also still make a selection. Like, you don't have to pick an offer from the same god every single time that you're up at the offering point at the carousel. So I think that will be a really interesting thing to keep our eyes on. I think for Wigwag in particular, just to kind of speak quickly about the results that he has actually had as a player, I feel like it hasn't been a super lengthy career for him yet, but it's been one that has been filled with incredible highs. And I really hope that this is going to be a great showing at a regional finals for Wigwug, especially after I feel like one of his breakout sets really kind of was at the Lore and Legends. You know, like he ended up making it at least into the top 32 in order to claim a spot in the TFT Pro Circuit for the first time. And then this TPC, he absolutely popped off. Those cup results were amazing. Being able to make it to 2 final lobbies and then also getting 12th at the 3rd one in the season, I feel like that is just a lot to say against such a stacked field of competition as well. So that's going to be really exciting to watch, but I think these rookies might have something to say about it. These are going to be the competitors that are going to be as part of the TFT Pro Circuit for the very first time. And as you were both pointing out, taking a look at our total qualified players list, there's a lot of turnover here, and there's also a lot of people that I'm just so excited to see next set.
I mean, these are the Wigwugs of set 17 now, right? These
Yeah,
players that are
true.
here for the first time and now get to make a really big impression. And I want to talk about maybe 2 of the lesser known players in the bottom right of this graphic. GG9 and Upset Max specifically, they both had made the previous regional finals but failed to qualify to tier 1. That time they came back, this time prepped, ready to go, and having some experience under their belt. Upset Max has been competing for a very long time. This tier 1 specifically has been a goal of his for so long, and now making it. I'm just excited to see these new players be able to write their own stories and show off their skills a little bit.
Yeah, in the bottom left, I'd like to highlight Dank Memes and Phoenixa. Dank Memes did pretty decent in set 12 and set 13 Tactician's crown, making it there and performing pretty well. And then in the very next cup in set 14, he won. But then since then, he's dropped it off a bit. He's been doing like okay since then, but not amazing since he's never made the TPC. A lot of people consider him to be the best player who has never made the TPC yet. But of course, he will be there for set 18. And Phoenix is another player who I'm kind of surprised to see on this sheet because he's just been competing at a pretty high level in NA for such a long time. Leading up to here, he's had really consistent results. He's placed 3rd, 7th, and 12th in the last 3 cups. And also, we played EWC together the first time around, and I know Phoenix locks in during the EWC set. He cares a lot about it, so I think he's taking this set really seriously, and I'm looking forward to what he has to show for this weekend.
Hard work already paying off to know that you're in the pro circuit for the next set, but I've got to call attention to our 3 biggest points earners at the end of week 1. VCLF, Toddy, and Black Sheep. They are not from North America, which I think has also been one of the biggest talking points is the merging of the regions, is where does the strength of Brazil and Latin America really lie in the greater picture of the Americas shard. But VCLF, Toddy, Black Sheep, they all promoted super early in the first round of cuts during week number 1. VCLF, of course, with like 53 points, I think it was, which is heads and shoulders above the rest, even Toddy, who got that 2nd place. But I think for them, I'm just so excited because they all have such a rich history with TFT. But I think for all 3 of them, they've been really looking at trying to prove themselves on this greater stage. And so the fact that they're here, they really get a chance to do that. And for them, maybe even go back to a Tactician's crown. I know that that's going to be a really important goal for each of them to achieve this weekend. But while these are our new competitors in the TFT Pro Circuit, and that is an amazing accomplishment in itself, what about the players that have never faced relegation? Because these are the players that are not getting turned over. In fact, they're the ones that are like, please, yes, I'm going to stay in the pro circuit as long as I can keep my hands on these spots. And it's actually impressive and surprising to me that we even have a handful of players to talk about here.
Yeah, it's a really great achievement to stay in the pro circuit. It's so competitive every single set. There are quite a lot of games, but at the end of the day, TFT is a high variance game. So for these players, we'll see the 5 players from America play today. For these players to just be able to make it back to the pro circuit set after set 4 times now is just so impressive.
I think this graphic also tells a little bit of the story about how America's stacks up as a region. As America's top level is so good at TFT. So we're seeing 5 of these players that have never faced relegation. They're some of the absolute goats across the world. Where EMEA, we got 4 players, and APAC, we've got 3, because some of these regions have, either more depth in a player base or just have more turnover in that way. But I think it's just so impressive for each of these players here on the screen to be able to have done this, and they're really hoping to keep this up for as long as possible.
I love that Unk Robin Songs is on this list. That's something that will always spark joy for me. And to know that they're all a part of the next set for the TFT Pro Circuit is very exciting to see if they can continue to keep those spots. But they all started somewhere, and that somewhere was at Compete TFT. So make sure that you scan the QR code, get your Compete card, check out the website, and see how you can participate in the upcoming Set 18 competitive circuit. The sub-regionals are so fun. I've even competed in them. So I hope I get a chance to see you all there, and maybe you get a chance to be here at the regional final stage looking to secure your spot at the TFT Pro Circuit. I mean, Celia, Asa, we've already had kind of amazing stories come through. Competitors that are like, I'm going to earn my spot, or they get very close. I feel like Dank Memes is the epitome of hard work paying off, but they got to start here.
Sure do.
Yeah, absolutely. You can TFT is a game where you don't need to go out and find a team. You can just play the game by yourself, and it's super accessible to compete. It is very, very, very competitive. It's not like you could just pick up the game and instantly be as good as some of these players who have always been in the pro circuit, but it's, again, very accessible. You can play TFT, study, get better, and find yourself here if you got the skills.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see... Yes, go ahead.
The perfect example of this. The last 2 sets, he qualified through trials, made it to regionals, didn't quite make it, then qualified through trials again. This set now has made it all the way to tier 1. So just that couch to crown, the idea of being able to move your way up through a system in a fun game like TFT.
One of my favorite things to follow, for sure. But I also love following all of our co-streamers, since we are going to be able to feature only one lobby at a time. Make sure you check out the other co-streamers that we have from the Americas and EMEA that are going to be making sure that you have all of the other lobbies covered, and also in different languages. They're going to be covering the action for the rest of the weekend, and then we'll have more co-streamers for you during the Tactician's Crown as well. But that's gonna do it from us for the start of the day. Are you both excited to jump into some games?
There's so much action to come, right? So many more stories to be written. It's the clash of here's the best of tier 1, and now here's tier 2 that has now burst onto the scene, and we get to see them compete against one another, and we get to see our first lobby be a very good picture of that, kind of, but with a lot of these favorites in there, and then Juku and VCLF being our newly promoted from tier 2.
Oh,
yeah, a lot of these people look excited, or maybe asleep in Soju's case, but yeah, really looking forward to all the hard work. Oh, he's awake now.
He heard you, Asa, I think is what happened. Yeah. Well, for our first game, we're going to be throwing it over to our casters, Sub-Zero Arc and Hupeson, to kick off our day.
Thank you, Des. Hupeson here alongside YouTuber, streamer, coach, and caster for regional finals, Sub-Zero. Ready for this lobby, bro?
I am absolutely ready. I'm super hyped to get into some more games. Casting last weekend was super fun, and I can't wait to get into this weekend as well.
We're starting with an encounter of Zona. So the XP costs less. We have seen people going for, if reroll, maybe 3 cost reroll, but of course Fast 9 should be the name of the game here if they find an angle for this. Do you have any other preference? Maybe Fast 8, or what other game plan can you do? Maybe not being contested and play something else?
Yeah, I think when you have a portal like this that so much encourages you to play Fast 9, it can get a little scary, because if you're one of the slower people Fast 9ing, if you're Fast 9ing a little bit after somebody else, then it gets really awkward. Maybe all the units are out of the pool, so you have to be careful about your Fast 9. Also, we see Kai Wang had that almost Anima opener. The other thing to be careful about with that is because XP costs less, everybody's gonna be leveling up faster. It means they're gonna be doing more damage to you. So Anima's even more scary. You know, it's normally like a little scary, but usually you can get a nice cash out and, you know, easily win the game from that. But Anima, a lot scarier in this portal where every single person you're fighting is level 4 or level 5. So we'll see how that also affects the tempo of the lobby.
Makes sense. We're now with Chonnington. Time and time, Chonnington has been done amazing on TPC, being on top, especially last set. And now he's holding up to a Lulu. We're checking with admins here, and we have the mountain. So very good possibilities of going for that Lulu just to get additional gold, try to go for that angle and get the additional emblems and reroll. But of course, we'll have to wait and see what the game gives in and what is the best option here.
Yep, I mean, I do love a mountain Lulu. The only downside to that is we don't actually have the other pieces of the mountain yet, and the earlier you can get that in, a lot better. We do have this Vigar 2-star, which is a fantastic unit to play around. We saw this a lot last weekend, is this Vigar printer possibility. We throw our Arbiter in here, do not have the ability to print Leonas, so we just say, we don't care about that. And so we are just gonna play this opener here. Makes a lot of sense. The interesting thing about Chonnington in this lobby is that every single other person in this lobby has been to the Tactician crown at some point. Chonnington, the only player who has not made it there yet. So I think, you know, start off with a good score, get a good ability, good placement, and maybe put himself in the spot to make that first trip where all these other players, you know, have been seasoned veterans in that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point that you mentioned because, for example, you see someone like Juju coming into planes, as you say, was he on attack round? You check and yeah, he was on monster attack. So yeah, Chonnington is like, you think about him and he's supposed to be at least one time on attack round and haven't had that chance. And of course, trying to make it in this weekend to make it happen. Someone that has been on attack round many times is Kambuli 3 times. The best placement for him was an 8th place on Cyber City. So great to see him. And now with the GOAT for some, Mr. Soyu.
Yeah, Soju, this guy's an absolute beast. And I feel like for so long he was kind of underrated. People are like, oh, he's just a streamer. He's just a content creator. This guy, especially sometimes he'll troll it a bit on ladder. There are definitely some sets where this guy has been in GM for longer than a lot of players, which is, but when he locks in, when he wants to try his hardest, he's an absolute beast, and you can see that this set winning multiple cups. I mean, that's something that, we obviously saw Wei-Jin Iverson do last set, but something that is very, very, very difficult to do in TFT in general in a game with this much variance. So he is somebody who some people might still be doubtful, but I think he is one of the clear favorites going into this weekend.
Yeah, a player that is well known for tempo, being very flexible in the mid game, has been to attack around in Dragonlance, having a blast. And now Setsuko, I mean, on the contrast, a player that is very aggressive, plays his own game, loves to go fast 9 loves to play that Anima line that you were mentioning, Sub-Zero. Looking a little sleepy, like the Des was mentioning, but I'm sure he's very accustomed to being a full-time streamer. So he does the 12-hour, the 10-hour gameplay time. So I'm sure he's in comfortable zone right now.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. I feel like a lot of the players look sleepy today, but I mean, it's not like it's even that early, but I don't know, TFT players, they might not have the best sleep schedules out there. But yeah, I mean, he's got a lost streak opener here with this Primordian in, so in a normal portal, you would think more about playing this into maybe like a Jinx reroll idea. In this portal, it's a little bit more awkward. You can still make it to level 6 and have a lot of gold to play with, so we might still see that out of him, but really just will be as the game comes here. You can see our god selection here. Varus could have opened up a lot of possibilities with things like duplicators, but instead just get the levers there, the extra units here, which is pretty decent for extra econ. You see a lot of players leaning towards that, and then other players, looks like Jukyu here, picking up the extra item from Kale. Really, you can go either way. The other thing to think about is what your god boon is going to be at the end of the game. If you are, going something like Fast 9, extra items can be really, really helpful to allow you to, get to items on all of your 5 costs. If you're doing one of these reroll lines, then, Varus, get a bunch of extra HP on your board, put you into a very, very good spot with just how tanky your board can become with that boon.
Yeah, makes total sense. Setsuko looking for a little more tempo here, just looking for the units for now. Now we're seeing Soju. Once again, 4-star Geisha with Mountain Lulu, probably going for this line. Has already a Morgana on the front line. One of these 4-cost units that used to be a legendary, and now is according to players, the best tank in the game right now. So having it early, even 1-star should be a great stable position here for him.
Yeah, I mean, Morgana is just such a fantastic tank, especially in the early game. I mean, I think Soju has very good odds of win streaking the rest of the stage. Won't quite get that 100 streak because he lost one of the earlier fights, but has very good odds of winning the next 2. So we'll see if he can keep that really, really good spot here. Weijin Iverson taking another loss here, and you can see he's on this 4 loss with Tiniest Titan, an augment that you don't see that much these days, especially this set where now you get the component anvils based on your placement in the lobby. It feels kind of awkward to shoot yourself up really, really high in the lobby and in the placements, and then you don't, have the ability to get those anvils. But he's happy to take this loss streak here. Has 2 out of 3 anima, but I don't think got an anima off Carousel because he was that high HP here, so not going to be able to pick that up yet. And also, another side note, Setsuko did get the anima off Carousel, so somebody who is, he had that loss streak, he is going to look to play that anima from 2-5, which has very, very good odds of getting you to a 400 cash out as long as you kill some units. It can be a little bit sketchy when you get it in at 2-5. You either have to kill a few units or take a few extra losses or take a win right at the end, so it can be a little sketchy. So we definitely want to track him in this lobby, see what his cash out ends up being and how he gets there. And if anyone wants to grief him, somebody like Weijin Iverson could potentially grief him if he's in his pool.
Yeah, also Setsuko has the anima, so we have 3 players going for that loose streak at least for these few rounds. BCLF, a player known to be playing AP Flex, any version, actually, playing fast 9 AP, playing fast, Flex AP with the Nami Karma, also have been playing Mech with the Azol, and now doing some Lulu also action. Probably could maintain on Lulu and could also play fast 8 into Flex that is normally more of his comfortable zone.
Yeah, I mean, we pivot over to Setsuko's POV here, and we see he actually just won a fight, so already got griefed here. Really unfortunate, but it happens. Weijin Iverson did end up griefing him because he did not have the anima yet, so he did not need to play this much weaker, board. He was able to play this much weaker board versus Setsuko, who was forced to play the anima. Also, it's kind of awkward to sack when you have this giant dummy on your board, shocking units. So a little bit awkward of a spot for Setsuko. It now has to kind of cobble together a game plan. At least, he got griefed a little bit earlier, so he can kind of refactor his game plan in this spot here. Didn't grief his game super, super hard, but still definitely something that you have to look at. And now we pivot over to Kai Wang, this other player with anima in this spot here. So a lot of players trying to get into this anima setup.
Yeah, Kaiwen, a player that is one of the least played comfortable on Fast 9. He only has a 6% play rate on Fast 9. And we're seeing what you were saying. Weishan, already with the possibility of putting the anima here. I think he'll put it last second, yeah. Yep. Just trying to be sure that everyone thinks he's the weaker one, and then just putting an additional unit in.
Yep, nice little mind games that you can do when you have the anima in your shop here. Kind of fake that you don't have it, or just fake that you're going to int the other anima player. That can cause them to then maybe sell their units. And sometimes people do that. They sell their anima to guarantee their loss streak, because if you're playing anima and you break your loss streak, you can't really play anima anymore. You are not going to be able to get to that 400 cash out, which is really what you need with anima to really get a lot of value out of it. I mean, a lot of these players griefing each other, we might not even see a 400 cash out this game. We'll see. It really depends on how the matchups end up going here.
Yeah, now a big decision here for everyone. I mean, everyone looking for, some of them going for the loose streak, trying to reroll, and some of them just trying to get economy here and ensure they maintain the anima line. Belts here for Kaiwen, ensuring he has good items from the front line, and just trying to ensure he has an option here to play whatever the game gives him. So far, open to options here, but of course, 105 here on the anime cash out. I feel some more people will be griefed from now on, so positioning will be important. Maybe trying to close the gap here on your main range unit could be important.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be between him and Wei-Jin Iverson. The big scary thing for Wei-Jin Iverson. Oh, actually, okay, Kai Wing just sold because Kai Wing had the Alawi, which I feel like usually Alawi, very tanky melee unit, ends up actually winning the fight just because she's so strong. But Kai Wing just sold, got into the Aurora, so now they have literally exactly the same board. So if they rotate into each other, it's all going to come down to positioning. Looking back at Setsuko's game plan here, he's still kind of chilling on this Anima, not going to get like a huge cash out here, getting to 99, a little bit frustrating because he cannot crest that 100 here and get a cash out. But he is very likely to just take a few, little 100 cash outs. We see this a lot. If you can't get all the way to like a 300 or really like a 400 cash out, you take a few 100 cash outs, get these broken items, which they're not amazing, a little bit of extra shielding, a little bit of extra AP on your board, but they're tiny little bonuses onto your board that you can throw into like an extra unit and feel pretty happy about that. Someone else who's pretty happy in this spot is Jukyu on a 7 streak in this spot, the only 100 streaker in this entire lobby.
Yeah, so comfortable right now. Just one against Setsuko, just trying to pivot his board out. Goes against a great positioning here, or a great encounter here with Kaiwen. And yeah, we see what he's playing. He finds a sword. Aument has the group hug. Normally we see group hug together with Master Yi, but he's open to options here. He could maintain himself there playing Jinx and Velvet, or he could go directly to that Master Yi that makes a little more sense and maintain tempo throughout it.
Yep, absolutely. I think if he sees a ton of Jinxes, he could think about starting to roll down. Really, probably next round is the round that he's going to have to make that decision, because if he wants to, maintain this streak, continue to like push levels and things like that, push 7, at that point Jinx becomes very difficult to play. But he'll be very happy to play Master Yi if he ends up in that spot. And hey, maybe you take like something like a Starcross upgrade here, find a Jinx too, and you could be on the way there. The item is very, very tempting here for a lot of players, though, just to allow if you're playing Master Yi to get to 3-item Yi very, very quickly. Any comp of the game is going to be happy with some extra items here, and you can see almost everybody picking it except for Soju and Chunnington taking that 2-star 2 cost here to potentially get that spike of power, spike of a little bit of econ here. And yep, we pivot to Setsuko, and we do see that nice little tiny 100 cash out, which it's not bad in a spot like this. Just take it and get a little bit of extra strength onto your board here. And yeah, we will also pivot over to Cambuli, a player that we haven't really looked at in this game. Has kind of a middling spot, has the mixed streak, has a lot of AP items slammed here. Big upside is we have this Alawi too, which is fantastic frontline for this point in the game, and we have the 3-item backliner, so we should be okay for the rest of the stage as long as you don't rotate into somebody really, really strong, though. I mean, Soju is definitely someone who fits that description, has that 3-item Morgana here.
Yeah, also for Cambuli here, I mean, this is the X factor for players. You know what the early game is, you know what you want to play maybe later into the game, but this mid-level of the game where you're on 3-5 and you don't know exactly what to put in, put cheap units, make sure you have a good tank, and sure you have a good unit doing damage. This is exactly what Cambuli is doing. Finds an Ilawi 2-star, decides to go flexible on verticals here, just trying to maintain as much power as possible for replicators, just because he feels it's better to influx a little more damage into the Lissandra. So great play for him, and being shown why he's so feared here in these stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a fantastic spot to be in for him. And Chunnington looks like to be the player who is going to play at Jinx reroll this game. So for the other players who are thinking about that, they can just take an offshoot comp, play into something like Master Yi. But with Jinx, we have that combination of the Death Blade and the red buff. Really awkward to get to because it's sword, bow, but really, really fantastic on Jinx. She really likes the AD. She likes the attack speed from red buff. She can also oftentimes apply it to essentially the entire board when she gets one of these casts off, and hit some backliners with it. So great spot for Chunnington, and really likes to keep that win streak here. Pretty fortunate that we rotate into VCLF here, who does not have the strongest of boards, so we can pick up a win here, get to an 8 streak. And we do, if Jukyu wins that next fight as well, we do have 2 people who have really, really huge win streaks here. Though it does look like actually Jukyu did end up losing streak.
You jinx him.
yeah. Sorry.
Caster Jinx here, directly from Sub-Zero, being baptized right now with the possibilities. Weishan, on the other hand, trying to make something happen here. Low in HP, didn't the big cash out, not right now in 300, having that chance, obviously trying to go for the 400, but because of the HP will not be enough. So probably a good cash out here for him, just trying to stabilize and try to look for a 5th place or something like that. Let's see what the cash out is.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the difference here between Kai Wang and Wei Jin Iverson. Kai Wang a little bit lower HP from his start, and also he didn't have that augment to heal him up at the beginning, so Kai Wang had to cash 300. Wei Jin is going to take it right to the edge. He's going to have to lose, I think, 2 more fights to get to 400 cash. That does give him the possibility of winning the game, but he is going to be very, very low. And Kai Wang here took the cash already, really just needs to spike the board on whatever he can here. Is holding the Namis here because he has all these AP items to play around, so it looks like he's going to play more into Space Groove here, more of like a tempo Space Groove idea. With no emblem, I don't think this is going to cap super, super high, but hopefully if we can find some upgrades, the big one we're looking for here at this point is now Nami too, then we can at least have a strong enough board to do decently throughout the rest of this stage.
Yeah, no pair even of the Nami, so the damage will be very low. Right now, tank is good, and as you mentioned, the structure itself looking pretty good for him, but he needs the upgrade. On the other side, Campbell rolls a little, finds the Nami, and finds also a Lenry Bard here that should be able to help him at least stabilize for now. Is low on gold. I'm not sure the gold right now. Is that 20 or is it full?
I was just looking at that. I think it's full, but I don't play on this arena, so I can't tell. It looks full because on the other side, I'm gonna imagine that that's full gold, but I would actually have to look on a different arena.
We have it on the sidebar. That's 7 gold on Cambuliso. No.
Oh, yeah.
We have it on 7.
Okay.
Thank you to the overlay here. Okay, Prismatic to end it here, Sub-Zero.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a huge power spike for a lot of players. Wei Jin Iverson taking Baron's Lair, fantastic pickup here. Going to give him a lot of scaling on this Mighty Mech board that he is playing into. We saw this a lot last weekend. Mighty Mech, one of the best comps that you can play an Anima cash out into, because if you get one of these tank items from Anima, your mech can just be unkillable here. And we hit almost everything. We hit the Aurelion Soul 2, and we're just paired up on the Mighty Mech and on the Nunu here. So we do need to find a 2-star front line, but we got one more fight to go here. 14 HP for Wei Jin Iverson. So he is not likely to die here, but he is going to be very, very low here. He is going to be very, very, very low, actually, after this fight here. And also can't accidentally win here. If he accidentally wins, he's actually not going to get to the cash at all. So that's why you can see him kind of moving some of these items around. Will hopefully be fine here against Setsuko, but we will see. Setsuko has the 2-star on the Karma here, so looks like he is going to be fine, and he just wants to kill as many as possible, right? Save as much HP. He's going to be 1 life regardless, but every point of HP that you save is going to put him into a spot where, and yep, down to 3. So he is alive here, and now let's see the cash out here. Ooh, Blaster, not what you want on this board here. He has the 1 Reforger ability to pick up something else here. Is really going to have to hope that he finds something else acceptable. Needs to obviously sell to this Anima, get the Mighty Mech stuff in onto this board here. Does have a lot of good 5 costs, and so he's going to transform the Mighty Mech, the A-Soul here, and play this board for now. Picks up Rost 2. Is going to need, there's a lot you have to do in this turn because he needs to be able to remove the items, okay, and then also Reforger, assuming that he doesn't want to Reforge the Blasters. He does hit the mech in time here, and now he just needs to get everything down. Last second here is, I believe, going for the Reforge. Gets Annihilator, but he doesn't have space on the A-Soul to put it down, so we really, really need to win this fight here. Has to throw it onto the Karma for a round. Can we beat Chunnington's board? Because if Chunnington wins this fight, Wei Jin is going 8th. If Wei Jin wins this fight, he has very good odds of honestly winning the lobby from here. It's so close, actually. The Mighty Mech holding the oh my god, the Annihilator does damage, and he does survive this fight. That was actually so close.
And for Chunnington, it was a great placement. He just rolled, hit everything 3-star, and Wei Jin doing that huge transition, the velocity here to make the switch, to make the positioning, to ensure he gets value out of the best friends here that he didn't use on the last round when he got the lose streak. So actually Wei Jin making it work here in a very difficult round to accomplish.
Yeah, those rounds are so high pressure. I mean, one, just, the nerves of being in tournament and having to do all of that in one turn, but there's so much to do there. I mean, he had to remove her, he had to put the items down. We didn't even talk about the positioning with best friends. I mean, there's so much to do here. The upside is now he can breathe a sigh of relief here. He is in a much better spot now, even hits the Karma 2, can move items over. This Annihilator onto the A-Soul is so strong here. So Wei Jin Last fight, if he had lost that, he would have guaranteed to go on 8th. Now, his average placement from this spot is really, really high. He has very, very high odds of winning the lobby. Only downside is he's still on 3 HP. He can still definitely lose to somebody if they cheese him, get somebody down to the ASOL, if he just fights somebody really, really strong. So he's not out of the woods yet, and he's going to have to be a little bit scared every single fight for the rest of the game because he's stuck on that 3 HP.
Kaiwa, on the other hand, pretty stable here, having the Tankens 2-star, has the Nami, has an additional Morgana there on the bench, prepping the level 9. So good stuff here for him. Going up against Chonington, who's also strong. Chonington needs to win these rounds. This is actually the strong spot here for Jinx. And if he starts losing here, that's total bad news. It's exactly what he doesn't want to have happen. On stage 5 is where Jinx maybe drops a little. So he really needed these rounds, at least being good on HP because of the early win streak.
Yeah, Chennington, I mean, 2-cost rule in general, yeah, you want to be exactly like you said, spiking, end of stage 3, early stage 4, winning all of these fights because we're going to get outcapped. Wajan Iverson is clearly going to outcap us with all those anima items and things like that. Other people, people like BCLF here who's playing 3-cost rule, that should, outcap 2-cost rule. And so the HP is really, really important for Chennington, and losing a few fights, yeah, he's actually on a 4-loss streak, is really, really scary. The upside is this Jinx comp is really, really strong, so every once in a while it can scam fights, even against boards that should be stronger than it, and that is what Chennington is hoping to do here. Pushed to level 7, has this board pretty strong and pretty upgraded at this point. Has basically hit everything, so we'll see if we can beat the Lulu board, especially before talking about power spikes, before Lulu hits. Lulu is not Lulu 3 yet, doesn't have Pantheon 3, and so a very needed win here for Chennington. Get some of that HP back and also tax VCLF's HP in this spot here.
Yeah, also BCLF playing for his bailout, right? Being 50 gold, trying to make sure that when he rolls down, he's actually going to hit. And now should be the time. 5-1, he needs to maybe roll to 30 to check if he's close and now take risks. He's very low also in HP, so needs to step up from now on, trying to get a good item here to go together with the cloak and trying to ensure his board is as strong as possible.
Yeah, really just trying to get 3 components here because he did have this one component sitting on bench here, and he's got all these units to play for, right, and all of this gold to play for. He wants to play for max cap in this spot because he has all of this gold, and he knows he can hit the Milio, the Lulu, and the Pantheon in this spot here, and he is rolling for all of it here. Does pick up the Lulu here, which is nice, but still has a lot of stuff left on bench here. Has got some more time because he's doing this pivot on 4-7, so he can use this time to move some items around to Jax, get a really nice setup onto him, and then the rest of the items likely to go into Pantheon, assuming that we can hit him next round here, is going to get his cash out from care package. So nice wait from BCLF there to potentially hit a duplicator. Doesn't end up getting the dupe, but does get the Milio here. So he's almost there onto his board. Really just one off the Pantheon, though. It looks like he is going to just hold the line, say, my board's very, very strong in this spot, and hopefully can win some fights during stage 5.
Yeah, totally. No items for Pantheon, so no need to be stressed about not having 3-star. The tank is there with the Jax, double carry, so maybe natural Pantheon should come in a moment just to be strong enough, and now just thinking about upping levels and get priority units in. Chonington up against Soju. Soju together with a LeBlanc, still LeBlanc 1. So a difficult spot here for him, having a good front line with the Morgana. Looks like he should be strong enough. The Jinx doesn't do the damage, and Soju barely wins. Chonington is not having a good time right now.
Yeah, huge fight win for Soju. Interesting thing about Soju's board is he's stuck on LeBlanc 1, but for some reason he has a Sona 2 on his board. However, he only just has the Stargazer spat onto the Sona there because the LeBlanc's still a better user of those items. And this is what's frustrating for Soju in this spot here. We pivot over to Setsuko's POV. He has a LeBlanc 2. Camuli also has a LeBlanc 2. So that's already 6 LeBlancs out of the pool. Soju's holding 2 more. So there's only 2 left in the entire game here, assuming that Camuli or Setsuko, Setsuko's not holding an extra one here. So Soju has to find one of those last 2 LeBlancs in the spot to spike his board. Really, really good for him to win that fight there. Wajan Iverson we see on this other side here should just be clearing all of these boards here. Setsuko's board's pretty strong, but he doesn't have that really strong front line. He's stuck on just Morgana 1 as his frontliner here, so shouldn't really hold up. So the LeBlanc unit is very, very good and does explode through the front line there, but yeah, the Annihilator is just so strong in this spot here. Gonna take Setsuko down to 1 life, and this is what Soju would love. If Setsuko goes out, then that's boom, 3 more LeBlancs back into the pool, and then maybe he can hit.
Yep, exactly. Setsuko has the LeBlanc and Soju has the Morgana, so they're trading at least the high roll here on both. Rose to 0, true 0 now for Setsuko, just trying to hold up strong and make sure he has an option here. Kaiwen, also 11 HP, so probably 1 life here for him. Looking for the Blitzcrank 2-star, doesn't have the pair yet, level 9 for him, and Weishan, of course, the boogeyman of the lobby.
Yeah, look at this lobby HP. Camuli sitting pretty here, up at 60. And then you have Juki at 29, and then everybody else in the lobby is under 20 HP. And if you're somebody who's low HP, Weijin Iverson being 3 HP is not really a comfort to you because this guy is not going to lose a fight. So all these people here from 7th place to 3rd place here really just hoping, honestly, to not fight Weijin. Though I will say, this Jinx board did blow up the Mighty Mech really, really quickly. The Annihilator coming down, it is going to be enough there, so Chunnington is going to lose another fight. It was a good try, honestly. With a little bit more power, Chunnington might have actually been able to power through this board, but Weijin does pick up the fight, and we do see our first elimination this game. Setsuko going out there in 8th, and Soju also. We'll see, he does pick up the LeBlanc too. We'll see if he's quick to follow Setsuko or if he can mount some kind of comeback from here.
Yeah, so you can only get stronger here with the possibilities that he has. Trying to get something additional here. The Nunu 2-star will be immense. There's the pair. Trying to switch the items here from the Illaoi to the Nunu, but for now, it's Illaoi strongest. So just trying to hold up here. So you can find that additional tank, can get a little more time for the LeBlanc, and maybe find units later for the Sona. He could be strong, but that's a lot of if, and everyone is right now very low in HP.
Yep, and he does rotate into Weijin. I mean, this is just the person that you were just hoping that you never rotate into, and he does fight him here. The LeBlanc is going to do her best to blow up the Mighty Mech here, but I think at this point, I mean, you would need the mech to be dead now for you to really have a chance in this fight, because the Annihilator comes down. Soju is out in 7th. So Soju Setsuko holding hands a little bit. 7-8 contesting the same line feels rough. And wow, a lot of eliminations actually, came down this round. I'm going to wait a second to see where all the players end up. But yeah, Chunnington 6th and Jukyu 5th in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, very tough here for Soju. Could have a chance here to get a little strongest, and every point counts. Remember, today, only 8 players will be eliminated, and a lot will advance to tomorrow. Of course, you want to not only be present and avoid that elimination, you want to get as much points as possible. Everyone's looking for that tag crown qualification, and of course only the 8 best that will get to the last day will be the ones, and maybe some other options there according to the players that we already have qualified, like Soju and like Darknoob, that could make some maybe additional spots be present.
Yep, but at the end of the day, you are playing for that day 2. All these or the final day. All these players have made that qualification into TPC, so they at least have that nice floor of saying, okay, we're in TPC. But now they're playing for the ceiling, the ability to qualify for the Tactician's crown and play on the biggest stage in TFT. And we will see who gets the ability to play for it here. Yeah, if you're somebody like Setsuko or Soju here, you start with the 7th or an 8th. It's not the end of the world. You can definitely come back. At the end of the day, there's a ton of games to be played between today and tomorrow. But you do need to pick up the pace a little bit in this spot. And we didn't look at it, but Weijin actually lost a fight. We were talking about all those fights that were super, super close here. VCLF ended up picking a fight up against Weijin here. And like we talked about, his board was so strong with 3 HP. If you have any single person that is a little bit stronger than you or just gets a good fight versus you lose. And that's what happened here. So all of a sudden, the lobby is wide open in terms of who can win it here. We were thinking that Weijin Iverson was going to outcap everybody, but VCLF with his Lulu board ended up picking up the win there and maybe being the savior of this lobby for everybody else as well.
Yeah, I mean, so much damage, right? You don't see the damage because it's a little spread from the Lulu, but Lulu together with this 3-star Milo, it's just too strong, finds the later Pantheon. He was already so strong and now has the additional possibility to give more time to the Lulu and of course try to access the backline of the enemy and ensure a win. VCLF being humble, being waitful and finding for the moment to win streak right now and be strongest when it matters the most, now going up against Kaiwen, playing flexible with Dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, also thinking about Kai Wang's spot this game, I mean, a really, really nice already top 3 from Kai Wang from his spot that looked really, really scary. Didn't get a great Anima cash out, just pivoted into this Nami board. We'll see if he can pick up a fight versus this Lulu. Lulu is same side as Nami, but Lulu and Nami kind of similar units. They both splash the backline a little bit here, and so we'll see both of the backlines getting quite low here. Lulu, 1 HP, the Pantheon, 1 HP. The Nami gets 1 cast off and wins against VCLF, so a huge fight there. VCLF gets his streak broken, and Kai Wang is on a win streak here on 11 HP. So this lobby got really, really close all of a sudden. And Kai Wang has room to improve his board as well. If he can find Blitzcrank too, he is going to be incredibly strong here. So really, really hoping that we can pick that up and just rolling every single point of gold that we have to try to pick it up.
Yeah, the Radiant Nature to allow him to cycle the unit so fast, making good crit damage and just explosive damage here for him. VCLF now holding up into his life, only 5 HP here. Sub-Zero, is it enough to win up against Kambuli? Kambuli with a very decent board, humble board here, good tanks, and of course the scaling LeBlanc in the back.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff on both of these boards here. Nunu looking to be in a pretty good spot here to get a ball onto the backline here and hit a ton of CC. Though he is starting to get blown up here. He does hit the full CC onto backline. Kambuli is still stuck tanking this Alawi, which feels a little bit awkward here. LeBlanc chewing through a lot of it, and it's going to come down to this last Lulu cast into this last LeBlanc cast. Lulu does a ton of damage, but the LeBlanc machine cutting through everybody. VCLF is going to go down. Another just photo finish of the fight. This game... these fights have actually been so close here. And we do see, oh my god, the second we pivot over, Kai Wang here hits the Blitzcrank. Also, the Tom Kench printed the Blitzcrank, so we actually are just sitting here with an extra one on bench, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, so important. Both of them getting stronger. Kai Wang finding the Blitzcrank 2-star and Kambuli finding the additional tank together with the Morgana. That's not only tankiness material, that's also healing for his main tank. And the fight will be so close right now. Full damage here for Kai Wang trying to burst, and Kambuli trying to wait a little, trying to get time for the LeBlanc to ramp up the Winsus and do damage over time.
Yep. One of the upsides for Kambuli here is that Kai Wang is clumping his entire board for this positioning here. So the Nunu ult can hit a ton of units in this spot here, and he's walking up here, going to get a big fall off here. We'll see. Yeah, hits the entire board there, but the Blitzcrank ult also hitting a lot of AoE. So both boards, it's going to be another really close fight where the LeBlanc hits the Blitzcrank, is onto the Nami now.
She hit the dummy!
And the LeBlanc is just barely going to finish it off. Kills Kai Wang off, and it's a win for Kambuli this lobby. I mean, just a very smooth game from Kambuli, honestly. He win streaked really hard, got a huge HP lead, and then just easily made it out this game. Honestly, I think he's very happy. Not a game. A lot of other players were kind of afraid for their spot this game. He, I think, was chilling for most of the game. Into a first.
Also for Kambuli, there are so many times where he's on the opposite side. When the match in the end doesn't work out for him, in this time LeBlanc's targets the Nami is the one closing in. So perfect spot fear for him. Happy for Kambuli, doing amazing right now. And this has only been the first game that we have so far, Sub-Zero. We will go to a short break now, and the analyst decks will break down what happened, and maybe we'll see a glimpse or what other lobbies will happen. No break, so directly we're going to analyst.
That's right. No breaks on this train. We're going to keep it rolling with the action for our day 1 of week 2 of the Americas Regional Finals. CLE, Asa, myself back on the desk to break down the action of that game. And I feel like the biggest story here is that we had 3 players absolutely gunning it for this Anima cash out, and it worked out very differently for all 3 of them.
I think this is going to be a story of the weekend a little bit. I know. It's, the mute button is hard. But so was Anima. There you go. Nailed it.
Excellent transition.
The 3 players that are angling for it was Weijin, Setsuko, and Kai Wang. And it was a very tale of the stories of like Setsuko got interrupted, Weijin got counter matchupped, and Kai Wang was the last one able to survive, but still outcapped by one of our players who's just playing some AP tempo, getting to level 9, playing around the Shepherds, just absolutely popped off.
Yeah, that Anima cash out really requires you to maintain your loss streak. The moment you lose your loss streak, you get a much smaller cash out. So Kai Wang and Weijin actually got really lucky. Weijin was able to 10 loss and Kai Wang was able to 8 loss. While they're both just playing 3 units on their board, they never fought each other. Both of them managed to get a big cash out and get that top 4.
But we saw mostly AP getting played in this lobby just across the board. We did have 2 competitors that tried to go down the AD route, one of which was Chunnington, who ended up with the Primordial reroll. And then we did end up having the Marauders. Is that what we're
Marauders?
calling it? Yeah, the
Jinx
Yeah,
yeah, whatever.
Marauders, Master Yi, GQ was
Master
playing.
Yi, whatever. Yeah, the Marauders or whoever.
Mhm.
It's the two combination of words. Anyway, move on. Yeah, mostly AP though in this lobby.
I think that's kind of the wave right now, and it's one of the things we were talking about as we were just watching the game from the sidelines. Was this AP Flex is really back. You can play so many different carries. You can play it at so many different levels. You can play it with emblems. You can play it with all these different things. And so I'm always excited to see the way that our players continue to flex around and figure out how to play this set at the best it can be played.
Yeah, we saw a lot of AP contests in this lobby, and that actually was pretty unfortunate for Sojin and Setsuko, who held hands 7-8, both playing LeBlanc 2 as their primary carry. But Cambuli, also playing LeBlanc 2, was able to hit ahead of tempo and leverage that strong board into a first, as we can see here.
I feel like some of it, but also making sure that you had enough items to be able to itemize two carries. I think in Setsuko's case, you had the items, but you didn't necessarily have enough of the upgrades in the front line to stay strong. And so your carries actually couldn't operate. And then in Soju's case, you were kind of missing a big carry at the end there, or enough items to be able to itemize like the Sona 2 that you ended up getting for the final build of your composition. And so I'm excited to see kind of how our competitors adapt to that, knowing that the augment types that you're offered are going to change, and then obviously you end up having that prismatic finish for this particular game. But yeah, we do have one lobby that is still finishing, so we will be waiting to get those scores in. But who are you impressed by so far as we've taken a look and taken stock of this first game?
I mean, I think the answer is, fairly obvious when you look at who won the game, right? Cambuli being one of these players that is someone that I rate super highly, but is kind of the guy that gets rated super high, even though maybe like the signature win isn't there yet. He's one of these players that's like super due. He's got tons of top 8s. He nearly won the previous regional finals if it wasn't for Marcel P. And so this guy is really hungry for that win and really hungry to make it back to Tactician's crown and get his 4th shot at winning that set championship.
I mean, really just everyone in the lobby, we're watching a lot of different perspectives and everyone's playing so consistently. There's like a few minor mistakes. I was really scared Weijin was going to die the turn he got the Annihilator and didn't quite get it on his Aurelion Soul and barely won the fight. But overall, like very, very, very few mistakes from all our competitors. Just playing at such a high level. It shows why they're here in week 2.
And that they're so locked in. I mean, the big draw at the end of this regional final, since they've already made the TFT Pro Circuit, is that you want to make it to the Tactician's crown, our set championship. You want to be able to call yourself the space god of space gods. That would be awesome. And I think for a lot of our competitors, especially in this lobby, they are waiting for either the chance to make it there for the first time, or like they're waiting for that big win. Weijin Iverson is the one that comes to mind when thinking about the fact that he's gone to the Tactician's crown several times already and has gotten so close with a couple of finishes in final lobbies, but just hasn't been able to get over that line yet. And the 4th place, I think, is not reflective of the level that he's coming in confidence-wise into this regional finals.
I do think it was like a good world championship mentality, though. Right, like this guy was going to risk it all. He's going to go to one life, and he's going to be able to execute. Goodness gracious. We were just like, oh, this guy might die. But he brought it back, was able to get a 4th place, not what he wanted. But I think one of the most interesting things for me in this lobby was you had 2 players that went 7th and 8th that were some of our favorites coming in. Setsuko is a perennial favorite because he is one of the best players on ladder very consistently. He is just always on top of his game. But when it comes to some of these tournaments, it's been a while since he's really popped off the way we know Setsuko has been able to. He did get 2 final lobbies this TPC, so take that with a grain of salt, what I'm saying. But it's showing you how good this guy really is and how much we expect from him. And to see him go out in 8th place, not the start that he is hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely not. And then Soju going out in 7th. I wonder how prep Soju is for this tournament because he is already qualified to the Tactician's crown. So he might not be prepping as hard as a lot of the other competitors. So obviously he is a competitive TFT player and he cares about doing well in every tournament, but we'll have to see if he's able to bounce back from the 7th place.
Well, we got a couple of reports coming in of how the other games are doing, so let's go ahead and fill you in on how those went. Phoenixaw won lobby number 3. In lobby 2, it was a big showdown between Shaco and Wigwug, and so Shaco actually ending up winning that out. Lobby 4, excuse me. And then in lobby 2, we're seeing a big showdown between Deleted and Broseph. There's kind of a pattern here, I feel like, when you look at kind of how these lobbies have shaken out. Wigwug, Broseph, those are 2 players that I think we've looked at as clear favorites for coming into this competition, especially as some of the newer generation of TFT player.
And Brosif's lobby specifically was interesting because it was kind of a similar shape to what we saw. Brosif won the game with an anima cash out. We saw a big anima on mech again, capped around some more 5 costs. But also the second place was Deleted, who was playing more of that Fast 9 style. And as we take a look at our standings, we'll get to see a bit of a picture of where we're going to start our day and how players need to make up some ground.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always very annoying to start your day with a 8th or 7th as your first game, but hey, I mean, it's still just game 1. There's a reason we play 6 games, and there's actually a very small cut today. So in reality, it's actually a bigger sample size because almost all the players, unless you pretty much can't make it at all, will make it to tomorrow and get to play more games. So it's still early. As long as the players can mentally recover, I think the points themselves is not the biggest factor. It's just being able to mentally recover from starting from such a bad start.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that jumped out to me is that, Soju in our lobby going 7th, but Darthnub going 8th off screen. Those are 2 players that are already qualified to the Tactician's crown because they won a cup this season. So, what does that mean for them trying to bounce back for the mental? I know you were bringing up the point about Soju where maybe, who really knows how prepped he is for this tournament, but I gotta argue that I feel like this is a good practice run. It's a test run, knowing that you're going to have this level of competition awaiting you, if not even higher, because you have the merging of the regions at the set championship, that you gotta make sure that you can prove your mettle here and now. But you know what? It's going to be a really interesting finish to look at when you also have to know that you're fighting against people that want to fight for a chance to get there.
I mean, especially because the meta doesn't change very much, right? These next few patches are always quite small. And so every rep you get on this patch will be a good rep to prep you for the Tactician's crown. So I'm a little nervous knowing that both of our players that are already locked in for the Tactician's crown went bot 2 in that first game. So I'm sure they'll turn it around and restore my hopes in them and their future at the Tac crown. But, not the best start.
Yeah, I mean, it still is just 1 game. And now looking into game 2, we're going to go over to lobby 2. The points have not been updated yet, but these are going to be the players in the next lobby. They look locked in, I have to say.
Yeah, well, there are the points. There they go. JRC ended up getting the 8th place in the first game. Brosif the 1st, and Deleted ended up in the 2nd place after a big showdown. Let's see how the rest of this game goes as we throw it back over to our casters, Sub-Zero Arc and Hupe-san, to take us through it.
Thank you, Desk. Starting off with Lobby 2, Sub-Zero. Highlights here. What do you see in the aura, in the expression of the players now?
I mean, we have a really cool mix of players here. I would say, we have the Dish Soap, the Marcel P, the Brosif, this top tier NA players who are kind of some old guard, some new guard, but really really high levels in North America. And then I really love having Conda, Toddy, Black Sheep, and Deleted in here, as well as all these players from BR, Latin America, who people like Toddy, Black Sheep, coming even from tier 2. but really saying, these are the players who are not NA, and so they're battling for that respect. I feel like in play-ins, I feel like the non-NA players, I feel like got a lot more respect because they did fantastically well. So we'll see if regionals follows that as well, week 2, and then also just players battling in from the open, from being tier 2. I feel like it's just such a cool storyline as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Black Sheep coming in from ladder, the true ladder warrior here from Latam. And as you mentioned, right, that tier 2 that now you have to come either from ladder or from Tactician trials, the same way Toshi came in. And of course, Jose Delite making a statement here. Last TPC was tough for him. He got almost relegated and came back through regional finals. Now doing a great showing also in TPC in number 8. And Bishop, number 3 on TPC, holding strong and starting up the game directly with Conda, the Brazilian that is now trying to make a statement here. Has been on Tactician Crown in Dragonlance on May 26th, so a participant that knows where to stand, and of course loves to play Samira. Only maybe we see it, we know why.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to hop into this game, see everything that we start with here. Toddy here does start off with a Gnar, maybe a little bit of direction towards some Meeple board. Not too much going on so far. See that we are in loot subscription as our encounter, it looks like, which is definitely a crazy one. Can give you access to a lot of different resources that can really just swing the game. A nice little trick in this portal is to just scout somebody else after they take an augment and see what the loot subscription is, so then that you can use that to inform your selection. Just means we might see a little bit of a standoff of a lot of other people not picking up their augment yet, but we will see. Get also a 3-cost orb drop here, the Lulu and the Ornn here. So Lulu, one of these comps, I like this comp a lot. We saw it perform pretty poorly last weekend, honestly, but it is Medallion Lulu, which is really nice. You can start printing, and it can even start getting those stacks of cast to get that gold print on minions here. So we're going to get +1 cast very likely from this first minion round, so that's nice as well.
Yeah, makes total sense here. We see Conda checking the arbiter. We will receive confirmation about what was it. Of course, we're looking to print every 4 seconds, and you get the shield. This was buff, but I don't think it's priority right now. Simply is good. And of course, having a chance here to play a little tempo for Conda, using that Leona 2 for now.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of interesting. I mean, we have this Leona 2, so this should be a strong opener. But yeah, it means it's not going to like scale up into that Leona 3 that we'll see people play around. Also means that we're not going to have a good, strong kind of combat arbiter later. And we do see our first piece of loot from loot subscription. We get a full item anvil, which is going to really allow people with upgrades to leverage their board strength here. So, somebody like Conda who already has that upgrade, really nice here. We see Worth the Weight on the side of Marcel here, who has Worth the Weight. Nasus plays pretty nicely into a Space Groove board. Just have a Nasus 3 on that is going to be very nice here, but it is going to be a little bit weak in the early game, and without any real upgrades to play for, we are just going to sell our entire board here and open and just say, we'll be strong once we reach the Nasus. For now, let's just kind of sack a few rounds, take some losses, and make as much gold as possible.
Yeah, good threshold here from Marcel P, making 20 on 2-1, going up against Black Sheep, who has an early misfortune here, trying to go for specific augments here with the Pandora augment. So Black Sheep very lean into playing flexible boards, but likes to be a little greedy on items. And of course, this is exactly what this augment gives possibility. Black Sheep has been on Tactician Crown on the past, and Marcel P has 2 appearances. So again, a capped lobby that we have. And of course, everyone trying to get a spot and an angle to play as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely had a pretty nice start there. We see, oh baby, Dish Soap with the birthday reunion. I mean, literally the augment that he is named for. This is one of his World Championship augments here, and he takes it. I mean, he loves this kind of play style, obviously, for the fact that he's won Worlds with it before, or won Tactician's crown with it before, and in a pretty good spot, right? Gets this early level. This is an interesting augment because they kind of buffed, kind of nerfed this augment this most recent patch, where they added 3 gold to it to the start, so you're up 3 gold, but you don't get the 2-star 2 cost until you push level here, until you push level 5. And you could see Dish Soap immediately pushed level, got that 2-star 2 cost, but ended up actually selling it off here, and is just playing his strongest board here, 3 Primordian with a lot of upgrades, which is still a very, very nice board to play with. Has the Gwinsu's Rage Blade as well here, which is going to play very nice into Fast 9 if we can make it there. Really just want to play for win streak in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, comfortable zone. He was asked last week what is his favorite opener, and he said, I love Primordial. He has the tempo to play possibility with Jinx. He can play Master G. He can go Fast 9 and play Vex with AD. And of course, it will depend on what the game gives him, what the items has to slam. Of course, we're already seeing a Gwinsu that give you some angles. And of course, we see on the expression, he was laughing, he was having fun, he's very comfortable, and is very capable of playing any of those lines. Toddy, on the other hand, already finding a Lulu, but has a Gwinsus, so probably just going for tempo, and he already used the duplicator, so very interesting to see the angle that he takes from now on.
Yeah, the double dupe on the Lulu, I mean, it's very, very nice with the Gwinsus as well in Medallion to start printing as much as possible, get a ton of extra gold from this, and especially because the amount of gold that Lulu prints from Medallion, from her Medallion ability, scales with her star level. So now, every single time we get that print, it's going to be that higher gold print, can be upwards of 3 gold or even 4 gold with the extra gold that you get off of Replicator. So really nice start here for Toddy. Yeah, we'll see if we want to play this into some kind of Lulu reroll, because you could just leave this on Lulu for a while and move it later, or we could just use this as a very nice tempo into another Fast 9 line here.
Great quest.
Trait quest. You see a lot of players looking at it here. Just the ability to get an extra emblem here is really, really, really valuable. And the 4 reroll is not too tempting, so I think we're going to see a good amount of trait quest here from the lobby.
Yeah, and also if you know you're getting a random emblem, you know what synergies are good with random emblems. So maybe we'll see a little more influx going into, for example, Space Groove, that you can receive emblems almost anything because you have so many front lines, so many +1. So verticals will be a little more stronger right now. Of course, these players are very capable to adapt, and now a Reforger or something like this will be more priority.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you can see, I'm just looking at the lobby, every person we pivot to, a lot of these augments are Fast 9 oriented augments, like the late game scaling, the birthday reunion. A lot of players want to go Fast 9, and it's because of the gods in this lobby and because of loot subscription. So, loot subscription can give you extra gold. The gods in this lobby, Ahri and Asol, both very oriented towards Fast 9. Ahri can give you gold, can give you XP. Asol has that ability to give you the level 9 quest that gives you a bunch of extra gold on level 9, or the low HP quest, which can give you a lot of extra gold stage 4. So you can see a lot of people angling towards Fast 9. It's interesting because the emblem can really change what you go for. The kind of generic Nova Fast 9 doesn't use emblems that crazy well. It can use maybe a random Nova emblem or something like that. But if you do get one of these other emblems, you might see somebody go kind of like an almost a normal level 8 board, but a Fast 9 version of it. Say, like a Space Groove, a board that can stabilize on 8, but then if you push 9, it becomes easier to fit stuff like 7 Space Groove or just really, really good 5 costs on the board. Maybe like a Master Yi board. A Master Yi board with a Brawler emblem or a Marauder emblem might play that board, but then just reach level 9, get to the 6 Brawler, the 6 Marauder. So this is actually probably going to increase the diversity of comps played in this lobby a lot here.
Yeah, makes total sense. Deleted taking the win streak here from D-Shop, so Brosif the only one with the possibility of making full win streak and pressuring the lobby a little more. Of course, that influx of economy, always good to have. Black Sheep for now, just playing strongest. Decides to commit here on the Death Blade, so could stay on the Misfortune, and that would probably be the chance for him. And now we're seeing JRC with a very humble board, at least for now.
Yep, just pretty happy with this board for now. It's just everything that we have access to. Kind of one of these weird sort of mixed streak spots here where we lost the first three fights. Now we're trying to win the next 2 in this spot here, though don't know that we're able to beat Dish Soap here, who is still playing for that win streak. Either player who loses here is going to be pretty unhappy. Dish Soap trying to play for the streak, just as many fight wins as possible, and yeah, JRC going to just barely end up taking the loss here, and in this very, very mixed streak spot here. Loss, win, loss is kind of like the worst possibility for your win streak, because you're not getting gold from winning fights, and you're not getting gold from having a full loss streak.
He sold it, but I'm sure we will see it on socials. We saw him bench the shiny Ornn there. I think we can go back maybe quickly. I think it was JRC. Shiny Ornn, one of the Easter eggs from TFT of this set. So there it is. Look at it. He was moving it. He's laughing. If it's not good, you can get. I mean, you can get maybe aura points here or something. So of course the luck could be on your side, or maybe I don't know. It's placebo, maybe I don't know. But I love to see it.
Yeah, emotional support, Orin. We'll just hold it onto our bench the entire game and just leave it right there. I like it.
Okay, Broseph now. The only one with a win streak, Ezreal, being a strong unit. Not very, I don't, it's weird. I'm saying Ezreal as a strong unit. It actually is good for tempo, good frontline, and I particularly have not been using Ezreal that much, but Browser obviously being well aware of the power and strength of his unit and making a win streak with this, I'm impressed in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. His board, really nothing to write hum about in terms of the, the Ezreal to Guinsoo. He'll do fine here, and you'll have these kind of long fights with this front line, which is really, I feel like, what's shining on this board, is that we have the upgraded Aatrox, we have Nova in on this board, we have Bastion on this board, we have Brawler in on this board, we have all of these different upgrades here, and so this can make fights last really, really long, give Ezreal the time to scale with his Guinsoo's Rage Blade, and then, potentially pick up wins. Broseph, also somebody who did take one of these Fast 9 augments here, the late game scaling, one of the best Fast 9 augments in the game, if you can reach there, because it's not only an econ augment, it's also a combat augment. Once you reach level 9, get all these 5 costs onto your board, so his spot honestly looks amazing here going into second augment.
Yeah, great to see. Let's see what is the decision here. Normally, no one has economy. Normally, you want a little economy just to be sure you can get us. I know we already unlocked subscription, so power is more important. Everyone is already getting so additional gold. So combat here and making sure you have a presence on stage 3. This is the most difficult stage for me. It's always so hard to establish the tempo of the lobby and figuring out what you should do. So everyone's just trying to be as strong as possible. Preserve HP, and if you can, of course, maintain the win streak for Browser.
Yeah, absolutely. Would love to keep Streak in this spot here every single round he can, but it's not like we have a super high roll board. We just have, this Ezreal 2, all of these 2-star 1 costs. So it's very possible that we do lose our streak sometime. This stage does end up taking the Arcane Victory here, which is just a solid enough combat augment here. Going to be pretty good to, once again, in the theme of buying time, buy more time for our Ezreal to scale up with the Guinsoo's Rage Blade. We do on the other side see something kind of horrifying here, which is a Pike 2-star with 3 items. This Pike unit is just such a stage 3 killer, can absolutely destroy your board early, and I think that is what is happening here. Yeah, just flies straight to the Ezreal, and we will lose our win streak here. So not to the end of the world for Broseph. At least he got that early streak, but I mean, it's just this Pike unit early is just an absolute monster, and we see it here.
Also, we have news. We see on the right that JRC got 2 tanky. So 2 tanky. Now he has the possibility to put the Ornn that he already has. The shiny Ornn will have possibility to go in. For now, just making sure he gets as good as possible. So we will see this super Ornn come together and start playing. There it is. For sure, I mean, he could grade this Ornn if he wants. I'm sure he can get a 10 out of 10 ranking. But of course, JRC now just having fun and making sure that he doesn't go to waste the luck that he has so far.
Yeah,
what's the tuber, the clipper?
Yeah, I mean, you just love to see the shiny Ornn sitting on this board. Kind of interesting in his spot here. So he's got the 2 tanky, but if you look at his items, they're not really, Samira items as far as damage items go. It looks much more oriented towards playing for Nami as a duo carry here. So it'll be interesting to see if he just kind of tempos this 2 tanky, if he wants to, just reroll on 7 and hope that he finds the Nami. It'll be interesting to see what he does end up playing for. Maybe he does something, totally different. We'll see. Very, very likely to be Space Groove, but it'll be interesting to see where his board and where this shiny Ornn ends up going throughout the rest of the game.
Okay, 10 gold for start up a champion here for Aurelion Sol. We see many going for that direction, just trying to make sure they get that 10 free gold. For now, from Aurelion, pretty easy to get an upgrade. If you don't get it now, you're getting it for sure on the roll down. So priority for most of the players, 2 players only getting the Ari Boom.
Yeah, no, most players going for the ASOL. Yeah, a few for Ari. I mean, both of them are just extra gold that you can use ASOL a little bit more, but you have to jump through that very, very small hoop of 2-starring a unit, but pretty much everybody can 2-star a unit, so shouldn't be very difficult for anybody else. And so, yeah, we will see what we do end up going for in this situation here. And yeah, we are going to roll down here. We do get that extra gold from the Starry upgrade, and we are looking for as many pickups as possible here. I believe looking at items here, we went for a reforge, it looks like. We have this GS here, and yeah, we are just full reforging our items to try to find something better here, and we get pretty good Giant Slayer Guardbreaker onto the Samira, so some crazy reforges coming out for JRC saying, I have these AP items, but I want to play Samira, so I'll just go for the full reforge, and I mean, I would say it goes actually very, very well for him.
Yeah, for Marcel here, getting the Voyager, very flexible. You get support, you can use it for support, you can use it for additional damage also, but of course a very supportive synergy that is always good. Jersey, very interesting that he only rolled to have the pair, so getting value out of the 2 tanky doesn't make sense to roll more if you only get the 2-star. So he's rolling now, knows he's not strong enough to win rounds, but just making sure he's getting closer to it. If he rolls again, he will have to find the Samira 2-star, the Ornn 2-star, and an additional copy to make sure he gets the value out of 2 tanky.
Yeah, that is the awkward thing with 2 tanky, is the Samir here is great, but yeah, you really need to find another one. He does pick it up here, which is nice. But yeah, he is in this awkward spot here where he decided to roll a bit, but then still took a loss. You really ideally want to win 3-5 in the position JRC's in so that you have a little bit of HP to go into stage 4 with, but dropped very, very low down to 36 and is really hoping that he can win the next one here. Pivot over to Conda here, has a really nice setup, already has the LeBlanc with 3 Arbiter in, which is just fantastic here, getting to play around that unit. We've seen LeBlanc do very, very well in the last lobby, and I mean, when you already have a LeBlanc too, I think you're going to be pretty happy in this spot as well.
Yeah. Also the double scaling with the LeBlanc together with the Winsus and the Archangel. So very important for Conda to find a very big tank or double tank, if you will. So the Nunu will be a priority. We see that he already holding one on the bench and very close to that Leona 3-star. That would also be great for him, lacking 2 still.
Yeah, absolutely. If we can reach Leona 3 on this board, we will have a really, really nice front line. And you know, we saw this last game with Cambly playing kind of like the AP tempo into LeBlanc, save a lot of HP and put yourself into a good spot. And Conda's in basically the exact same spot, and Cambly ended up winning out that lobby. So I think Conda pretty happy with the spot. Pivot over to Broseph here, and it's kind of very interesting. So he started the game off with a 6-win streak. We were talking about his huge win streak, and now he's lost every fight since then. He's on a 4-loss streak here. So he's getting a little bit low here, and late game scaling a fantastic fast 9 augment, but you do need to reach 9, and right now he's running the risk of potentially either not getting there or getting there on a very, very small amount of HP. Upside is we do have the Samira 2 here to play around, so she can hopefully save us some HP, but yeah, it's getting a little bit more awkward. His spot looked a lot better on 3-1 than it does now on 4-1 here.
Yeah, very difficult. He wants to make a transition, thinking about the Samira. At least having the Samira 2 gives you some possibilities to transfer a little of the units. Obviously, Ginso, Samira is more of a caster, not much of a Ginso user here. Jersey just trying to be strong, finds the Ornn 2. Shiny Ornn 2 doesn't give you... I know, this is an important question that we have from production, and we will check to see the possibility. If a Shining Ornn gets 3-star, he generates a 2-star Ornn. Is that Ornn also shiny?
I'm gonna say no. I think that the shininess is inherent to like the Ornn that you actually got there. But I mean, we'll hopefully see.
I want to dream.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love it. I think that would be a great Easter egg if we can get that. So I mean, maybe. I trust in Riot Games to always put the fun
Thank you
stuff
for the maybe. Yeah, I appreciate the maybe, Sub-Zero. Nice.
Yeah, we'll see where we go. The thing that is a little bit awkward is we did just reforge a component and hit an Archangels, which, I mean, eventually we'll move to something like a Nami, but it's not amazing onto our board right now. Go over to Dish Soap here. Once again, was trying to, you know, think about that fast 9. Ended up taking epic roll down here, so it's sitting on 20 free rerolls, 50 gold here, and kind of in a similar spot to Broseph, but he has that really intense econ augment here, so very much looking like he's going to sack a few rounds, push level 9, get that 2-star 5 cost to play around, and then use all of these rerolls to spike the board.
Okay. For Broseph, it's rolling time here, trying to stabilize. He's contested on the LeBlanc, but the item screamed LeBlanc, so he needs to maintain this angle, finds the Morgana 2-star that is so important, 5 Shepherd. So the big Bioshin is already there. What's the name? Do you know the name of the fox?
Bia and Bayan?
Bia and Bayan, yeah. Do you have any lore about it? It's a difficult question I'm asking, I know. But do you know there's a lore or something?
I have no clue. Probably, is it from like one of the card games or something like that? I would not be surprised.
Okay. If someone in chat knows the lore, please share. If not, we will ask directly to Riot and we'll get the official statement to know what happened. I love it when you remember Kobuko and Riot just invented a full lore about Kobuko. He was the traveler, he was the nomad. So I mean, it's great. I feel like the Runeterra lore is just being broader and broader and giving us a chance to dream about the future. Of course, with the MMO in chance, with Riftbound being so huge right now also, it's great to see the IP coming together every time.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love whenever especially for TFT, they bring a champion to life that has never been a character in like League of Legends. You think of TFT, it's all these League of Legends characters that my god, and we just reforged into a going back to the game here. A great Voyager emblem pickup off the reforger for Broseph here. So his spot pretty interesting because he wanted to go fast 9, has that late game scaling, but kind of decided to bail on it. Said, I'm not going to be able to make it to fast 9 in this spot here, so decided to roll down deep on 8. And I mean, for what it's worth, found a great board. Found the LeBlanc 2, found the Morgana 2, and even a lot of the 5 costs on this board. So a very, very strong board for 8. The only downside is he's not getting that much value out of his augment. You can also see on the other side there, Toddy, that I love this Medallion Lulu, just printing all of this gold here for him. And already 3-star, which is really, really nice to just print a ton of gold throughout this stage.
Yeah, the early Lulu 3-star, far away from the Jax, so not having here the possibility is very tough. You have 15 shops there together in the ASOL, but it's not the decision. Everyone going for the Ari. I couldn't perceive what was the boom, but full priority there.
Yep, I mean, a lot of players at this point in the game are just always giving you some econ, and a lot of players want that little bit of extra push to get to their board. The ASOL, it can be kind of awkward at this point, especially if you've rolled all your gold. You see some of the people, sitting down on like 5 gold, 2 gold or something, don't have the gold to roll. But we are going to pivot over to Dishsoap's POV because he is going to go for this big pivot. Does get the Graves off the birthday reunion, which is fantastic here, and is even, interestingly enough, going to pick up the Kindred. So a pretty flex roll down here, actually saying, I might not be able to play the exact board that I want here. So yeah, this is a very flex roll down, almost 2 flex here. I'm getting dizzy watching this here because he is going for everything here. Yeah, does pick up the Fiora if he can pick it up right at the last second. Does get it in there. So an interesting board. This is not the normal fast 9 board that you see people playing around, and still has some units that he needs to pivot out of. The Cho'Gath now, I mean, a nice synergy bot on this board, Darkstar plus Brawler, but definitely want to get off of that pretty soon. But we'll see. This round here, 4-5. If you can win it on fast 9, it always feels amazing. But Dishsoap, sadly, not able to win it here. Just rotates into a very strong board from Marcel. That Space Group board, like we talked about earlier. Also, Marcel made it to Space Group Emblem, which is so good on that board as well.
Yeah, for Dishsoap, high rolling a lot in terms of damage, but not finding the units for the front line, cannot find the Tam Kench, finds here additional damage, decides to sell the Jhin. He knows he's strong enough in damage, find the Vex 2-star, and now trying to find the additional front line here. The Nunu is the priority, and of course, a Blitzcrank 2-star is always good, trying to disposition the units, and now it's just time to try to find items for the Fiora and the Graves. Nunu holding strong, and now the mech will be the tank for now until we find the Nunu 2.
Yeah, very close spot there for Dishsoap, down to 15 HP. We'll tune in with him later and see how his board ends up coming together. Someone else who's in a pretty close spot HP-wise here is JRC, down to 23 HP, has found the Samira 3, but has not found the Ornn 3 yet. It's only 33 gold here, so really hoping to pick up a fight win here, but I don't think, well, the Samira's clutching out, but yeah, this Nami bubble is going to come out in the last second here, going to pick up a big fight win there for Marcel, and JRC really back against the wall. I mean, close, very, very close to the Ornn, but we need to find it, and there are other people who are looking for it. So yeah, we're really honestly going to need some extra gold here to even have a chance to find it in this spot here. Only 5 copies.
Yeah, the shiny Ornn not giving lucky here, not giving help here for JRC. Thinking about it, already has the important items, has a good tank, has a good Samira. Just trying to hold up deep here, finds an additional Ornn, but still 3 off from having a 3-star.
Yep, so just gonna go fishing here, look and see if we can find a few random orns and then start rolling there. I'm pretty surprised that we're gonna roll this deep. Okay, yeah, when we are going to econ back up a little bit here, just to try to get to 30 gold here in this spot here. That was interesting. Not sure why he made that Aurora and then immediately sold it
It's
off
a mistake.
there.
He was laughing, yeah.
Minus 1 gold there, but all good. Who needs it? We do. Okay, so from Loot Sub, we get a Rammus 2 who probably not going to go on this board, but it is an influx of gold, so that is nice for JRC. Definitely want to pick up as much gold as possible here to get to that Orn, because we're still 3 off. Not even finding the 7th one yet here is pretty doomed, but I do think it is just the situation where other people like, Marcel P is holding on to this Orn too. That's making it more difficult for him to hit. Just a very, very difficult lobby to hit, and we're rotating into the other reroller here in Toddy.
Yeah, great damage check. This is one of the reasons why Samira to tank is so huge. You can put the Last Whisper on the second Samira, and you can put full damage on the first one. Now with the Ascension, should be good enough to access the backline, but Toshi's strong here. Ult from the Milo, and JRC is out! Not finding the Orn 3 made the difference, and the access to the backline from the Lulu.
Yeah, such a close fight at the end there. Really, really, really wanted to pick up that win. And wow, yeah, a lot of people taking these early, stage 5 losses here. Deleted also going out here. So we do have our first couple of eliminations. And Marcel, who was doing the eliminating here, but not out of the woods at all in this spot here, does have really nice emblems here. Space Groove emblem to get to 7 Space Groove, and Bastion emblem to get free Bastion in here, and has the 3-item Nami. So it's a pretty nice board here for Marcel. We'll just see there's a lot of other people who are capping very, very high in this lobby. So can he beat those boards?
Yeah, also lacking a true tank, right? Having good damage. The Orn normally is the holder, but trying to find the Tamkench that is being shy in this lobby, at least for now. Not wanting to show up 2-star. Marcel P going up against Toddy. Once again, the Lulu on same side with the Nami, having a chance to access backline here and trying to take out Marcel. Marcel now low in HP, only 12.
Yep, and the Lulu, this Lulu, Toddy here, just Grim Reaper going through and killing everybody off here. Marcel is going to go out here. Had a pretty decent setup, but just lost too much HP. Ended up on an okay board, but just so low in this spot here, is just not able to make it out. So that is going to be another elimination, and we are looking at our last very, very low HP player here in Black Sheep. Made it to the 6 Dark Star ASOL board, so once again, a pretty strong board, but just very, very low in HP, and is being forced here to roll and hope to find the 2-star 5 cost on 8, which is, it's not likely, but it could happen. And in his spot, he's really just playing for every single placement that he can get here, hoping maybe I'll find a random 2-star Blitzcrank in this spot and I can use it to spike my board.
Yeah, 100%. Black Sheep here looking for that Hail Mary that you mentioned. Gets a ghost here, so good chance for him just to save one additional round. It's a very strong ghost. We see a Morgana 2-star, the Nunu there for Brosev, together with the full itemized LeBlanc, and of course trying to upgrade the ghost of Brosev. Now still having the Sonat 1-star, so Brosev can still get a lot stronger. Is it enough here for Black Sheep to stay alive?
Yeah, the ASOL doing its best to chew through this front line. Big Nunu ult comes through here. It's going to be so close, but ASOL needs a lot more mana to cast, and the LeBlanc is just chewing through it. So a 5th from Black Sheep, not the end of the world, but not the placement that you would love from that spot here. And we can see Brosev didn't take the normal path, just sort of like the very, very fast 9 in this spot, but just did more of a slow 9, pushed level 8, stabilized the board. Now we're level 9, looking for a lot of these 2-star 5 cost upgrades here. Has the eventual maybe Sona 2 that we can pick up, but for now, just keeping a play around the LeBlanc. And yeah, I mean, another solid showing for this LeBlanc line. I feel like this is one of the lines that has been most improved in people's perception of it. A lot of people just playing into this line and being very, very happy with it over last weekend and into this weekend as well.
Yeah, makes sense. The slow 9 then here for Brosev, getting once again Toshi. Toshi has been the Grim Reaper here for everyone together with the Milio, but now the Nunu, once again, access to backline with the Snowball and giving a chance here for the Lulu to maybe diminish the Lulu once again. So the Lulu already 2 high significant ults here, having good damage, and now this is the LeBlanc with the access to the backline. Brosev getting a big win here, and Toji getting a huge hit.
Yep, beautiful positioning from Broseph there. Getting those Nunu ults in the backline was the difference maker in that fight there. It's really, really nice whenever you can get that full lineup there. Somebody else with Nunu on the board, but still just a Nunu 1 is Dish Soap here, and he did take a loss on 5-5, so now he is down to 1 life here, so we'll see if we can make it out here. It's a little bit awkward, has to fit Voyager in on this board because he has the Voyager emblem and because he needs the extra frontline from just having Mighty Mech 2-star. It means that he can't fit this Ross is just sitting on bench here, so it feels a little rough. Upside is we have a very itemized Vex here. We rolled a pretty nice TG onto the Shen here, so we'll see it once again. Toddy, every single fight is the enemy here. We'll see if we can pick up a win against his board.
Okay, having a chance here. Eyes on the Lulu. If she has access to the backline, the Vex is the one ramping up, scaling, getting time, trying to access also backline for both of them. Frontline is holding up, but no. Access once again from the Lulu, takes out Disho. And once again, you need to be opposite side from the Lulu. Maybe a switch on the other hand. And we see Broseph not happy at all, taking the L and going 4th. And Disho confirmed from 3rd place here.
Yeah, really rough right at the end there for Broseph. Had a pretty good spot, but Dish Soap managed to save some more HP. Had the Fiora that was healing him up, which is really, really nice. So put him in a spot to take a 3rd. And Dish Soap, you know, with somebody of Dish Soap's caliber, not super, super happy with the 3rd, but I think you can be happy in this lobby, and especially because he went 3rd in the first game as well. 3-3, a great start to the day for him. Broseph as well, 1st place into 4th place, another great start to the day.
Yeah, having a chance here to just ramp it up for Konda. Also, great news right now. Very close here to having good possibilities. Has 2 bards there on the board. Makes the switch. And now just trying to get good possibilities. He got the dragon. So once again, the Elder Dragon wants to play and wants to be also a protagonist during the game. Konda together against Cody, getting a little less value out of the little bodies because little body gives you armor going up against full AP from Toddy. But of course, in this moment of the games could be the least of the difference.
Yeah, the double bar to try to abduct the dragon, and he did actually succeed. You'll love to see that kind of stuff here. And level 10, a huge cap for this board with the dragon there. Is it going to be enough to beat Toddy, though? Toddy has been winning every single fight. Can the Lulu chew through the Elder Dragon? Because it's so much HP here, and the Lulu doing her best, chewing through the Morgana, finally gets the Elder Dragon, but the Blitzcrank is on backline, so it is going to be a loss for Toddy. We're going to go to another fight here, but that looked pretty good for Konda, I think. That was a very, very nice pickup there, and so I think he's feeling good going into this fight. Also, HP-wise, feeling amazing here, sitting here, 60 HP in this spot. I mean, it is a long road for Toddy to win this game, but it's possible if we start winning some fights.
Yeah, but Toji wasn't able to improve. Now finds the Jax that is so important to resemble, but Konda also. Konda found the Karma 2-star, find additional upgrades here, and now it could be the final fight. Konda trying to close it out here, and Toji, as you mentioned, having a huge run if he wants to win this game.
Yep, exactly. Blitzcrank in the middle here, not onto any of our main tanks just yet. Pretty fortunate positioning for Toddy, just having the Blitzcrank ult the Pantheon for now. And the Lulu doing a good job on this left side, trying to get through all these units, but there's just so much frontline. Also, this Morgana is walking straight to our backline. The Dragon's on our backline as well. Oh, and the Dragon just farms the Lulu there. A very nice win for Konda. And also, the BR1-2, we were talking about this, about the difference, you know, NA versus Latin America versus Brazil. In this lobby here, and a BR1-2 lobby, maybe a repeat of the play-ins and week 1 performance of BR being on top.
Yeah, I mean, the contrast, right? Toshi playing a reroll, trying to go for that Lulu, getting so much gold. Meanwhile, Konda, full win streak, go to that level 10 and has the possibility to already ramp the game. Of course, a lot of things happen throughout this game, so we will go to a short break and then Analyst Desk will tell us a little more about what happened. Don't go away. Day 1 of week 2 for regional finals to decide who is going for Takara.
2 games down for our day of competition, and we still have 4 more to go. But before we get there, and we got these lobbies reshuffled, CLE, Asa, and myself are back to break down what we just saw. And the name of this one was definitely Fast 9, make it even Fast 10, as Konda was able to take that first place.
Enabled by a lot of these augment choices, helping you be able to get to that Fast 9 and stabilize your board there. We saw Dish Soap execute that quite well, but we're seeing the combat power and the mix of that econ be really the strength in our past 2 lobbies. If you're able to get there with a bunch of these extra resources and combat power, you can really outcap everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, with the gods being Ari and Aurelian Soul both enabling that Fast 9. But we also see Toddy with a Lulu reroll taking a second. So Lulu doing well in both our first 2 games today in contrast to last week.
Look, I am just happy that it's proving me wrong, but every time that we saw it on broadcast during week 1, it did go bot 4, so I'm happy that it's working out for our competitors this time around. And also just like a small note, an observation, I think it's so funny to see Dish Soap with Birthday Reunion, the augment that he got to contribute to, also take 2 other augments that were by champions from TFT. I think that was Epic World Town, and
cool.
also Gilded Steel, which are all champion augments. Very fitting.
That's pretty sick. I didn't realize that at first, but that is cool to have the trifecta of those. I wish there was like an extra synergy on top of that with the 3 augments. It would be like, this is like the champion buff.
Another
but,
Easter egg, but I mean, Dish Soap already gives his own champions buff, I think, so
True.
it kind of works out.
If you get all 3 augments, you just qualify directly into the Tactician's crown.
There we go.
I like it. That's the Easter egg. Hopefully he's going to do that himself, because that would be kind of a big deal for Dish Soap. I think that's one of the competitors we've really had our eyes on heading into this week of regionals, because he did have a very disappointing end to his regionals run, and also his Tactician's crown streaks last set. That was the first time after 5 sets of getting to the Tactician's crown, of making it to those final lobbies for regionals, where he was absent from the TAC crown. So I know for him, this is a really big deal to kind of get back to the TAC crown, make sure that he is going to be able to reclaim a spot there, and maybe even win a 3rd Tactician's crown.
He actually hasn't even won a tournament since the last time he won the tag crown. So he is really looking to reclaim that top spot, which I know is a crazy thing to say, but this Dish Soap guy is pretty good at the game. So I'm excited to see where he is going to stack up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. After our first 2 games, I mean, it's still super early, but some of the players at the bottom, Jerister, Cottontail going 8-8, are really going to have to work to get back into it. This is around the point where, the players at the bottom might be wanting to look into some more like 1st or 8th lines, while if you're at the top or more in the middle of the standing, you just continue to play your normal game, play for the highest average placement.
I mean, Setsuko did try that, though, as one of the players towards the bottom in that first game of the day was trying to go for an huge anima cash out, but got that cash out streak broken, and hopefully that's not going to deter him from continuing to try to rack up those points. Meanwhile, as we continue to flip through these pages, Dish Soap does set himself up pretty well there with those 2/3 back-to-back, but we are looking towards those players that are starting to string together top 4s and even more consistency on this first page.
Well, Soju is able to bring it back for the first place, so people will be excited to see him back at the top. But on this page, we're seeing a lot of maybe our more underdogs coming into the tournament really push themselves to the top. I look specifically at Tex, Konda, CMB, and Phoenix, as well as Dank Memes. A lot of these players just promoted to Tier 1, now putting on a show. Maybe the practice last weekend really is paying off.
Yeah, well, all these players work super hard to get here, and a lot of times it's the ones who work the hardest. Like Dank Meme said, hard work can beat talent that end up making it to the Tactician's crown.
It's worked out so far, but it is only 2 games. We've reshuffled the lobby, so there are some fresh faces after we saw the draft of those players for our first 2 games. We are going to be able to go into our game 3 very shortly, and for that, I'm really excited to be able to welcome a special guest to our broadcast alongside our casters. We've got D-Pay joining us, and we're so excited to have you, so I hope you're also feeling ready to go for these next couple of games.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm really excited. I was unable to participate actually as a player in this week two, but I'm excited to be casting for this week two for these next couple games. It's really exciting. Everyone there is really, really deserving, and this is the highest level TFT, so I'm really, really excited to be watching this.
Oh no, relegated to caster.
Yeah.
DK, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself? What's your journey in TFT been like?
Yeah, so I think recently I've been full-time, but I've before that just been dabbling into competitive TFT from set 8 and set 9. I did a full year competing then, and then took a bit of a break, and now I'm back into it as a content creator / coach starting I think February of this year. So this was my first full set back since set 9, and it's been really exciting, and the players have just gotten so much better. The game's gotten so much better. The quality of life has gotten so much better since set 9. And I'm just really excited to be playing TFT again. I think it's a lot of fun, and a lot of fun to be making content and coaching players around that as well.
I've personally really enjoyed your content and watching it and learning from it, and also just knowing your pedigree as a coach, right? If I remember this right, you were a professional Overwatch coach. Is this correct?
Yeah, I coached in the Overwatch League for over 6 years, and I've been coaching for a really long time. I think, that was a ton of fun, and there's a lot of transferability in terms of coaching, but not so much from Overwatch to TFT. There's not a lot of transferability from the game, but I think the logic in teaching people is very similar, I think, yeah.
We also coached recently in the Box
Bash
and won.
Together.
That was Asa diff. That was an Asa coach diff for sure.
Oh man, I'm excited to be with you two, who are just prolific coaches in the scene. I'm just going to learn a lot. I'm going to soak it in. I'm going to direct us through the game, but I'm just excited to learn all the information, and then I'm like kind of close to GM right now, and then take it and apply it, and then just go all the way challenger in the off season, because then I can just say I'm challenger. So it's a pretty good plan.
You definitely can. I think GM is very, very good. We're still talking, that's what, top 500. I think that's still very, very good. So don't knock yourself short. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you get your compete card, you can also compete in these tournaments. If you're around top 500, you can usually get into some of these trials. It's pretty fun, and just a reminder to do that. It's a good time, because we'll all fight through those trials and make it here. But as we look at our players for this, one of the players that did that was GG9 through Tacticians Trials 1, got 5th place, and now is all the way in Tier 1 and fighting for a spot in the Tacticians crown.
GG9 doing some stretches before the game. Now that everyone's had a couple games to warm up, these players look like they're ready for the next lobby.
Yeah, is there anything you guys think you do between games to make sure that you guys are ready between games? I think it's really important as a routine.
I like to take deep breaths, make sure you have enough water, and then stretch, get a little exercise, get your blood flowing, and just try to focus on the future game instead of worrying about what happened last game.
Yeah, I think
you guys
some
really are coaches.
Yeah, some of these players might need mental resets. I think it's always good to reset. Never get too high, never get too low, regardless of what your tournament standing is, and kind of just play the game right in front of your face. Hopefully everyone is reset for this game and able to play their best.
One player that I'm looking out for in this lobby to make a big comeback is actually Final Lobby Gaming's Chunnington. He's a player that's shown some extreme consistency over the past few sets, but in the last cup really kind of had his first rough time in the TPC, and is starting off not the way he would want to. So I'm excited to see if he can make a comeback in this game number 3.
Yeah, I still think of Chunnington as like a new player, but he has been in the last 3 pro circuits, so really he's kind of been here for a little while, but maybe not as much as some of these other players, like Setsuko, going all the way back to pretty much day 1 of TFT. Chunnington and Setsuko, both of them really need a lot of points, with 3 and 4 points between them.
Yeah, interesting. Chunnington was holding more of like the Jinx line or an AD line, so we'll see how he goes with that. But we have me first or 8th right now, with a clear Arbiter direction, chooses incredibly fast augment.
Ooh. Blighting Jewel is one of the best LeBlanc artifacts, able to take down that really quickly, but it decides to go a different direction. We'll be going towards more of the Darkstar route instead. We would have been printing Leonas, but instead we're going to go for a big damage build, possibly even reroll this Lysandra and Cho'Gath. We have great items, get one rod, and we have nearly perfect there going on for the Lysandra. Across the lobby, though, we'll see a bunch of our other ones come in. We have Teemo being worth the wait for Shaco. A little bit of an awkward one to play around.
We saw last game Marcel P got the worth the wait Nasus, and it wasn't quite his first choice, but he was able to salvage some placements with that. So I'm curious to see what he does with Teemo. What do you think, DP?
Yeah, I think Teemo's pretty interesting. It's hard to fit it into the Space Groove line, but I think it should naturally lead to LeBlanc, but their components were no Rageblade components, so it's definitely a bit awkward. I definitely wonder how they progress through the game with that Teemo.
Other augments to call out, we're talking a lot about on the analyst desk about Fast 9 enabling augments, and there's probably 3 of them. 2 of them being Birthday Reunion with Tex and GG9, and Upset Max going for a major amount of gold with Savings Account. You can either use that to roll hard on level 8 and stabilize there, or go to level 9 if you're in a good spot. So curious to see where everyone will end up. Setsuko's probably took the most unique augment, gaining these extra tiers, and so I don't know exactly where he'll end up, but I'm curious to see.
Yeah, we can see the lobby tempo starting off really slow if you look at the right side of our scoreboard here. Setsuko is actually the only player who leveled up. Oh, Tex leveled up as well. A few of the players are leveling up now after winning the first round in order to try to win the second round. But yeah, a lot of people just trying to rebuild their econ rather than trying to push levels and fight for a strong board early game.
Looks like
look
Upset
around.
Max is going for that full econ strategy. I think it's really hard to go straight to 9 if you're not winning fights. You got to stack your HP later, so they're probably looking for some solid direction and just taking Savings Account as a general econ augment, like plus 30 gold or whatever it ends up being with all the interest and the final cash out. But they're probably trying to find an open line and open direction with their very weak board right now. Whereas Chunnington has, in contrast, a pretty good direction. Hopefully they're able to be uncontested Jinx, I think is what they're hoping for here. But they're still very, very flexible right now.
This Jinx line is really interesting because it has a very low win share so far in our regional competitions across the globe. It is something that is just a very, very solid top 4, being able to pilot it there. But I think there's certain things that do enable that to win games, being artifacts or maybe some of these crazy higher levels that we can get to place in some of these more units. Tex, though, is the player that is hoping to kind of mirror what Brosif did last game in win streak the early game, be as healthy as possible, get to level 9 and really cap out there. But we'll have to make some gold first because we are not even making 10 gold yet.
Yeah, the Birthday Reunion augment was changed in the most recent patch. You have to go level 5 to get your 2-star 2 cost. So we can see GG9 playing it differently than Tex. Tex push 5 on 2-2, which I think is the most standard way to kind of play it. And then it does cost your econ, but then you can start winning right away, while GG9 is going to wait and just rebuild his econ first with a loss streak and then go into that.
Yeah, I think if you looked at GG9's board, they just seem to have full econ and we're going towards Timebreaker. So maybe they couldn't make a board, and even if they get a 2-star 2 cost from that Birthday Reunion on level 5, their board still wouldn't be strong. So they didn't feel like the 12 gold was worth investing into it, whereas Tex is really pushing for that win streak more so than anything, whereas GG9 is playing it slow and figuring out what he needs to do to kind of be a strong board later, basically.
Our first god choice of the game did come through. We do see it is Kayle and Varus. Kayle giving you a lot more items, Varus enabling a little bit more of those rerolls throughout the game, so many of our players will be happy to see that. But we did see a pretty good split, more people going towards Kayle, and a lot of upgrades coming through. Setsuko's planning on playing around that win streak as well. We see a bunch of upgrades for him, and so this board will be very, very difficult to take down.
Yeah, he's hit 4 upgrades here, hasn't Nasus on the bench over the Poppy, opting for the weaker 1-star Poppy compared to the 2-star Nasus, but it does give Meeple to Setsuko's main carry, the Vigar with 2 items, so opts to play the synergy over the 2-star unit. A lot of upgrades, so it'll be interesting to see which one of our 3 players with 100 HP will be able to maintain that going into neutrals.
Yeah, me first or eighth, we saw just with the Dawn Core, we were speculating maybe they were playing more around Vagar or Liss with the Dawn Core and maybe going towards Jeweled Gauntlet plus Nashor's combination, but instead just tries to go for what I think is Misfortune with the Rage Blade and Dawn Core, which is a really great build that enables that Misfortune comp that normally is very, I would say, below average in terms of comps, maybe like a B or C tier comp, and they're trying to go more towards Misfortune instead. So everyone's kind of establishing their lines, and Setsuko instead is just playing strong board and win streak. They took the Tear of the Goddess augment, which helps them streak right now, gives them a slam now, and then gives them combat early on, and especially in these long fights, long early game fights that can last over 12 seconds where you get that extra mana regen.
It's very interesting. In this lobby, two players have gone on a 4 streak, and one of them will be ending here now. It does look like Chunnington almost kind of scammed that 4-win streak with the way his board is. Doesn't really have any upgrades, just has 4 units, just as level 4. Is really kind of econing up and being able to save a lot of HP, so that's great for them. But down at the bottom, if you see on the bottom right of our scoreboard, we see 0 win streak and 0 win streak with Upset Max and GG9. They full opened on each other.
Yeah, that's they both really want to lose. They end up both getting their streak snapped, but Setsuko will be the only player full streaking into neutrals. And as you said, Chunnington 4 win into loss, but you got with that board, you gotta be really happy. He's still level 4, so wasn't even really trying to compete for the win streak. But Setsuko taking out Tex and Chunnington both will have the most econ from streak. Actually, me first or eighth is also 5 loss, so it looked like there's 3 players trying to 5 loss.
Crazy.
Yeah,
What do you-
those situations seems like a classic race to the bottom when you're griefing each other. You both don't get to hold good units, and you end up just hurting yourself at the end of the day. But the other risk is just losing your 5 streak, even if you have time break. So it's definitely a calculated risk on both their sides. It just didn't pan out if they both have to face each other at the end. Whereas Mies first or eighth gets a fantastic. They get Prim. 2, they get a hold unit so that they're strong in stage 3. So they benefited a lot from this great matchmaking.
It's such a crazy swing of tempo when you do lose that streak, because you're really counting on it, you're betting on it. The only positive is that you're not losing as much HP, so they're all sitting at 73, just some with some more gold in their pocket. Across the lobby, though, it looks like we have a good diversity of compositions. A few of our players playing around the Primordian. We saw Mies first or eighth with that possible Misfortune line, where AP Flex has kind of been the name of the game. We have many of our players trying to stake their claim in here, and I believe this 3-2 augment will inform a lot of where that direction will be for many of our players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have Deepay call that Misfortune with the Dawn Core artifact. I was not aware that was a combination. That's probably a more recent development. So looking forward to see how that performs. Haven't seen it yet.
Here we go. 3-2 augment. More gold augments coming through. For many of our players, will give more combat and maybe some solid direction. GG9 did take magic rolls, so was able to roll those dice and get 4 bows online. So it looks like we have really good items for a Vex or maybe even a Zaya in the late game. We do know that it is the boar for our Stargazer, and so maybe not the best, but if it's uncontested, it'll be all right.
It looks like Chunnington did roll down for the Jinx bump. They have, unfortunately, no Jinxes on this roll down, but they did hit a lot of other 2-stars, that Maokai 2 being one of them. I think they really did want to hit Jinx 2 here, but it looks like it's going to be pretty rough, and they're going to settle on the Akali 2 for now with the Maokai main tank. So they are looking to reroll here, and that does seem like a very prudent thing to do. When everyone else is going to be strong later, maybe you need to be strong now, is maybe Chunnington's thought.
Yeah, these reroll comps, because they have such low win share, you usually lose at the end of the game when you have 3-star 2 costs, and then other people maybe have 3-star 3 costs or 2-star 5 costs. You really, really, really want to be winning stage 3. So we can see Chunnington making a really big investment on his gold, gonna lose a lot of econ throughout this entire stage. Because he just wants to be as strong as possible and really, really, really wants to win these rounds in order to save HP and get that top 4 finish.
The other player I did want to see is Shaco, playing around Spreading Roots, got Bastion and Rogue. So with this Teemo 3 that we do have, maybe even a Teemo 4 incoming at some point, I have no idea where we're going to land for this one.
Yeah, I feel like this might land more into Space Groove, but it's definitely weird. Bastion and Rogue both usable in the Space Groove line, but neither particularly important in the Space Groove line. Really, when you're playing the Space Groove line, the best emblem you can see is the Space Groove spat itself. So it's definitely an odd combination, but Spreading Roots does give you that, you know, headache of knowing what to play, but these top players have all prepared for kind of what emblems they want to play around and how they want to play around it. So something to check in on, but I agree it's not something totally obvious to me what they want to do with it.
Yeah, I think just by taking Spreading Roots, they're kind of saying, hey, like, I'm not entirely sure I want to go. I'm kind of willing to play around whatever emblems I get, and Space Groove is one that will be able to use both of those. So, well, yeah, really curious to see where Shaco goes with that.
Many of our players going for the Varus here, able to get one of the units that they already have and a few gold alongside it. And so everyone but Upset Max and Shaco going for that route, where Upset Max and Shaco do want that extra item that gets provided through that God choice. The interesting thing about our lobby is there's really not that many players that have really staking their claim besides these rerollers, which they're contesting each other, Conda and Chunnington here on this maybe Jinx line, but maybe we'll play in some 5 Nova instead.
Yeah, Conda looks to me maybe going to the Master Yi line, already has a Kindred, has a Quicksilver, could be a good Master Yi item, but we'll have to see what they choose to do.
Wow, Upset Max with their saving accounts. We were talking about them possibly going 9, but it looks like they're using all their gold to settle on 7 here. They do need to bounce back their HP. They have lost 8 of the first 8 rounds, so they do need to win some rounds eventually. And it looks like they settled in on Ornn Samira and rolling on 7 quite a bit here. I think their spot doesn't look super great, to be honest. I'm not sure if Ornn Samira in the late game is going to be great, and I honestly think he's really, really far away from Ornn 3 and Samira 3, missing Ornn 2 even on that roll down. So it's going to be a tough spot for Max starting the game with 40 HP, essentially.
Super interesting decision from Max, because he did not cash his savings account. With only 40 HP, if he doesn't roll in this round, he's likely to lose the next 2 rounds, which means he'd be starting the game at like 20 HP. So opting to not cash a savings account, save the HP now, and then maybe try to cash it later. And rolling on 7 is one of the only ways you can build a board on this stage to save HP.
And it will be interesting, because if we don't win this round, making 20 is going to be difficult, because we do want to try and hold on to this Tahm Kench if possible. But we do know that many of our other players did not roll, so hoping that that can be a big difference here, because we are currently 39 out of 50, means 11 to go. We can get to this on 4-2, which would be a huge point of spiking across the board, but we did get this round win, so it'll be huge for him, staying at 40 HP and now hitting that 20 gold threshold.
Yeah, this lobby is definitely very interesting. We still have Tex and GG9, who are both the people who wanted to be strong this stage, were the Jinx player, and Setsuko is still trying to be strong, but these other players are going to spike much later with their birthday reunion, and so we're going to see a clash of when these players are going to be strong and how strong their caps are going to be. There's not a lot of HP between all the players, so we're going to see this stage 4 be incredibly important for setting the table for, you know, who's bot 4 here and who's top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. The lobby feels a little low roll to me. I don't think anyone's spot, is like amazing. Setsuko's pretty good. Chunnington did manage to 4 win streak after his 3-2 roll down, but he had to invest such a big amount of gold that even despite that, he's still kind of just getting the best of a bad scenario, making the best.
And Me vs. Wraith is going to be in a pretty rough spot because of the contested frontliners, the Maokai and the Ornn both being contested by different players in this lobby. And without those not being really able to stabilize this frontline the way that you really want to when you're rolling for 3 costs. Otherwise, you really just want one of those solid tanks in the front line alongside that misfortune in the back line. So And it looks like Misfortune is being contested by GG9. And so this is an unfortunate place to be in.
Yeah, the
GG9,
3-cost rerollers. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, just GG9 holding Misfortune 2 natural. Yeah, he has a birthday reunion, so he's trying to go level 9, but just 3 Misfortunes out of the pool, there's only 18 total, will make it a little bit harder for the Misfortune reroller to hit in the meantime. And Conda holding one as well.
Wow, GG9 hits Explosive Growth, which is probably the single best augment they could possibly ask for here with Birthday Reunion. Yes, they hit the Misfortune too, but something that'll help you get to 9 is really important there. And 40 gold from Explosive Growth, 10 XP per round for 4 rounds is really exceptional for them.
Oh, there it is. Setsuko is rolling for Rammus 2. I do imagine he's going to sell something and buy this here for his main tank. Yep, we'll do so. Finally gets it online. We are going to be printing Vygards here in this game, trying to push the tempo and continue to go for this. I like this play because it's a low cap lobby, from what I can tell so far, other than the players that are going to go 9. And so being able to keep our HP high, guarantee maybe a top 3, is exactly what Setsuko needs to start to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the lobby definitely looks pretty low cap. So all these players who their futures are not that bright, they just really want to win as many rounds as possible here. Every single life save is going to be important. I expect at the end of the lobby, a lot of people are going to be low HP, and then, yeah, every life may be a placement or even more.
Yeah, Setsuko also has this Meeple spat, which makes it a lot easier to play a strong board. Especially in your stage 4, where you tend to be weak while you're printing your Vagars, and the reinforcements helps a lot as well. Getting that Rammus 2 to stabilize your front line. There's not a lot of great Meeple frontliners. Poppy 2 is great, Meepsy 2 is great, but really Rammus 2 is the linchpin of that comp. So getting that extra Meeple spot was really important for them.
X playing this AP flex board. I believe he probably wanted to land more in the Shepherd line, it looks like, with that Rage Blade, or possibly even angle towards level 9. But I'm curious to see if they can hang on. We see him on the other side versus Conda here, who did take a Ornn Augment, Ornn Artifact here on stage 4. We do have it on a Fiora with that psionic item as well, so really hoping Conda can turn it around after taking a loss last round. Will be a good fight win here. We will be healing every round. That Fiora does win while on the board, and so Conda having solid uncontested direction, just now hoping that we can hit the rest of our board.
Yeah, at least all cost. Tex also has a birthday reunion, so definitely looking to go level 9, probably with the Rage Blade Vex. Conda pretty close to being strong. He has the Kindred pair and the Mastery pair, and was able to win that fight even with his entire board 1-starred.
This duplicator from Varus is absolutely huge for Setsuko. Not only does he get really fast Vagar 3 here, they're also going to be able to 3-star possibly Lissandra or Poppy, whichever one he's closer to. That's going to be a huge for Setsuko's cap. I feel like Setsuko's spot, in a game full of low rollers, being the high roller is really what you want to do. And he's going to be able to cap out his board, I think, by being able to go to 9. So whereas Conda, you see here, they're desperately re-rolling for any upgrade that they can get, especially the Yi and the Kindred here. If they can stabilize, but for how long? They only have 21 HP in comparison.
He's so desperate for gold, didn't even make the Urgot 2.
Yeah, I mean, huge for Chunnington as well, who is playing around those Primordians. Able to get those upgraded means you can get more of that damage on the board and also get to that Jinx as fast as possible. Another composition that does well when a low cap lobby where these players can't get to that level 9 as easily. We see all of those golden units now on board for Chunnington. This is looking very, very good for whoever went with a reroll this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like what we talked about in the pre-show with Wigwug, saying a lot of players are choosing their lines based on the gods now. So they see that Varus does give you this out where, especially for Setsuko, who's carrying the 1 cost, I mean, getting all of these duplicators is actually such a huge spike for him. So maybe a factor when he decided to play around this line. See the birthday reunion cash out here.
Now level 9
before picking up the orb.
Very interesting. Getting that Shen too will be great to anchor our front line, as well as provide a team-wide buff there with his sword. but we need to be able to get our items onto our priority units, get our solid upgrades. We do have a good frontliner now. Just missing one unit on the board. Missing Aatrox. I believe we're in Aatrox jail here.
He has an Aatrox.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good.
The unit that would normally be on this board, he has the Alawi and the Mordekaiser. This would normally be Nunu and Blitzcrank. But yeah, not finding any of those. Has the Vex paired and the Graves paired, so pretty close to be able to spike. If he's able to win this fight and then hit those soon, I think he'll be in a very good spot. But doesn't look like he's winning this. It's going to be down to 1 life, maybe 2. Stage 5 base damage, of course, is 10, so he could take a decent loss.
I think GG9 is really looking for money here. They really need to upgrade the rest of their board. I'm not sure if they can take Odd Component here.
Wow.
But it looks like they might have to take Odd Components. That ends up being about net neutral, having to roll that many times. But they still do need to use this money, whatever they have left, to try to upgrade their board. Their board is close. I feel like their board is really, really close, but just a little far away, just a little bit further away than they would like.
And the rest of our lobby has stabilized in their rerolls too, so it's easy to punish this board that doesn't quite have the strength, doesn't quite have the front line, especially when you're facing all the 3 stars that we've seen in this lobby. It's really hard to be able to punch through those, especially if we don't have an incredible single target damage to ramp up throughout the fight, like a Graves 2 or a Vex 2.
Yeah, GG9 was kind of forced to go level 9 a little bit earlier than he wanted to in order to kind of stabilize with the roll down in the birthday reunion. But because of that, just didn't have enough gold to hit his board. You can see with like the Graves 1 and the Vex 1. Again, if he can hit these units, he'll be strong, but I don't know if he's going to make it there.
It's the battle between the 2 lowest HP players in our lobby, Conda and GG9 fighting off here, but it does look like Conda did hit his Master Yi 2, which is now his main carry, but a big important win if we can get it for GG9 and knock Conda out, securing ourselves 1 more placement and another round, another shop, and it will be perfect lethal.
Huge win for GG9. They need to win as many rounds as possible. They didn't have Fiora win, so they don't gain extra HP here, but I think it would be really, really good if they were able to get 1 more life. I feel like they're close to getting to that quote-unquote win-out spot. I like the Alawi 2 hold here, too, instead of Blitzcrank. You just need frontline for your Vex and your Graves. I really like that. And, wow, me first or 8th. I didn't think their initial roll down looked good, but they had a steady stage 4 as they got a 6 win. And that's how they recuperated their gold. And now they have Urgot 3 and MF 3 now as well, which is huge for their board.
Yeah, Upset Max having this Mirror 3, but only the Ornn 2. No gold, so also not any chance to improve their board too much, but hopefully the Samira can carry them at least for a few more placements. On last life, it's not looking that good though.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank 2 on the other side just was way too strong to deal with at this point in the game. Does look like possibly GG9 took a loss as well as Shaco, and so both of them now in danger of falling out if we can't figure it out right now.
Yeah, I wonder almost if they were supposed to level on that 4 on stage 4 instead of that stage 5. They have to sell Graves pair, so their future is looking bleak, but I don't think the future matters too much when you're 1 life. You kind of just need to play your strongest possible board now.
Yeah, I would like to sell the Vanguards off this board personally. Vanguard does not give any team-wide buffs, and you're already itemizing the Morgana 2 as your main carry, so I think like fitting in like a Maokai and a Ross, even 1 star, and be able to keep that Graves pair. But this is what GG9 goes with, and we'll see if the Vex 2 is enough to stabilize them.
Jinx on the other side is quite strong. Our items are a little bit unique, but they do work. Full crit will be doing lots and lots of damage, especially if you can be able to get to this front line and get onto the main damage dealers for GG9. The Graves now went onto the Jinx because of the Edge of Night proc, which will end up losing him that fight. Shaco does fall out there in 6th place. GG9 gaining another placement, hoping that he can push himself into the top 4.
believe Tex's birthday reunion was Blitzcrank, which fits his board absolutely perfectly here. So I think you could not be asking for anything more if you're Tex. You have a fully upgraded board, front line, back line. All your units are well itemized here. I really like their spot. It looks like it has really strong potential here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Tex and Setsuko and Me First or Eighth look like the players who can compete. Me First or Eighth on the 8-win streak with all the 3 stars, 3 costs, and then Setsuko with the 3-star 1 cost.
I think really importantly at this stage of the tournament, you look at this top 5 and you see a single-digit amount of points for all of these players except for Tex that really need a good placement in this game 3 to start to move themselves back up the leaderboard and put them in contention to make it to that final lobby that will determine tomorrow. GG9 does fall down there to this Misfortune reroll board, but still a solid placement where somebody like Chunnington and Setsuko really needed this kind of game to turn their tournament around.
Yeah, Setsuko did end up making that Lysandra 3, and they're slowly going to 9. They have no urgency right now. They're 46 HP. They're relaxed. They're just going to try to cap out their board with as much gold as possible because they know they're going to be winning fights in this stage. I think they recently it looks like they just sent it there. And Setsuko did hit a Sona 2 out of that as well. So that's very, very strong from them. Chunnington, this is probably his time to start falling off gracefully here. They won the rounds they were supposed to in stage 3 and stage 4 from re-rolling very aggressively, but now their levels and all that stuff don't mean that much. They've already put all their gold in, whereas these other players are scaling to 9. So I think this is the natural time for Chunnington to fall off a bit.
Yeah, Chunnington's spot was looking pretty bad, having to roll and only making 10 on 3-2, but because of that, was able to save a ton of HP and secure his spot in the top 4 pretty comfortably, actually. So Chunnington, I think's got to be pretty happy with this result.
I'm going to decide how to cap out our board here a little bit more. Double QSS on this Belveth is Deep Abyss almost, just in a different way. Just having all of the different ways to avoid crowd control. But the solid top 4 here for many of our reroll players, we saw that being the choice, and we talked about this throughout the show of the gods being really informative on which lines, and we said, hey, Varus, that enables some reroll. 3 out of our top 4 able to go that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Tex being the only one who did not reroll with the birthday reunion, going for that fast 9, getting that Blitzcrank 2, and still has a lot of potential to improve his board, just getting the bar 2 just now in order to replace the Aurelian Soul 2 that we saw carrying last fight, and also has a Vex pair, could potentially be a good user of this Rageblade that's currently on the Karma.
Me First or Eighth, their back line is super strong, but their front line, it's just 3-star, three cost tanks at 2-star. So they might be falling off in that department. If they can bolster their front line somehow, I think they have a really, really strong back line between Urgot 3 and most importantly, this MF with Dawn Core going infinite here. So
yeah,
it looks like it's definitely good enough to beat Texas board right there for sure.
And Setsuko taking a win over Chunnington, so it's going to be a bit of a battle to see who can get for that top 3 spot specifically between Chunnington and Tex, see if either of them can turn it around. I do think the most interesting thing is about the itemization for Me First or Eighth. Having those D-claws in this lobby where you're facing Tex and facing Setsuko's board is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, we see Chunnington is going to go up against Me First or Eighth. I have a feeling Chunnington is not going to survive this one, but Tex is also going up against Setsuko, so we'll have to see what happens there. The Sunfire being on the wrong side here maybe will make a difference, but there's only this Rek'Sai, so a lot of single target damage from Me First or Eighth. Might be able to kill it even without the anti-heal on this side.
Big second win, but yeah, I think this board might be a little strong, but the second win did come up big. The Sunfire would have been great to have on that Rek'Sai. But it looks like Me First or Eighth with the Dawn Core just absolutely scales to infinity there at the end.
see Setsuko also taking the loss and falling down. So could be a situation where they kind of beat each other, as Tex is now getting even stronger with the 2-star Sona, as Setsuko also has one of those for himself. Very interesting board here, now pivoting off 7 meeple that we've now printed all the units that we need, and now getting a bunch of these more high quality units online. What can Setsuko do at level 9 to start to outcap this reroll board and this other fast 9 board?
So Setsuko's still holding a lot of goals, so if he can make it to stage 7, he will be able to go to level 10. Other than that, I'm not too sure what he can do to improve his current board. But maybe he can also just hope that Me First Wraith will kill Tex off as well.
I think the biggest thing for Setsuko's board is that maybe the adaptive on his Vhagar needs to be moved on more towards frontline, and trying to get a real like BIS item onto Vhagar later on is going to be a bit better. But Texan and Me First Wraith might not allow that to happen, letting Setsuko scale. They're both really, really strong. So we'll definitely have to see how this 3-way matchup ends up working out.
Oh, I guess the blue buff could be.
Yeah, I think blue buff would be a lot
adaptive.
And move adaptive to that Mighty Mech 2 in the front line sounds really good to me, at least.
Love how flexible these items are in the current iteration of TFT. I wonder what our choice is. Yeah, we're still going with the blue buff. We're going to put on Sona, it looks like, instead, and put Meeple in the front line. And so possibly going for more damage that way.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I think the Meeple spat is not really that much of an offensive item here. So our Sona was also lacking a real third item, quote unquote, right? And so he only has 1 removers. I think if he had golden remover, we'd be swapping more things around. But getting his Sona to get 3 real items makes a lot of sense here. And Meeple bonus from the Meeple emblem is really good on tanks in comparison to backline. So I think that's a really smart decision from Setsuko.
Yeah, prioritizing the 3 offensive items on the Sona. We'll see if it's enough. So Tex actually goes down to Me First or 8th, Urgot, and Misfortune 3. And we see both of these players.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, gain a whole bunch of goals. So both of them will be able to level up and cap out their boards a little bit more.
Silver scrapes coming through, so much gold to roll, already going to level 10 for both of our players. Maybe getting some important, maybe possibly a 3-star 5 cost watch if we're able to hit a bunch of copies.
Yes, Setsuko will be able to play the Bard and also replace the Poppy, losing 1 meeple for 1 better meeple, and then keeping Bastion by getting Shannon with that extra level. So pretty big upgrade for Setsuko, whereas Me Forcer 8th, not able to add anything that much valuable, has a Morgana 1 with a Warmogs.
He actually leveled to Mecha transform his Urgot was kind of the big thing for their level. I feel like Setsuko was able to use the gold a lot better. I would really like to see this Sona open sold and just go right into Bard. I think Bard is a lot better than Sona in this setup, but I understand the fear of missing the Sona 2 again. But wow, Setsuko can really use all this gold. We all forgot about Silver Scrapes, it appears. It's not just myself.
I mean, does anyone ever really remember this song?
No one seems to remember it, though. Very impactful in this game. I think Setsuko really used that extra gold quite well. They're able to make a Shen 2, a Bard 2, a Karma 2, and really improve their board, whereas Me First or 8th could just transform his Urgot into a Mecha Urgot, which doesn't do that much, to be totally honest, especially in these late game fights where the fights are really, really fast with multiple carries.
Good news is they've had this neutral round to now think about it, figure it out, and decide which units they want to put on their board and upgrade. So for Setsuko, man, we're hitting a bunch more of these upgrades. Sona 6, we got 6 of them. We are on Sona 3 and Bard 3 watch. Looks like we now will sell the Sonas and go for the Bard instead. Not quite getting close enough to cause us to sell our board, but you know, something to keep our eye on as Me First Wraith trying to figure out his board.
Me First Wraith does hit the Morgana too, but overall, yeah, I mean, the Silver Scrapes definitely benefit Setsuko more, who was losing pretty handily to Me First Wraith before it, but the Silver Scrapes might just turn it around, getting the Bard 2, the Shen 2, and just the unit slots that Setsuko has used to get in really, really good team-wide buff trades efficiently.
Yeah, we did say Me First Wraith's biggest weak point was their front line being 2-star 3-cost tanks. They did at least upgrade to Morgana, like you said, but I'm not sure if it's enough compared to Setsuko, who added a bunch of 2-star 5 costs onto their board in comparison with Sona, Shen, and Bard.
From 3 points in just the first 2 games to now adding 8 to that total, going to 11 for Setsuko means that he has a much better chance of moving his way through this regional finals and really just showing his prowess as this guy who can get to level 9 and just really knows how to cap out these boards.
Yeah, he definitely needed that one. With the 7th and 8th in games 1 and 2 is looking pretty bleak, but first place, hey, I mean, that's all you need to bounce back. Average placement at this point would be about 13.5 points, so not too far behind for Setsuko here.
Yeah, they definitely played their best line. They took an augment Crimea River, which I don't think people would consider like a great augment, but they played it from tempo. They played their game very iteratively and high rolled later with the Earth's Gambit, and then were able to go 7 meeple, print, and really cap out their board with that extra emblem, which I think was huge for Setsuko. And just perfect play from him in such a dire situation, going from 7th and 8th to needing that first really badly. Definitely did well under pressure there.
Break down the rest of our game 3 will be our analyst desk and prepare us for the next one to go. So analyst desk, take it away.
Thank you so much. I don't know about you two, but I was personally rooting for Setsuko to end up getting like Bard 3 or something, or Sona 3 after we got that giant gold injection from our portal. Just didn't end up being, but still a fantastic first place as our casters were seeing for Setsuko. But there were a lot of other interesting takeaways from this game. In particular, I think I was looking at the Misfortune reroll from me for Sir 8th and seeing that Urgot tank mode.
Yeah, I mean, having the Super Ergo 3-star, making so much damage in the down core, making full caster there on the Misfortune. And interesting that in the top, Setsuko was just waiting for Tech to be eliminated, and then he rolled down for the Legendary. So very beautiful to see Setsuko waiting for the pop-off and then ramping up in the game, depending on what it was given to him.
Yeah, and Setsuko, like our caster talked about, really needed that placement. This game was very much an equalizer in terms of placement. Setsuko only 3 points going into this game. Getting a first is absolutely huge. And then kind of on the opposite side of this lobby, Kondo was 12 points going into this game, taking an 8th here. So a lot of equalization happening in this lobby, which really good for those people at the bottom. Not so good for people at the top, but still, you know, it's anybody's tournament at this point. Only after 3 games, still a lot more TFT to be played.
But an interesting dichotomy to the game that we just watched, because, you know, Sub-Zero, we were talking about this backstage, where you had a lot of players that were taking augments that they wanted to try to go to level 9, but they didn't have the other conditions available to actually get there.
Yeah, last lobby was like so many people were angling for 9. Just every single person taking like a fast 9 augment because of the Ari and the ASOL portal. This lobby, no econ from the portal, so you had a lot of people who were, you know, taking econ augments but not actually able to make it to fast 9. And we saw a lot of the econ augments bot 4ing an 8th for Money Hungry, a 7th for Savings Account. Even the Birthday Reunion players, GG9 went 5th on it, and Text, the only person managed to top 4 with like an econ augment and went top 3 that game.
Within standings now, we saw some players there in the bottom 8 that, remember, after 6 games, only 8 will be eliminated to 8. We saw Cottontail, we saw Robinson, and now players that are in difficulty spot here, Nekra, but popping off once again. For example, Darthoops and Setsuko getting out of that dire zone and trying to pop off for the next few games.
Yeah, those first places crucial to see if they can avoid that elimination at the end of the day. But as we start to work up towards the top of our standings, you can also start to see where the shape of, you know, our players are kind of going. A lot of congestion here at 16 points. Soju at that cutoff. But as you take a look at the big winners here on this first page, Kaiwing able to manage that first place to be able to, you know, kind of top off 2 second places back to back, leading 22 points.
Yes, Citadel on top here. Citadel, Kaiwang in first, Dank Memes in third. Really good scoreline from both of those. Dank Memes, somebody who we talked about a lot in play-ins, had to battle it in through play-ins, and really was hoping to get a really good regional performance, has had these in the past, but the last couple of sets had some really rough performances. And this, I don't want to jinx him, but this is looking like a fantastic regionals for him so far. And if he can keep doing well here, he'll have the potential to book a spot to the World Championship.
Well, CLE is going to be happy about the Citadel dominance, but also the fact that we've got 2 Citadel players in this lobby. So we're going to throw it back over to our casters, CLE, Deepay, and Asa, to bring us through this 4th game.
Thank you, Desk. I try not to show my bias, but the logo is proud on my shirt today. So, good work from all my CTG friends. Excited to see this last lobby joined by Asa and Deepay. This is one full of stars here in the Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Dank Memes, the best player who's never played the TPC, just soap with 2 Tacticians crowns. Robinson, considered one of the most consistent players since before TFT was even invented. This guy was playing TFT. So yeah, it's a really exciting game here with a Sona encounter.
I think the Sona encounter, we were talking about the conditions for Fast 9. I think the encounters also can shape the game quite a bit. This technically gives a lot of gold to a lot of players. Fast 8 players benefit just as much as Fast 9 players, but I think people are a bit more encouraged, especially since Fast 9 is so thresholdy. We saw that even in our last game, GG9 was a couple gold off from hitting Vex 2 and Graves. Maybe this can push that strategy and that composition over the edge here in the Sona encounter specifically.
Looking at our points on the right side, we do see a tale of 2 stories, really. We're seeing Camberley, Dank Memes, Dish Soap towards the top of the tables, where Robin Songs and Cottontail specifically have a lot of work to do to get themselves back in the competition, needing to probably start playing for those top 2s already here in our game 4 of the day to avoid that bottom 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially for Cottontail, I think you're really going to see some more of those riskier lines that can win out, as opposed to something like a Jinx reroll where you're pretty stable, but you tend to get a lot of 3rd or 4th places. So definitely expecting something a little bit more first rate from Cottontail, needing to get a lot of points. But absolutely still can make it, although only 5 points right now. With a good performance in the last 3 games, can definitely still make the Tactician's crown.
Holding a bunch of important units here.
Yeah, Dish Soap opts for the Timebreaker opener and just instantly clicks Birthday Reunion. Didn't even see the other options and has 2 econ engines here between Timebreaker and Primordian. I think this is really interesting because you get to choose which one. Very rarely do you get both options, but here Dish Soap actually gets both options and chooses for Primordian here instead, it seems like.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because with the Birthday Reunion, especially in the Sona encounter, it is actually a little bit cheaper. He's going to go level 5 on 2/2, I'd imagine. So it's able to save some gold there. And Primordian, printing the copies of the units, which are more likely to be Primordian units, will give you those upgrades to go along with your 2-star 2 cost to make a strong board. Whereas Timebreaker is more, you're going to be playing a weak board. These units don't really synergize or upgrade themselves. So I think Dish Soap is going to lean towards the option that gives him a strong board in the mid game and save HP to get to that level 9 with the Birthday Reunion we've seen so many times today already.
The flex that is snap picking your own augment, it's just a lot of aura here in this lobby for Dish Soap, and having a great start to do so. But the right side of our lobby will tell the picture of the rest of the augments. Camberley is one that I'm very interested to see because they have no scout, no pivot. Whatever they're playing, that's what they're playing. No one else should be contesting them because they cannot change their mind from this point going forward.
Wow, Velvet too. All right.
That is a perfect Birthday Reunion. Belbeth is also a great carrier of Vex items, Graves items, and just really good for board strength, like you said, on Primordian. Once you get those 2-star Primordians, you actually have a pretty good board, and you have econ, so you have the best of both worlds. Dish Soap might be having the best of all the worlds here with that Birthday Reunion on level 5.
It also looks like Dish Soap was holding the Timebreaker, so on level 6 could potentially play both of them, 3 of each for double econ.
I mean, that is just an incredible engine to help you get to 9 as efficiently as possible, but also could just play around a streak instead, hoping to save as much HP while you get to level 9. Cottontail and Wigwag having a very similar early game, specifically taking that backline augment that gives you one of these emblems. Challenger for Cottontail means that we'll be going for some sort of this reroll. We have the Kraken Slayer already slammed, so we'll be pretty good for any of the challengers we go with. Jukyu also having a very similar line and getting Rogue.
Yep, backline blueprint pretty popular in this lobby. 3 players taking it. We got a Rogue Voyager and challenger, as we just saw. And Camberley, no scout, no pivot, Primordians. So Camberley probably going to commit to that Jinx reroll. Already has a Jinx on the bench. So it'll be really interesting to see if Cottontail with that challenger emblem, what they choose to do with it.
Yeah, no scout definitely does scale. I think when everyone is trying to go fast 9, being the reroller that we saw last game, it can be really, really powerful. So I kind of like Cambule's decision. When everyone zigs, you kind of want to zag here. So Cambule is going for that, and hopefully they'll be able to win early game boards, but also scale into the late game with the scaling that is no scout, no pivot in that combat.
Well, this bow will be a big help for him, but also in his position, I think it's an interesting conversation because he's currently second overall in points. And so playing for more of that top 4 style will be something that will benefit him as far as his consistency in the tournament go. We do only have 2 of our players going for that 4 cost. It would be David Ace, and I couldn't catch the second one. I believe it might be Robin Songs, but and Wigwag as well. So many of our players are already electing to go for Kale and get a lot more of those extra items online, but still some of our players willing to take the risks.
Yeah, here we have Camberley getting the bow. Really, really, really good item for this comp. Last Whisper, Kraken Slayer, Red Buff, Giant Slayer, all super premium items. So he's gotta be pretty happy to see a bow here. Robin Song is also with 3 bows, playing Arbiter right now with a savings account.
Zoe is a great applier of red buff, and if they do want to head down into AP flex, bows can't be that bad with LeBlanc. So definitely an awkward spot given that they don't have Leona print. I think they do want to make a Zoe too if possible and hold on to this Mordekaiser so that they can shore up their mid game, but I think there's an argument to wanting to just full loss. We saw last lobby that people were full opening on each other to really guarantee that loss, so I think that might be in Robin Songs' head right now as well.
Here's if we're going to lock the shop, right? You lock the shop and then you buy it after the next round to stabilize your board for neutrals and going into stage 3. It does look like it will be locked in the bottom right-hand corner. So Unk is looking like he's got some good direction as well as a lot of gold from this loss streak combined with savings account.
Yeah, Robin Song's the only player on 4 loss, looking to 5 loss into neutrals. The 5 loss gives you 2 extra gold, and then you get the gold again on neutrals, so it's 4 total. So pretty important to get that 5 loss into neutrals on the top side. It doesn't look like anyone is full win streaking. Oh, Wigwag is actually 4 win, although he has 96 HP because of that Evelyn boon that did a bit of damage to him, but gave him a Morgana. Wigwag, only player who could potentially 5 win into neutrals. Let's see if they can hold it. And yeah, going up against Robin, that'll be a pretty happy day for both of them, able to maintain their streaks.
I really like that Wigwag is positioning their Aurora in the middle. She's based off her spell, she really wants to hit centralized units, and her spell is more AoE. So sometimes if you have a unit on the edge, the Aurora AoE damage is a bit wasted. So I really like Wigwag's off the moon positioning here and clumping their tanks more towards the center here. I also think with Evelyn's boon, it's really, really good for AP comp. So you can hit a lot of 4 costs that match your AP comp. So I think it makes a lot of sense from Wigwag's spot. Maybe the item isn't super important here. The item is always good, or rather the component from Kale is always good. But I think the 4 costs can be really, really powerful on their board, given that they can play around Karma, Aesol, Morgana, Nunu, LeBlanc. They can play around a lot of different 4 costs that really revolve around the AP line that they've dug themselves into.
On board now with Dish Soap, who we did see put together a 4 streak after leveling up and getting that 2-star Belvath. Kind of what we had predicted to happen, but is pretty scary for the rest of the lobby, knowing that he has all of these extra resources from Primordian. Doesn't quite have oh, there's the Ezreal. It showed back up, so now we can put that on the board and get that online, but instead we're going to try to continue our streak primarily and go for Challenger online. This lobby is shaping up to be one that is a bit higher cap than our previous one, with more players having lots more gold. But I do think this 3-2 augment will really kind of show us the huge trajectory if we're going to be going for the highest cap, or we're going to be a little bit more humble this game.
Yeah, a lot of TFT is definitely kind of on a nice edge where a little bit of gold here or there can make the big difference. So like Robin Song's getting that 5 loss, whereas last time both players broke their streak with a tie. That was such a big difference maker. So I agree, the players' spots look a lot better in this lobby. So want to see how that shapes out. Potentially with stronger, potentially players will need to make stronger boards if they want to compete for those like first or second placements.
Ooh, and Wigwag will beat Dissop here, so taking down Dissop's streak and keeping his own. He went down to 30 gold for this, so that investment will pay off for Dissop. Not playing too much, but it looks like it will be the high caps this game. Prismatics here on 3-2.
Yeah, Jukyu immediately taking the trait tree. I like that. You know you want this augment. It gives you a couple reforgers and some time to think about your augments. With the rogue emblem already from the backline, it looked like they were thinking about Space Groove. But now with 3 more augments, 3 more emblems, I mean, Darkstar looks pretty good. Like, Karma matches with the Voyager, and then Rogue matches with the Kaisa, but they don't have any of the units, so really curious to see what Jukyu decides to do here.
Yeah, Jukyu had another reforger, so Trait Tree gives you 1 reforger here, but they also had another one, so you know what they say, you can't miss every time, right? We'll see how aggressive they are with the reforgers, and like you said, are they gunning for the Space Groove? It looks like they are.
Whoa. Okay, we did reforge 3 of them, and we got another rogue emblem, and then some other ones that we're not going to be too keen to use, so I imagine we'll use another reforger on those and hope for the best. Looking across our lobby, though, we're going to see a lot of people picking up item augments. This makes a lot of sense because we are in the Kale encounter, which if you do take the Kale blessing at the end of the game, you get rewarded for having more items uniquely on your board. David Ace now having so much AP on that Vigar, where Cottontail and Dissop specifically are taking more of that front line with those Giants belts.
Yeah, Jukyu choosing to keep the Shepherd and just reforges the other one against Bastion, which is great for the Space Group line because you're going to play an Ornn no matter what. So just getting a free Bastion emblem for a team-wide buff is quite nice.
Yeah, I'm surprised they did not want to reforge the Shepherd emblem with that. Shepherd, Rogue is kind of emblems that, you know, Rogue already complements itself in a way, but I would think that you would want to take another chance at the lottery there to possibly get a Space Group spat, which would just increase your AVP on this game by a ton. And yeah, just a crazy amount here. So really surprised by that, but maybe they were really happy with the Shepherd emblem and can find a way to have a solid placement regardless here.
No, I completely agree. I mean, Teemo is a Shepherd in a Space Groove, but normally you don't play another Shepherd in this line, so I'm really curious to see what they choose to fit in with that emblem. They clearly have an idea of what they want to do.
Robin Song's continuing on his loss streak, a player that needs to have a great placement in this lobby, and it might be risking it all for a good placement. BF sword on the left with Kale and a lot more gold on the right, but you can't buy units. So anyone who's not planning on doing anything else for upgrading your board on stage 3, right is a great choice, but it is a little bit awkward because your shop is turned off.
Yeah, I think this really helps Dish Soap. Dish Soap ended up taking a item augment in Belt Overflow, which I actually think is great for Fast 9. You do need items. If you buy all these units and then they don't have items, they're not nearly as good. And he does need frontline, and his board is really good right now. I like that they can get golds in another way from the gods, and that'll help supplement their way to 9 with Birthday Reunion. But they also are running Prim and Timebreaker as well.
Well, we're on board with the only player in our lobby that's able to buy units for the remainder of the stage. So definitely the most will be happening on Robin Song's board, who has a great setup for possibly going to LeBlanc. We have great items for that, but also maybe some Fast 9, possibly playing Vex. And so it will be interesting to see, because at this HP, going to level 9 would be really, really risky. So playing around LeBlanc might be the move we're kind of forced into.
Shepherds is really, really great with Hold the Line. I think it's a comp that really enables it, mostly because Bia and Buy-In provides another frontliner so that you can get more of that AP from Hold the Line. So Robin, I don't think their spot is great just because their HP is so low, but at least they're going to a line that can cap out a bit higher. I think they probably will have to roll on 8 at this rate. I know they have savings accounts, but 2-star LeBlanc, 2-starring their whole board costs a lot of money here. Maybe they can roll a bit on 8 and then go to 9, but I think they eventually will want to 2-star their front line and back line before doing anything too crazy and level to 9.
Yeah, with this amount of HP, you're definitely not going to make it to 9. He wants to make it a 9 eventually, as do all players who roll on 8, but definitely will need to stabilize his board. Likely taking a loss on this round, sitting with 70 gold in the bank. Pretty unlikely to beat anyone he goes against. So likely will be starting the game with about 2 lives. So it's very, very, very important to stabilize your board as soon as possible and not lose another round.
Well, we will be rich. I imagine we're cashing out saving account here soon as well.
We'll be rich and we'll be streaking into neutral, so that's good, but we're going to be poor in HP. So they're really going to have to be strong for the rest of the game. They can only lose 2 more lives here, so they have to be really strong. And Dish Soap was the tail of the other city, of the more winning player, the more win streak player, rather. And they're level 750 with 2 econ in and with birthday reunion. So we might see them clash off later into the game because Robin really needs to win every single fight that they can from this spot on. They have to be the strongest in the lobby, and at the worst case, second strongest in the lobby, or else their game is going to be over very, very fast.
Absolutely. Just so if we see 9 out of 10 of the first few rounds with Primordian in at the start, and also has the option to play Timebreaker, so we'll be getting double econ from his Prates, which will go really well with his first augmented birthday reunion. Give me a 2-star 5 cost on level 9. Robin cashing savings account. Let's see if Old Man's has the APM to hit his entire board on 4-1. Really hard turn, especially with this AP flex line where you're considering so many potential carries. It looks like he's even thinking about the Corki option. Or maybe he's just holding to thin the 4 cost out of the pool, which I don't recommend doing, but we've been seeing a decent amount of players do it today.
We hit a lot of our units, but not all of them here on our 4-1 roll down. The good news is many of our other players have not rolled yet. David Ace did, in fact, try to roll down for 7 Meeple. I'm not quite sure if they do have it online. Looks like they have that Bard, so that is one of the big units to help enable that. But the front line for Robin is solid. I think that's probably the biggest thing here. We don't have the upgraded damage dealers yet, but as long as our front line stays alive, the DPS can continue.
Yeah, Robin was a little bit slow, has an extra Lysandra, 3 Darkstar, 4 Shepherd. We'll love to see that being a different unit, but was not punished for it. Still spiked hard enough in order to win this 4-1 round. A really hard turn, so even making, I would say like one somewhat minor mistake is still able to get away with it.
David Ace struck the champion, meaning we can upgrade.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Looking for that Vagar on level 8 odds is very, very small, 15%. But if you hit it, it accelerates your board quite a bit. I'm afraid their board still isn't that strong. I think they need a 2-star Aramis, but this allows them to now print Poppy instead. I think that's the big benefit of Forge a Friend and Construct a Companion is we can still be on 7 Meeple, or we can drop down now and we can print our value here. But instead they're looking to drop down and just be as strong as possible now, which is very, very interesting.
I think as you mentioned, David Ace's spot doesn't look amazing, so instead of waiting 3 rounds of playing a weaker board to print the Poppy 3, just choose to play the strongest board now, try to save HP as much as possible, and hoping to get whatever placements he can get here.
Looks like Dank Memes and Robin Songs are contesting each other, kind of on this LeBlanc line, trying to do that, but Dank Memes deciding to stay around, construct the champion with the Nazis 3 in our front line. A very, very close fight here. The Sona versus the Bard. The Bard will win. You see Dank Memes knowing that that loss is going to be rough for him, especially because he's speedy double kill, which as soon as 2 players will, do die in this game, he gets a bunch of gold back. But Robin Songs has hit some of his upgrades. This board is looking much, much better. 21 HP, boxing lessons, and hold the line. We've got some good synergy going on.
That line is being held in the front. As you can see, all the front row spots are being taken. So LeBlanc and Bard are buffed up completely. LeBlanc will be going as infinite as possible in this situation. And we got a solid frontline. Boxing Lessons has really, really strong synergy with this hold the line augment as well, obviously. And good synergy with Vanguard, the trait as well too. So Robin is going towards that win out mode, I guess. We'll see how much it's going to be for the win out overall as we go through the game, but it's looking very, very strong in this stage 4.
Yeah, Robin's able to make it to the level 9 board that he wants. Just having this double combat augment, one of them being his prismatic, is going to be a huge difference here.
Yuki on the other side has built a very interesting board, AP Flex, and having a bunch of those emblems to go with it. Our choices will be either Rod or a 1-star 5 cost. We'll be able to get some of those through the God Pengu as well to upgrade our board. For Robin, this does mean he can get Blitzcrank pair if he does so choose.
Yeah, I did want to call out Juki did use a Shepherd emblem, of course playing that Teemo with a Space Groove, but actually chose to play a LeBlanc and hit the LeBlanc 2-star, which is actually pretty brutal for some of our other players, like Dank means looking for LeBlanc 2. Wigwig also with a LeBlanc on board. We saw Robin already had the LeBlanc 2, so this is already like Whoa. 8 LeBlancs or so out of the pool.
This is a cook.
Yeah, that LeBlanc can be a Sona later, but LeBlanc 2 is no joke, and she does have the Rogue emblem itself. Wow, Dish Soap's turn. Very interesting. I assume the present was the Blitzcrank and we'll be moving over to TG. Maybe not this turn, maybe not fast enough, or doesn't mind losing this round. But they do swap on the Kindred too, which I think is really interesting as a replacement, as a temporary unit holder for Vex, I think. They might have to stay on the Kindred for a while, because Kindred 2 is going to be a lot better than Vex 1 for a bit, but we're going to see how they transition their board slowly over to the actual level 9 board.
Yeah, we saw a lot of players do this in week 2 that we did not see at all in week 1. People kind of holding Kindred as a backup too if you don't have Vex. And I like this a lot. It just gives you some strength if you do miss that Vex, which of course happens quite often.
And I think it's a little bit awkward because of the amount of AD items we do have as well. We're going to need to find this Graves, this Shen, this Fiora to really ramp out our board. But keeping that Belveth and that Kindred online, it's really flexible, right? Being able to have Marauder and Challenger on the board alongside those great units that we want upgraded. It looks fantastic on the board now. The Trait Lab looks solid. We're able to get that Rost in to help capitalize on that on top of it. And Robin Songs on the other side is looking to put up a good fight. And we can really see how powerful this board is.
Yeah, I think this is pretty good matchmaking for Robin. I would imagine is able to take this, and Robin going with that 10 loss streak into spiking off 4-1. Is it going to be enough against Dish Soap's Fast 9? It's actually looking very close. And yeah, Robin was able to take that 10 loss and then go into a 5 win. So good, great stage for Robin.
Robin on the right side, we just saw he hit Blitzcrank 2 as well during this round. And so Dish Soap going with a ton of gold to try and upgrade our board. We'll find a Vex here to possibly switch our items to if we can get that upgrade. We now have a pair of them. We have Graves too as well. So Dish Soap is on his way to getting significantly stronger. We need to get these different upgrades. We will drop out of the Kindred right now. The big news in this lobby though is this LeBlanc contest is kind of leaving some of our players out on an island. Dank Memes and Jukyu are both now nearly in danger of falling out if they take a bad loss.
Yeah, Jukyu does have a fully upgraded board. I'm just not sure if all the emblems are really good enough to maximize here. They do have 4 emblems. That is their 2 augments, their first 2 augments, but I'm not sure if this board is stable enough, especially when we saw some of these other boards like Robin with a more conventional board, but also with great combat augments. I'm not sure if these traits being enabled are necessarily good enough from Jukyu's side. Their board does look strong, but I just don't know if it's strong enough.
Yeah, GQ is able to kind of efficiently use their emblem in the sense that they're using all of them, but I kind of agree that the emblems are not that high value. Rogue emblem does give you a little bit of value, but it's not that much. I believe the emblem itself gives you 20 crit, and then it gives you 25 AP on top of that. So the emblems are actually quite a bit weaker than just having a real item. Of course, you will get that Extra effect that saves Jukyu in this fight. But overall, these emblems are actually, quite a bit weaker than real items on his main, really all his carries.
One interesting thing in this.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, one of the more interesting things is Evelyn Boone being so prevalent in this lobby, meaning that players will lose HP quickly. We saw Dank Memes take a loss there, and he did lose 1 more HP because of that.
That's a really good point. When the HPs are really tight, that 1 HP could be a big difference. I think Dank Memes is bored. I mean, they went to Forge a Friend to build some more frontline, which makes sense with Baron's Lair. It sounds like a really good augment, but the problem is they're just hard stuck. LeBlanc won this game. Not even LeBlanc pair with Robin taking out 3 of them and then Jukyu taking out the other 3. I don't think Dank Memes really expected Jukyu to curve into him like that with the Shepherd's Spat and taking out the LeBlanc, but it looks like they're holding hands 7 and 8 anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. Good try by Jukyu using these emblems, but in the end the board was just not strong enough. David Ace also looking at potential death, and like we said, hey, choosing not to print the Poppy 3, making the board a little lower cap, but was able to win some fights in stage 4 that we saw by playing the 5 meeple instead of the 7 meeple, which gives a stronger board, and that's gotten him at least 2 placements here.
Yeah, and they do level for Alawi, which just is Shepherd, so I'm not sure if his board wasn't that strong before. I don't think it's going to be that strong now either, especially going up against Dish Soap's fully upgraded level 9 board. Wow.
I think one of the only upgrades we're missing is a Fiora too, but that one is unitemized. So much damage coming through many of our units. We're getting Graves upgrades as well, taking down this front line quite easily. The Vigor trying to get some snipes onto the back line, but the Vex is completely untouched. As the Rammus falls down, so will the rest of David's board. Dissoap looking to make a statement here with his signature augment, hoping to go back to the top here.
Wigwag also taking a loss. We saw with the Voyager emblem. A lot of people kind of contesting this Vanguard Flex board, which, I mean, it's really hard. The tanks you really want are Nunu or Morgana, and there's just so many out of the pool, really hard to hit. Wigwag also with the itemized LeBlanc stuck on LeBlanc 1, with so many LeBlancs being taken out of the pool for so long. I mean, Jukyu and Dank Memes are dead now, but it might be too late. Wigwag still with 0 gold and not even LeBlanc paired for his 3-item carry.
And that's the advantage of Robin taking that savings account and rolling before everyone else, before the contest, hitting that Nunu 2, even the Alawi 2, Moore 2, Ross 2, but most importantly, getting those LeBlanc pairs. But Robin's board just looks like everyone's dad. They have Blitzcrank 2, LeBlanc 2, Nunu 2, whereas Wigwag, Jukyu, Dank Memes were all stuck on the 1-star version or just weaker alternatives at the end of the day.
I think an interesting thing to call out is the dichotomy of our God Boon choices this game also. Cottontail and Dishope both taking Evelyn, where Camberley and Robin going for the Kale instead. So we're seeing both of those comps on display. And for Camberley here, who has no scout, no pivot, has been scaling up all game, has all of his important 3-stars, he's looking to possibly make a run for this top 2.
Yeah, No Scout, No Pivot is one of the augments that can actually let this Jinx board win. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Robin Sol's on a 9 streak, and Dish Soap, of course, just hitting 2-star Vex, Graves, and Blitzcrank recently. But yeah, Kimberly with a strong setup, scaling into late game.
Yeah, I feel like these Jinx boards uncontested, if you play them really well, your lowest placement might be a 4th or 5th. But your upside maybe could be a bit higher, especially with No Scout, No Pivot. The upside could be a lot higher, but at least like, you know, a 3rd or 4th or something like that. Not a lot of huge range, but I really do think that when the lobby is all zigging towards AP Flex, you really want to zag towards AD, and the best AD line right now that's really consistent is Jinx. So I really like Cambuli's decision, especially in this what most people would consider as a fast 9 portal, with cutting corners being the encounter, or sorry, Sona reducing the levels by 2 XP. I really like his decision to kind of get out of that. And Contel, another successful reroller as well, getting 3rd. There's really nothing wrong with these 3rds. I know in Contel's spot he needs a bit more, but we got to at least just take our AVP wherever it is. Maybe you're not offered that 2-1 insane augment to go 9 like Dish Soap was, but you have to make do with what you have.
Yeah, I mean, Cottontail, I think's gotta be pretty happy with the state of this lobby. I mean, Robinson's Dish Soap spots are so insurmountable that I think just be able to make it here into a top 4. Oh, one-off Ornn is tragic.
Able to get another frontline item to stabilize us there, but we will be facing off against Dish Soap's Fast 9 boards. We can see on the right side of our screen, both of them on a streak here, entering into stage 6. The final showdowns are beginning. We'll see who can come out on top. Will it be some of the old guard, or will Cottontail be able to make a fight back?
That is a great TG from Fiora. I love that TG for you. GS and IE, it's going to be really... As if the deck wasn't stacked enough against Cottontail in this fight, the TGs also turned out to be a bit favorable.
Yeah, we can see Kimberly and Cottontail did a good job making it to the top 4, but their cap is just so much lower than Dish Soap and Robin. Dish Soap, of course, able to go Fast 9. Robin, who 10 lost into a really strong level 8 board with ridiculously good augments, and then, of course, able to go 9 later, hit that Blitzcrank 2, and also has abducted a dragon.
Yeah, now has a dragon online. So sick.
Yeah, this is also the Riot Games classic matchmaking. Both of these guys are streaking with an 11 streak and a 6 streak respectively. So Robin, we don't know if you were the second strongest in the lobby or first strongest in the lobby, but now we're gonna find out on 6-2.
I'm kind of surprised Robin's not playing his Blitzcrank in the front row for Hold the Line. He doesn't want to get targeted first, but since Blitzcrank is a fighter and not a tank, it wouldn't be targeted anyway. So I'm curious what Robin's reasoning is for that. I'm sure he has a good one.
I think you really want to give your Blitzcrank, who has 3 items, that, you know, I think it's going to be upwards of 50 plus AP. I think it's a pretty big thing for Hold the Line. So I think it's worth to not put it up there because he's one of your main carries. So you definitely, if anything, Karma should be up there, but you might end up full blocking in your Blitzcrank, which would not be good. So I think I like the decision making here, and they do have a Rost in the wing for that last Hold the Line unit as well.
No, that's true. I missed that. That would definitely be the best choice. Blitzcrank, of course, wanting AP as a damage unit, wanting AP items, as you can see on him.
Does move the roster in the front line and maybe moving the dragon back to get the Hold the Line value as well. Bunch of extra AD. We'll keep it in the second row instead. Robin Song's hoping to put a capitalization on top of this game. Really needed this first place, was at 8 points and might be able to double his points scored so far. But the Graves on the other side has now gotten a lot of upgrades. I believe got another final upgrade this previous round. Hoping to take down this front line as quickly as possible. But the Nunu is standing strong. The Blitzcrank has reset and is now walking into the back line as the LeBlanc continues to attack the rest of the board. Robin Songs taking our game here. He didn't even walk. He forgot.
he did a short walk.
So locked in. Yeah, sometimes you're so locked in you can't even walk. I like that from Robin. He's really locked into bouncing back there. And Dish Soap's got to be really happy. I think he's had 3/3 on the day and a second. That's great AVP. That's great point total for them. And they should be very happy with that result as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great scores for Robin and Dish Soap. And yeah.
Well, Deepe, thank you so much for joining us for a few games here on the broadcast. We're sorry that you got relegated to casting with us, but are excited to see you bounce back next set and are thankful for your knowledge and the way that you continue to contribute to the community. So thank you for all you do. Excited to see you back at this stage and excited for this break because on the other side of that, we'll reshuffle the lobbies and get ready for some more TFT action. So don't go anywhere.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind and it's fighting you on yourself. Storm is coming, wow, kid. What What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive?
Welcome back, everybody. It is the America's Regional Finals for Space Gods, and we are in week 2 of our competition. Hupesan, Sub-Zero Arc, and myself back to break down the action that we just saw and set us up for our final couple games of our day. And I think this is where, of course, things start to get very stressful. Because you have 2 games left, you want to avoid the bottom 8 for elimination, as you saw a lot of all-out play in this game, knowing that you got to lock in because it's now or never.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously you have to play what the game gives you. It was a Sona encounter, and we see 4 people here playing Fast 9 AP, 3 of them going bots 5. So that means Yukju, Wigwood going down, and only Robin, the sole survivor in the Fast 9 AP, Sub-Zero, and Disho playing strongly and being more comfortable because he was playing the Fast 9 with the Vex. And of course, the re-rollers just trying to rush point if possible.
Yeah, there's a nice mix here, a few reroll in there, which is kind of interesting in this lobby where leveling is cheaper. It's pretty interesting that we still had a top 4 on the Jinx, top 4 on the MF. Robin, yeah, being the sole top 4 and the sole winner this game, playing this LeBlanc line, took a very, very first or eighth approach, and it makes sense, right? He was 8 points going into the day, really, really needed this win here, doubled his points 8 to 16 after this game, just took a full 10 loss streak with the savings account, and then rolled down super, super hard, hit LeBlanc ahead of everybody else, and we've been seeing across the day, this line has been really, really, really contested, and so if you're in a spot like Robin's, being able to roll ahead of everybody else, hit all of your upgrades, and then leave them all out to dry. I mean, it's exactly like you were saying. I mean, everybody else just couldn't hit their units and ended up bot 4ing.
But Robin Songs is the type of player, when you take a look at his history as a competitive TFT pro, Robin Songs is always there, in the top 16, in the final lobby, at the Tactician's crown. I mean, this man has 2 regional final wins by him, and those are also 10 sets apart from each other. That's just how good and how stable Robin Songs has really been as a part of the TFT community. So it is nice to see him have this comeback here. And maybe he was chosen by Mortdog or somebody to get those LeBlancs early in order to carve out that path to victory.
Yeah, I mean, also, it's very important to see the way Robin has evolved, right? Before, he was a Fast 8 player, and now Fast 8 is played into Fast 9 because you have to win by tempo, you have to be strong. So it's weird that the meta itself is making Robin evolve from a Fast 8 player, a flowchart player, if you will, and now I don't want to say a master of Fast 9, but I love to see him playing these riskier lines and having the possibility to cap out and winning the game. We saw it on the expression. He was totally locked up, and I want to see more out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because, like you said, like flowchart TFT is, I feel like, what Robin is known for. Just, okay, you start the game on this line and then you win streak ideally and you move into the line that makes the most sense from your spot. And this was very much not like a flowchart TFT game from Robin. It was, full open essentially the entire early game and then full pivot into his board. And, for a lot of people being like, oh, the old comments about Robin songs, I mean, his reroll was looking pretty young. He did a very, very nice roll down when he had to get all that gold from savings account and managed to pivot the board pretty much perfectly. So a really, really nice performance out of him this game.
Nah, that's my unk. The only problem was that his knees hurt so much he forgot to wobbin walk after winning the game. So, but as we take a look at the standings, I'm sure this is going to help him out a lot. We get to see our point totals after 4 games completed for the day. We're going to have 6 total, and we'll cut this bottom 8. And what a surprise to see Wajan Iverson as one of those players in the bottom 8 right now.
Yeah, 15, but 4 players in the bottom are actually 4 points apart. So for Cotton, Shonington, JRC, and Ripple, this is very difficult position. And as we see Wajan in that second half, if you will, of this bottom 8, remember after 6 games, 8 players in this bottom will be eliminated, still have a chance to pop up. But for sure, Nekra, you mentioned it, Wajan being here, a total surprise for everyone.
Yeah, at least he is, at the top end of this bottom 8. So if he can lock in the next couple of games, get some good performances, I mean, you can see here, he is just a few points out of being, top 16 in this spot here if he can get some really, really good games to close it out here. But yeah, I mean, it's an absolute shock. I mean, this is, a surprisingly poor performance for Wajan so far here, and we'll see how he wraps up the rest of the day, hopefully with some better scores here. As we look through the rest, we see Robin Songs there up to 16 points after that game. Really, really, really liking that performance here. We can see some other players with some kind of swaps in their performance. Setsuko, by the way, started the day off 8th into 7th and then went 1st into 2nd, so has completely equalized his scores since the start of the day, is on the way back up. Dank Meme's also somebody who went 1st into 8th here, so a lot of players just flipping their scores back and forth here in these last few games.
Darth Nub and Setsuko have actually created their own duo as they have completely replicated each other's game scores for the 4 games. But at the top here, we see Kambuli, incredibly consistent there. All top 3 placements for those 4 games. And Dish Soap as well. This is amazing to see the level of consistency. I think Kaiwing, unfortunately taking a bot 4 there, but still towards the top of the standings, is going to feel great to see those points carry over for the next day of competition. But 2 games left. There's a lot going on there at that 15-point cutoff so far for the bottom 8.
Yeah, for D-Shop, you call it out. This is D-Shop in form. He's looking good. He's looking amazing. A player that already has 2 Tactician crown first place, 2 crowns already. He can pick which one does he use, which one of which set. And now he's coming again. He's using the augments that normally he wants, the birthday augments that give you tempo. He's feeling comfortable playing several lines. And it's great to see D-Shop once again in maybe his peak. So I don't want to jinx anyone, but I don't know. It's great to see him again and performing at this level, because normally he performs, but we're used to seeing him in the top, and that's exactly where he is right now.
Yeah, and another player rounding out that top 8 that I think some people maybe still doubt for some reason. K3 Soju. People were saying, oh, he's already booked his ticket to the Tactician's crown, so he doesn't really need to compete that hard in this tournament, but certainly seems like he is still locked in, doing his best. I think Wigwag will be a little bit sad about that, I guess, with their budding rivalry there, but Soju doing a great job, and somebody who, if we cut it off right now, he'd be in the final lobby.
This regional finals matters. It's practice before you get to the Tactician's crown. Even if you know that you're playing with house money because you already have a qualification, this is still an excellent way to test if you have the right read on the meta, because it's not going to change very much as we go from this weekend to the Tactician's crown just next weekend. Like it's 6 days away. That's really not that far away. So I love to see those competitors giving it their all. Of course, when you take a look at Darth Nub, that's a player that is starting to get things together. That's another player who's already punched his ticket over to the Tac Crown, but had to make up for some lost points at the beginning of the day, and now kind of sits towards the middle of the pack there. But I'm really hoping that if both of them make it, we get checkmate for our final lobby. I'm definitely getting ahead of myself, but hey, it's exciting to think about because I love the checkmate format.
Yeah, of course. It's such emotion, right? It changed the chip to go for that first place possibility. And for some of the players, we saw the bottom 8 that were very away from points. That would be the important, the way they should be playing from now on. Trying to go for fast 9, trying to play a little more aggressive with the 3-cost reroll that are the ones of hit or miss, if you will. So, of course, there are this risky line. And you mentioned something very important, Necra. The meta right now is very balanced. So we shouldn't expect much changes. Normally, there will for Tact Crown. But now the meta is good. You can play safe, maybe go for a top 4. You can be more aggressive. You can try to play fast 9. You have the artifacts going in. Some emblems give you additional possibilities. So I'm loving the meta. And of course, things still to be realized. And the player who has the advantage on that mid game on any spot or something or some read that no one has is the one making an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've ever had such a close Tac Crown 2 regionals in TFT's history, and it's a pretty interesting situation.
It's been a hot minute, but we have.
Yeah.
We have,
Okay.
and they've been like only a couple of days apart. But yes, usually we'd have that week break. It was kind of like a new thing to revert back. But yeah, it's creeping up on us.
Yeah, it's crazy that it's so soon, but it means that, yeah, I mean, we're going to play on, or these players will play on essentially an identical meta, maybe some very, very small changes, but very, very likely a very close meta to this right now, which means that the people who are doing very well in these games can just carry this into really, really great momentum going into Tactician's Crown.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to let you take this game back, and I'm going to have CLE join you, but I'm excited to see what we get for this game, so enjoy.
It'd be a good next game here for us to round out our last reshuffling of lobbies before we cut our bottom 8. And this is an interesting one because we get to see maybe some more of the masterclass that Camberley is putting on so far here in the tournament.
Yeah. Players on the bottom here important. Ripple trying to go yes to a risky line already with the primordial with possibilities. And we see Shaco, 15 points, Upset Mats, David Ace. These are players that need to go away from that bottom 8 and should also maintain a few rigs. So everyone playing for something here. Of course, everyone thinking about day 3. Wanting to do their best, and of course trying to find an angle, trying to find a spot that the games give them to clearly know what to play from now on.
Yeah, and on the other hand, it's kind of interesting for players like Camberley. You're in first place. You're so far ahead. Do you take your foot off the gas a little bit and just play for top 4 and say, if I coast from here and get solid top 4s, then I'll make it easily? Or do you just say, nope, I'm full, all brakes, all gas, no brakes in this spot here. I'm still gonna play for first because if I can win out this lobby, think how good my spots can be going into day 2 tomorrow.
I don't know if you guys heard that. Do you guys hear the pings coming through? That would be because Ripple Overdrive already has Anima online, and as somebody who's playing at 9 points, that is exactly what he needs to possibly win this game. But Upset Max might just have the button to contest that line.
He goes away from the Anima Commander, knows that there's nothing to lose here for Ripple, so that's not the player you want to grief. He's very low in points right now, and if you grief him, normally you get in a worse spot, and it's very difficult to go against the madman, right? The person that has nothing to lose sometimes is the most dangerous. So for now, just keeping safe, pop it to here for Upset Mass and trying to maintain an angle. Good frontline item here for the artifacts, and we'll just try to maintain tempo here.
Yep, just a solid tempo start here. Does have the Vigar, so maybe we could play this into some kind of Vigar printer game, but really just could play anything from this spot, no definite direction. And yeah, I mean, it's very, very hard when you know someone else is guaranteed to be Anima to opt into contesting them. What this does mean, though, especially looking at all of these other augments, is that right now there's not an obvious person to be the grief person, to be the person who's going to be the hero and save the lobby and grief that Anima loss streak. So we'll see if anybody else in the lobby ends up playing more towards loss streak, but a lot of item augments makes me think that it might be okay. Maybe the only we'll see as we get further into the game and see if anyone does want to go for the grief here.
few interesting things as we can still continue our look at the right side of our screen. Phoenix specifically has that treasure hunt and also has the Primordian opener, and so Jinx with that treasure hunt is an excellent way to get that top 3 to continue to push themselves up to the top of the leaderboard. But Camberley is probably playing the most different playstyle to everyone else, playing around that solid tank in the front line and going for more of that AP flex.
Ooh, for CMB here, worth away Briar. Not the unit you really want to watch. Briar was huge a few patches ago, but right now it's just a unit for the early stages of the game. So let's see if he only uses it for tempo and maybe sells it, or if he decides that maybe there's some way to making it work later into the game also.
Yeah, very likely, I think, to just play it as a tempo option. Hopefully we can keep our streak. If we can keep win streak with it, then that'll feel a lot better. And especially if we do get to Primordian, you can print a Briar 3 with Worth the Wait plus Primordian really, really quickly. So that's got to be the out that we're hoping for, is get to Briar 3 really, really quickly, use that for tempo, and then take it into maybe like a Master Yi board or some kind of regular AD flex board.
Camberley having a great setup here for this Space Groove. We know Solo Plate is obviously having a great item onto our Horn in the front line. So Camberley being pretty rich, one of the richest in this lobby, alongside Ripple Overdrive, already hitting that 20 gold threshold. But Ripple, as we called out earlier, is the one with this Anima online. And is it worth griefing him at this point? We'll see if anybody's willing to. So far, we have lots of mixed streak, and only VCLF is one that has 2 losses in a row.
Yeah, Phoenix here also with the primordial star that you were mentioning, CLE. The Jinx line will obviously be the default. So huge. Is the default 9 for a top 4. You're so strong on stage 4. You're on stage 3. With tempo, you're strong on stage 4. You can slam items anywhere you want because you have so many good carriers that use different items. So Phoenix in a good spot here. Hasn't found a Jinx, but obviously just trying to preserve economy as much as possible and then pressure on stage 4, on stage 3 when he stabilizes.
Yeah, and pretty happy with items here. Has the sword already. Usually this will build into Deathblade for the Jinx. Fantastic item on her. Augments-wise, very, very happy. Buried Treasures. Still, it got nerfed in the most recent patch, but still very, very, very strong option. Eventually getting you to that artifact late game is fantastic here. And we will go into our first god selection here. Either the extra interest or the 1-star 4-cost plus losing 4 HP here. It's interesting because for the players who are already making a lot of econ, this extra interest can actually go pretty far. It means that you can actually pretty quickly get to 40, 50, 60 gold of interest. And yeah, you see a lot of players prioritizing econ and taking this, and almost so far nobody. Okay, we have one person, looks like right now, Upset Max, opting to take the 4-cost here from the Evelyn boon.
I mean, it makes sense. On a 3-win streak for Upset Max means he wants to continue to push that tempo. And so the econ not as important as keeping this streak will be. CMB, though, is looking to be the one to continue to push that because that board is quite strong, where Max now has this Tom Kenshin line, which will help ramp you up and give some more econ throughout the game, but nothing that really benefits his board right now.
Yeah. We see a Lulu there as a possibility. Just for information, we have the Fountain. We haven't watched it this week, but last week we have a few games of Lulu Fountain. This is the Lulu that gives you healing. So if you have a very, very strong tank with armor, magic resist, not with pure HP, normally it's a good option and can also work with good positions last week. So it's an option. Of course, you need the angle, you need the actual possibility to go for it.
Yeah, I will say the player that we're fighting here also has a Lulu with the Nashers slammed already, and actually another Lulu onto bench here. So looking like a probably not a contested Lulu game. Probably we will leave them to play that and then play more of just a normal kind of like AP flex game, especially if we can keep this streak here. Also with the Tom Kench onto our board. I mean, it's a ton of extra econ across the course of the game. It doesn't really fit right now, but it's just econ sitting on our board. And if we can keep streak with that, we'll be in an amazing spot.
Ripple Overdrive, the only one trying to keep a 5-loss streak, and Upset Max going for the big one. Camberley, though, at 50 gold, and Ripple being the same, but it is 60 gold for all those who did take the Artie on that first boon choice. So we'll keep our eye on, see how many players are forgetting that mark, or they're just, continuing to push their econ as high as possible.
I mean, it's tough, right? You have the chip that tells you, okay, 50 gold is the threshold. Use whatever you have in excess, and you might forget that you have that blessing that you just mentioned, CLE. So we'll be checking for them and making sure they are going for that additional threshold and getting that +1 in economy. Of course, important for anyone that is going for that fast 8. You don't need to level maybe as aggressive as you should. So we'll see who gets the +1 or the -1 per turn.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for people like Ripple and Cambly who are just, full loss streaking in the spot, there's almost no downside to you just taking the 60 gold here and being happy with it. It can be a little bit of a trap. You think about, God boons like this or augments like hedge fund, where sometimes you say, oh, I really want to maximize my econ. I really want to make it to, 10 gold of interest with hedge fund. And you say, under no circumstance am I going to spend under 100 gold. You take a ton of damage and you end up bot foring because you said, I got to get this interest. So we'll see how much players want to balance out, that making 60 gold in a spot like this where they have a little bit further to push on their interest versus just saying, yeah, I know I can make 60 gold, but I'll make it for a few rounds and then use that gold to actually make my board stronger.
It looks like, at least for now, Cambly and Ripple will remember that is the case. Upset Max, though, is really rich and obviously healthy because of this streak. Only took the 4 damage from that Evelyn choice. Cambly was playing along with the Primordian just to get some extra econ as he was losing the rest of stage 2. But I'm very curious, will we try to grief Ripple Overdrive in his streak here? He has the opportunity. It is in his pool. He'll just have to make the swap really quickly and see if that will be enough to take down whatever Ripple has.
Oh, and he does. There it is. I really didn't thought it was coming.
Oh,
and there
did
it is.
it. Wow.
Huge play. Yeah, I
Go.
I think it makes perfect sense here to go for the grief. As surely Ornn cannot defeat 4 units on his own here, right? So yes, we do end up losing that fight. Huge play from Cam here, and it makes perfect sense. We're playing for loss streak already, right? So we don't need to win in this situation, and we actually even managed to hold on to the Ornn, which is the only unit that we really need in this spot. So perfect play from Cam puts us into a much better spot here and kind of saves the lobby, honestly.
I mean, it's good for his AVP, right? Like, he's continuing to put up some amazing scores and is not looking to stop, right? He's got only top 3s on the day, and Ripple, if he would continue that loss streak, would definitely contest for that. We see our players getting gold augments being another choice here. Exclusive customization, we're going to be able to stabilize very quickly if we decide to roll here. Instead, looks like we might hold off till 3-5 or 3-6 to roll it down and stabilize on level 7 and take a few more losses.
Yeah, he has good items for the on Samira. We have 2 perfect items there for the Ornn, so probably just trying to commit to it. It would be interesting to see if he plays tempo. What is it? There's the Shojin, very good for Samira. And you were mentioning this, Sub-Zero. He just needed the Ornn either to maintain a line that makes sense or to commit directly, and obviously try to play either reroll or tempo into the space group.
Yep, I think we're just going to chill the rest of this stage here. We have so much gold to work with. Uses the lucky item chest there onto the MF, trying to find a Samira item. And the best one that you could take there for Samira would be Strikers, but we're so far from Infinity Edge. We have to just take the red buff here, guarantee that we're going to have heal cut here. Not a crazy good item onto Samira, but it's going to be a nice item to just guarantee that we'll have heal cut, put it onto Nami late game, and throw it onto Samira for a little bit of the early game. And yeah, I mean, every unit we can kill here is fantastic. This is actually a very nice loss versus VCLF's board, only taking a 4-unit loss here and saving a little bit of HP here.
Another thing to call out, David Ace took the Zed augment, so we might see some Zed here. We did see in a previous week that somebody took the Zed augment and then just kind of ignored it, but we'll see if the same thing happens again for David here in our game. Shaco, though, we're going to have a lot more resources playing around that Lulu reroll.
Yeah, Lulu Fountain that we were mentioning, good healing there for the front line. Meanwhile, David Ace here with the Primordial, still maintaining tempo, Clutter Mine. So just trying to go quickly up levels and trying to think about that fast 9 possibilities. Has a Shojin Slam, so maybe he will make a stop, and also a Knife Edge. So maybe we'll make a stop on level 8. It will be interesting to see where he decides to make the roll down and the stabilization. He's normally in HP, not very high. So obviously he wants to full go to that level 9 and try to find the set 2-star as soon as possible. And let's see if he makes it happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like David Ace knew that he was going to get the Zed augment because his other items that he has slammed here is Edge of Night Adaptive Helm, which are the two other BIS items for the Zed. So kind of an insane spot there. Yeah, the struggle is though like making it 2-9 and getting to stuff like Zed too.
Oh, man, I love this choice. 3-star 1 cost is just my favorite. Seeing if we are able to get what we need. If not, it's just 9 gold, and we can roll with that instead. Not the worst choice, where the RA choice will be one that it's a little bit of a further down the line investment. Looks like David Ace will be, I believe, the only player that went with RA this time around, where only one person went with Evelyn the last time around. So it will be the choice here. Camberley will be going to roll down and gets a 3-star Nasus, exactly what he needs for this board.
Nice. Totally nice here. Now gets the tempo, and now perfect spot for him to stabilize. He just needs a little damage. So he's so strong in the front line here. So thinking about rolling, but also knowing that he's strong, and he's only lacking maybe a Samira 2, having the Shojin, having the red buff, not having sword items here. Maybe he's thinking about just going level 8 now.
Yeah, I mean, he can afford, I mean, he's got that 60 gold interest threshold. He can afford to just chill a little bit, especially after getting the Nasus. I mean, that's the exact unit that you would want in that spot. He can stick on the board for the entire game, just an extra solid Space Groove unit that is going to get that Space Groove bonus onto him, and yeah, puts him into a very good spot. We also see another player with the Nasus 3-star here, so maybe a lot of them just around in this lobby. And I mean, this is another board where it actually fits reasonably. We were playing towards Vanguards anyway, so boom, random Nasus 3 on the board is just a decent extra frontliner that we can play around.
So crazy to see both of them get that. We have a 3-star Talon I see for Upset Max as well on the board. So it's just so funny how these can really kind of warp the way that this lobby kind of works. Now everybody's a little bit stronger, and if you didn't take this, you're losing out on the tempo, or at least the gold that comes with it. So very, very interesting.
Yeah, we're seeing there the commitment there for the Briar 3-star with the Worth the Wait, and we see an Titanic Hydra, so that should probably be for the Master G angle. Good item also on the Briar that has a lot of auto attacks, and then when we find the Master G 2-star, we can think about maybe transferring items or seeing what works best.
I also see a third Nasus 3-star. I actually don't get it. There were 3 Nasus 3s that came out of this this Evelyn. But I mean, another board where it works pretty decently here. Ripple really kind of trying to put the pieces together because we did get griefed on that Anima. Very awkward, don't have the ability to just, play into the normal Mighty Mech setup here, so we just had to take a bit of a smaller cash out here. We do have the Aurelion Soul, so that's something nice to play around for now, and a lot of gold, so definitely going to be looking at stabilizing the board very, very soon, because 31 HP is not a lot of HP to work with. We really need to make sure that we are winning pretty much all of Stage 4 from this spot.
And there will be no big streaks coming into this stage. We do see VCLF losing their 7 streak there right at the end, where David Ace, though, does get the 5 loss before getting his Zed augment online. So we'll be keeping our eye on this lobby. It is shaping up to be a very interesting one. Maybe not as much standard gameplay as we're used to seeing here at the regional finals so far, but many of our players still looking to spike and find their solid direction here early on in Stage 4.
Yeah, David Ace full economy here. Thinking about that set, you were saying Sub-Zero, he has the beast already. Just making sure he has an angle there, and trying to find a tank will be also important to give time to the set to make the clones and go for the cap out.
Yep, exactly like you're saying. One of the most important things on this board is having the front line to support the Zed, because if your front line gets blown up really, really quickly, then all your Zeds are going to take aggro, they're going to die, and then they're not going to be able to create a bunch of clones. The upside, we have Tahm Kench pair here. If we can get to Tahm Kench 2, that'll feel really, really good from a frontline perspective. It's always a question in this line of how much you decide to roll an 8 versus how much gold you save to go 9 here, because the cap for this comp is reaching level 9, is reaching, Zed 2-star. If you roll too much on 8, then you're going to get kind of stuck on level 8. And at least we do have the Cluttered Mind here, which will help us kind of coast to level 9, but we do want to be stable enough that we don't take a ton of losses here, especially only on 43 HP here. If we don't stabilize our board on 8, we're going to die before we make it to 9.
The 4-2 augments, though, will really tell him kind of what to do here. Do we need to push it right now? Will we get incredible amounts of econ? Will it just be silver augments, and we know we need to roll right now because, well, now we're sub 40 HP. We don't have too much to hope for sub 30 HP, and now we have our final choices here.
explosive growth.
Yep.
Looks to be a chance. There it is. Already committing to explosive growth. So probably will roll here just to make... No, he needs to roll later. So it's weird because explosive growth will give you the full power in a few rounds. There's the set. So he wants to roll here just to be stable enough to ensure he can get maybe 2 rounds in without losing so much HP. And then the stable growth together with the roll down will give him... There it is. There's the tank Kench. Now he has the tank. Now he has the time to wait a few rounds, get the full power of explosive growth, and then try to find the set 2-star.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little sketchy on this board is, usually you like to pair Zed with a nice other backline carry as well, because Zed is going to make all these clones, fill up your front line a ton, and you want some kind of backliner to kind of supplement Zed's damage. We don't really have that here, and I don't know versus some of these boards if just Zed1 is going to be enough to kill everything. We'll see here. Versus a board like this, a Master Yi 2-star board, can all of these Zeds actually take down the Master Yi in this spot?
This board from CMB is quite strong with this artifact already also, being able to do incredible amounts of damage based on the HP that they have. But there are a significant amount of Zeds on this board. The Kindred is doing their best to try to take it down, so it will be a loss for David Ace. He will go down to nearly 1 life here if he's not careful.
Like Technicadra, the beast there for Master Yi, making the switch, and very important for him, finding the Master Yi 2 on 4-2. So great for CMB, as you were mentioning. So full tempo for him, being able to transfer and now make economy full, thanks to the Briar that doesn't have items from now on. For David Ace, difficult possibilities. Needs to wait, needs to get the full power and then roll. So we should keep seeing maybe a couple of losses here for him. Maybe one more, and he needs to make the transition.
Yeah, we're hoping that we fight some really, really weak board in this lobby and that we can just kind of like steal a win to save some HP. We're fighting this Milio 3 here from Shaco. We'll see if maybe the Zed can just get on the backline here. He's on the wrong side right now, but then they're going to start wrapping in this position. If we could win a fight like this, it would mean a ton for our HP here. The Zeds are walking up, but not quite walking to the Milio yet. The Jax is so tanky, but we do have a lot of Zeds on this board, and I do think we're going to be able to steal a win here, which is really, really big. The other thing for David Ace is he is in this 8th place position. He's about to go into the Realm of the Gods here. Because he's in this 8th place position, he's going to get access to 5 costs there. It's possible that he can find a Zed off of this God selection here, and then have Zed pair, and then find that last one on level 9. And he even has the possibility of taking 2 5 costs here. So a lot of pieces of value here that can give him the chance of actually finding the Zed. Though he's balancing it in his head. Do I want to take the 2 5 costs, or do I want to just take the rerolls that I can then roll on level 9 as well? It's actually really difficult here.
I mean, what's 1 HP, right? Might as well roll the dice and see what we can get. We don't get it from the God Pengu here, but instead we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way and go to level 9 and roll it there. I know we'll be close here with the explosive growth, so he might be able to send it.
Okay. It's like he has to here, finds the Nunudu 2-star, and he's waiting here. He managed to win 1 round, so that gives him a little leeway to try to grid a little. If he managed to grid and ensure that he gets a good odds on the set 2-star, is even stronger for him. So being risky, he has to. He's only 15 HP, 15 points, so he needs a good placement here. It's not enough to get a 7th. Yep,
just trying to... saying I'm 17 HP here, but I mean, David Ace essentially knows either I'm winning out this lobby or I am going to bot 4 in this situation, probably go 8th. So he's just saying, you know what, we're gonna sack 1 more fight, make sure I have as much econ as possible, then roll it down and really try to find that Z2, because Z2 with great items is in a situation where, you know, I can win out the lobby. Someone who's spot is not looking too great is Shaco here, takes another loss here, so it's going to be a bit of a competition here, seeing who ends up going 8th in this lobby. 2 players very low, and 2 players who could honestly be out of this lobby before we even get to stage 5 here, depending on how this next fight goes.
Very curious if David Ace will go to level 9 right now. It will be a good interval for him. We did 60 gold online, and it will be rolling right now. Need to find this Z2. That will be the linchpin of our board. It looks like we're playing like around like that Nova Fast 9 style board as we're collecting units throughout our roll down here, but not even a pair of Zed yet. We do have Fiora 2, which is quite good, but where are the Zeds? Hello?
No
Yeah, no
set for
sets.
David Ace. Ah, so
Yeah.
tough, man. And that's the angle because all the items are committed to go for that line. Obviously, you want to make full use of your augment. And the Fiora is stuck. Fiora is stuck. She's making no damage right now. So tough for him. And now the damage will be so diminished going up against Ripple, who has already an Nami 2 on the back.
Yeah,
Zeds are dead.
this is what I was talking about earlier, is you really want to have a backline carry that duos with the Zed, because the Zed is going to crowd the front line naturally anyway here. We did not end up having that backline carry, and it ends up being an 8th for David Ace. Really, really rough game. He went for it. He knew that his scores weren't looking amazing here, and so he sent it on the 1st or 8th, and sadly this time it was an 8th.
Shaco finally finding this Lulu. Now getting it online. This board hanging on at 8 HP. Might be able to bring it back, though, now that we have all these upgrades.
Okay, doing the due diligence, checking the Thief Gloves, now making the switch to the Lulu. Frontline is on place here with the Soraka's Blessing and the good Jax 3-star. Is it enough? This is very late for him. Has good defensive item there on the Jax, so the healing from the Lulu in the Fountain Stargazer should be good. But he needs to be on the great side, on the same side of the carry if he wants to snipe someone here with the Lulu. He cannot move because of the form of the constellation. So for Shaco, it will be do or die here.
Yeah, this is, he did reach the board, which is the upside there, on just 0 gold at the end there. Did finally reach the board. Being 1 life is scary. We do have this Soraka's Miracle, which has the possibility of healing us up a little bit, so hopefully get a couple wins there and heal up a little bit, but it's a very, very scary spot for Shaco. We'll see who he rotates into. It's this level 9 board from Ripple. We'll see if the Lulu can get through all of this.
Stabilizing around this, Naz's 3, able to secure that with a reforge of our anima item we did cash out. Now having the Nami 2 on the backline carry, it's going to be very, very strong here. The Jax is yet to fall down, but the Naz's onto the backline will take it down. Ripple looking to bring it back here in our 5th game of the day, where Camberley, our points leader, now falling down to 1 life.
Yeah, for David Ace and Shaco, this is difficult spot. They're already on 15, so they were on the bottom 8, and now with 7 and 8, it will be probably elimination. So they will have to try to go for a Hail Mary with a first place and position. But Mathematica is looking very, very tough for both.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these spots are super, super stressful here. Camuli, on a pretty strong board here, has some upgrades here, but still stuck on the Nami 1. Does rotate into Phoenix here with this Jinx board with a ton of upgrades. Only upside is he hasn't opened his last treasure chest yet, so he doesn't have that going for him. But this Jinx can do a lot of work on this board here. The Belveth trying to chew through the front line, and the Rek'Sai tanking pretty nicely. The Nami doing a lot of splash damage, and a big punch from the Blitzcrank here is going to almost get through this front line, but the Jinx just has too much damage. The board is just too high quality, and Camuli he doesn't have enough damage being stuck on the Nami 1 there.
Yeah, honestly, 6th from that spot, not having any of those upgrades isn't too bad. Obviously, not what he's used to, being only top 3s so far today, but he's still in the driver's seat, still getting solid points throughout the day, and he's setting himself up well for tomorrow. Definitely will be out of the danger zone heading into our final game of the day. Upset Max, also someone right in the middle of the point standing, one of the tier 2 players that is now back fighting for a chance to go to the Tactician's crown, and is going to be an interesting fight here to close out our game.
And CMB, good tempo here, still holding up, and this is the way to play Master Yi. We know it's a comp that is in a difficult spot right now, in a rough spot, finds the Titanic Hydra, and now just trying to punish full. Tanks are going down quickly right now. Titanic Hydra should be stronger, but no, too much damage on the other hand for BCLF. He's just too strong, making it hold, and 1 more life will be the chance here for CMB. Also, in a difficult spot, 18 points, for now accumulating at least 4, and he needs to sum as much as possible. We lose Ripple.
Yeah, just see Ripple Overdrive get eliminated here. Really, really rough, only at 9 points. Then after this game, only getting another 4. So that is a very, very unfortunate performance in this game. VCLF just won that last fight that we saw on the other side. A pretty cool board playing into that LeBlanc comp that we've seen lots of people play towards today, but took multiple duplicators from Augment and just went for an Alawi 3-star on the front line. So as opposed to playing for something like the Nunu or the Morgana that we've seen, just has this huge Alawi 3 sitting there. And, when you are playing a board like CMB's or even this Jinx board as well with kind of like melee carries, it's actually really tough to chew through this giant Alawi 3 on the front line. We are going to see the 2 melee and 2 AD boards fight each other here in the Yi versus the Jinx board.
Scaling augments will come through for Phoenix, having the treasure hunt and the Warlord's Honor come through. It will be this Bel'Veth kind of versus the world here. The Jinx will now go onto the backline and take out the Kindred, so Phoenix's board is looking very scary. CMB will fall down here in 4th place.
Yeah, taking the G out quickly. That was so important there, getting on the best side here. So the Jinx doing the damage, doing the pop-off possibility together with the Bel'Veth. And now BCLF holding strong. You were mentioning Sub-Zero. So strong here with the LeBlanc. Still trying to find the Bar 2-star to be even stronger. But so huge that he managed to find this Illaoi 3-star to get enough time for the Winso to ramp up. And BCLF once again in a great spot to some more points.
Yeah, absolutely. Great positioning in that last fight. Yeah, to blow up the Yi super, super quickly. Those melee versus melee matchups can be so huge positioning-wise. And once again, Phoenix doing the split in positioning, trying to get the enemy front line to split here to give him higher chance of wrapping, also higher chance of Jinx being able to snipe backline, especially with the sniper's focus here. See if we can get through all of this Meeple front line.
Oh, the Bard!
Oh, the Bard ult wraps onto the backline and actually just blows up the Jinx. So that is going to be a loss for Phoenix. Only saving grace for him is he's pretty healthy. He has a lot of HP to work with here. So even if we take a few losses here, we might be able to coast to, even a top 2 here, depending on how the next couple of fights look.
And it looks like for Upset Max, this is his game to possibly lose here. 4 wins in a row, having this Fast 9 board that we've seen win lots of our lobbies, but there's some unique stuff happening across here. We do that, not necessarily Fast 9, but playing around our emblems and then getting to the Bard cap that we see with many of our Fast 9 boards. And so for Max here, this is going to be a big confidence booster throughout this, knowing that he belongs in Tier 1 now and is now making a statement here in our Game 5 to push himself forward in the competition.
Yeah, doing it with the Veigar print that we know is so difficult. You need to stabilize with Veigar. You need to find the Bar 2-star. You need to go to level 9 after you find the 3-star. So very difficult to navigate and finds the possibility. Sona 2-star for Upset Max. BCLF also finding upgrades, finding the bar that he needed to. So everyone now in peak position.
Yeah, a bunch of huge upgrades just came through here. So yeah, the Bard 2 on this board, the Morgana 2 on this board. It seemed like Phoenix is the weakest person in this lobby, but we'll see. There is always the possibility of this Jinx board scamming some fights, but good positioning on this side here. We get the Alawi just right in front of all of the main carries here. Tanks for a while. Does get blown up pretty quickly, but we have the Bard damage plus the LeBlanc damage focusing down this melee carry and then onto the Jinx. So going to be a relatively easy win for BCLF and dropping Phoenix down here to very low HP, just 1 life in this spot.
Jinx wasn't quite able to get that last cast through. BCLF, though, now important upgrade here for the front line. A lot of CC will now come through from the new upgrade. Rolling for any last thing we can find and trying to position best we can against Upset Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad luck to leave gold there without you. So BCLF just making sure he's using anything, just even if he doesn't need it. Upset Max trying to pivot out or trying to position in a great place here. Goes for full left. So important to try to get the weak side from the other. Goes for strong side. So good positioning once again here for BCLF.
Yep. The Nunu on the far right side here for BCLF. It'll be interesting to see which way the ball goes. Sometimes it could get attracted to all the frontliners. Because we blew up a lot of frontliners here, it might actually be able to get a cast off on the back line here. So we'll see. No, it goes backwards, actually. But the board is doing a ton of damage here. The LeBlanc, the Bard, is going to come down to the last cast. BCLF just barely ends up losing that fight there. This is what we were talking about HP-wise. He goes down here, and then we're waiting on the other fight here to see what happens because it's a Rek'Sai versus a Galio. Rek'Sai versus the world trying to pick up this fight win with the extra damage with Primordian here. Oh, it's not enough though.
The double kill!
And it's a double kill here and a win out for Upset Max. Crazy, crazy end to that game there. And Phoenix barely just ends up going third, just barely didn't have that HP lead to go top 2. So it ends up being VCLF second, Phoenix third, and then Upset Max in first place.
Finding great tempo with the artifact in the start, making it work from the start, being strong, playing the AP line while being contested here, Jack. Great play from Offset Spy coming in through planes. So this guy is making a statement here, and always great to see him. And BCLF just playing strong and playing what the game gives it, right? The Ilawi 3-star, and in the end, was good enough for a top 2.
Yeah, fantastic games, unique lines. I love to see all of it. But thankfully, we have a desk to break it all down. We'll have Necra and Asa show us the ropes and how this all happened.
Okay, I'm gonna let Asa show you the ropes on this one. I was just here along for the ride to watch Upset Max take on that glorious victory. But Asa, what were some of your takeaways from watching that game?
Great win from Upset Max, but I really like how VCLF used the duplicators from the care package and the heroic grab bag on 4-2 to take a pretty unusual mix-up to a common line, just a Vanguard AP, but going for the Alawi 3, which gave a huge spike to his board, allowing him to get second. That was a really nice twist.
We are actually going to be going to lobby 4 because they are still playing. So Asa, we're going to go ahead and chat through this game. We have 3 players left in it. We've got me first or 8th with 46 HP, and then Tex and Wigwug not too far behind.
Yeah, we see Wigwug with a standard level 9 board, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, but instead of using the Vex that you normally has, is using Kindred. With the AD items, a lot of times it looks like he doesn't think he can win, so he's just going for a 3-star Tahm Kench, but has had to sell so much of his board off. I don't know if he's going to be able to win at this point, even if he hits. I think he's just seeing if he can hit it for fun at this point. That's
definitely one way to go, I think. But I have to imagine that there are some copies being held on some other board, or it really just is that hard to hit it. At this point, Wigwug hasn't even put items down. I think he's just going to be accepting that 3rd place is his fate in this game. And now it becomes that 1v1 showdown between me first or 8th and Tex.
Yeah, Tex playing this Jinx reroll, which normally can't compete for a 1st place, but as we saw, Phoenix actually play it last game with kind of triple combat, and Tex also has really good augments as well, like triple prismatic. Some of these are items, of course, but triple, no econ or anything that's just temporary power. So with a triple prismatic, may be able to beat me first or 8th, even with this Jinx reroll that normally isn't able to go first.
Yeah, me first or 8th has more of like a fast 9 board. We are seeing the Blitzcrank, the Vex, ended up getting the buried treasures at the beginning of the game, as well as hold the line, so you do have some combat power there. But really is about this Vanguard front line to just kind of keep things strong and steady for this Vex to start casting. But I am curious to know, 151 stacks on this Deathblade's kind of insane.
Absolutely, and we can see that me first or 8th has a pretty strong standard, like the AP Vanguard board we've been seeing all day, but Tex's board with a triple combat and these double stacking Deathblades is just too much. It actually just destroyed me first or 8th's frontline really fast.
Wasn't even
despite
close.
All these 2-star legendaries.
Yeah, I don't know what you do at this point. If you're trying to end up beating that board, I feel like me first or 8th might have to put himself into a position to try to roll for a 3-star 5 cost.
Yeah. He's trying to farm a dragon, benches a Blitzcrank, which can do a lot of burst damage to the dragon. So he wants to make sure his bard casts, but is not able to get a dragon.
Okay, Blitzcrank back in, and we try to roll for some extra legendary copies. I passed a couple of Sonas, and I guess was just trying to look for a bard upgrade, but I'm unconvinced that that's going to be the difference maker against this Deadlier Plates board from Tex.
Yeah, he was able to get level 10 that he didn't have in their last fight. Oh, he needs to move the Sona mod. A lot of people forget about this item. But yeah, going up against Tex, who won the last fight pretty convincingly.
Feels like it's going to be more of the same. You do get a big stun into the backline where that Jinx is trying to wait to cast. But this time around, we are seeing a bit more burst come through to the front, and the Vex is able to hang on. Wow, it's actually really close.
Oh, it's so close, but just not quite enough for me. For sure, He had the Sona mod that was giving an item to a 0 item barred one. If he was able to move that in time, that might have been the difference because he had a 2 item Alawi 2 that would have been perfect for it. But it's really hard to keep track of. There's so many things to do on that last turn. So
Especially, I thought that maybe removing, because we saw some items get removed from champion, but I feel like it was just one of those things that you're right. There's just too much going on, and maybe you just have to leave it up to being also a long day of competition. But check out how everybody else did. You could see Wigwig's attempt to try to get that Tom Kench 3, but then how the rest of the lobby actually played out in the placements we saw.
yeah, this is actually looking very similar to the lobby we just watched. I had to do a double take to make sure it wasn't the same because Ripple and Cambolee held hands Space Group 5-6 in the other lobby. And now we have Juki Robinsons holding hands 5-6 Space Group in this lobby. So Space Group not been doing amazingly today. Part of it's been so contested, it's been really hard. People have been forced to spend more money than they want on their Orns, their Namis, or Samiras.
Yeah, I actually was watching Wajan Iverson's game. A spoiler there is that he did end up going 6th after getting worth the wait Nasus, and then was too poor to actually try to get that Ornn 3, despite taking the Prismatic Augment Y spending. He was hoping that he would be able to roll, but also kind of level at the same time. And just watching him go through the game and then VOD review, I don't know how many points it's going to give him, but at the very least right now, it looks like the 6th place is enough to get him off this last page.
Going into tomorrow, only the players from the last page will be cut. Everyone else will still have a chance to compete for the Tactician's crown. With only one game left, they are still going to want to accumulate as many points as possible. JRC is probably out of it. It's not looking great for Ripple with so low points, but everyone else really, I think if they get a good placement here, will have a tough road ahead of them, but is definitely able to make it if they get some high rolls and play their best for the rest of the weekend.
We've definitely seen some miracles happen, but there's still that one game left to see if you can make that deep run. Darthnub has recovered a lot of points after starting off today pretty poorly. Same with Setsuko, even though he is going to take that 7th place, he's still on this page. Has to play out this final game and make sure that he's done enough. If top 4, I think, would be good to secure your place in tomorrow. But these are the competitors I'm looking at here that have just had consistency over consistency, especially looking at Soju being the line right now between 8th and 9th place. 27 points is a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Soju was one of the 2 players who's qualified to the Tactician's crown already, so still playing for bragging rights, still wants to do well in the tournament. There's also sizable cash prizes for winning regionals. Maybe not to Soju, but definitely pretty impactful for most of the competitors.
Take a look at this first page, though. Is that there are a lot of names on this page that are new TFT Pro Circuit members as of week 1's competition. And so it's really cool to see Phoenix, VCLF up there right now towards the top of the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about Phoenix and Dank Memes earlier today, and both of them are in the top 8, so they're in a great spot to make a Tactician's crown, which I believe would be Phoenix's first one. But Dank Memes hasn't been able to make it there since Pro Circuit, so would be really happy to see both of them do well.
Well, we just have one more game left for today, and so with that, we will drop the bottom 8 players. And day 2, we will see the rest of the 24 take to the stage and try to fight for that final lobby, the grand finals on Sunday. He said it's going to be really exciting to actually watch out this final lobby because we are going to be following Soju, Dank Memes, Darthnub, and of course we can see whether or not Black Sheep and Wajan Iverson can actually make that comeback after having pretty tough starts.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see these players getting ready for the final game. Darthnub is always walking on his treadmill. I feel like more players need to do this. This seems to be the time.
Yeah, I know. It must get the blood flowing, right? Or at least, like, I feel like being active, it releases endorphins or something just to, like, keep you happy and focused playing TFT.
I gotta say, most of the players in this lobby look pretty in high spirits. You can see Dank Memes is smiling. JRC, despite taking 4 out of 5 8th place already, maybe he's resigned to his fate. So looks pretty happy as well. Yeah, overall mix of people who look like a little anxious to get in and people who are excited.
I thought Kai Wing's face would show a little bit more emotion there after being one of our points leaders for the day, but we'll have to wait and find out as we jump back into this game. We throw it back over to CLE, Sub-Zero Arc, and Hupe-san as we see an upgraded 1 cost to start our game.
Thank you, Desk. So excited to jump into this one because this will be a nail biter specifically for 2 of our players we want to keep our eye on, and that will be Black Sheep and Weijian Iverson, both really pillars of their respective communities. Weijian being one of the best players in the world and definitely in North America, and Black Sheep one of the historical best representatives from Latin America. And Hupe, man, what do you think Black Sheep needs to do here?
I mean, for Black Sheep, it's tough. 17 points, Weijian 18. So I think the cutoff will be 22, 23 should be more safe. But of course, it will depend on positioning. So for Weijian, that means 4th place or better. For Black Sheep, 3rd place or better. Black Sheep is a very flexible player, already having 5 Cho'Gath and Alessandra. This guy will play this. He knows he needs to play what the game gives him. Even if it's not a comp that we have seen popping off or doing 3rd place or better, he knows this is the spot to play it. So he knows he's committed and he will do his best to try to take a first with the Super Cho'Gath Lissandra.
Yeah, and this is a line that we've seen do quite well across last weekend. We haven't seen it too much today, but I mean, if you can start stacking up this Cho'Gath and get a good augment for it, you can put yourself into a good spot. He does see loot singularity and does opt to take it here. This is an augment that got changed a little bit on this patch, gives us the extra Cho and list, so we're already at 6 Cho'Gaths and will slowly give us resources throughout the game as we get takedowns into the black hole here. One of the interesting things about this is one of the cash outs is a tiny duplicator, so we might really quickly accelerate to a Cho'Gath 3 this game. Might even be a game where we hit Cho 3 so fast that we don't even have time to go for the Lissandra 3. It'll be interesting to see what our spot does look like as we get a little bit further, what our next few shops look like Cho'Gath wise.
Other augments to call out because we do have differing play styles being locked in. Weijian going for savings account, meaning that he wants to save as much gold as possible, and I don't believe he has very much on his board, but also Dank Memes having calculated loss and also already having Anima in means that is going to be an incredible combo for him. So we'll keep our eye on those throughout the game and see who griefs who can get these streaks going, specifically these loss streaks.
Yeah, for Konda, he's playing a little defense here. Of course, playing what the game gave him 4 Cho'Gath here. So playing a little defense, trying to hold up Black Sheep a little. And maybe on his spot, probably just playing tempo from now on and trying to find a decision. Darthnoop and Soju with Cluttermine, thinking about that fast 9 angle will also be very interesting to see and will open the space for the rest of the players to try to play a little more tempo in the mid game.
Yeah, and wow, look at that that pickup on the board that we just saw there. The Pantheon 2 with the Timebreaker on that board can be a ton of econ to work with. I mean, looking at the augments in this lobby, a lot of econ just throughout everything. We have the 2 Cluttered Mines, we have the savings account, we have the calculated loss here, and the interesting thing is, you know, Dank Memes has this calc loss in this spot, wants to full open, but Weijian is actively opening into him here. Weijian actually just picked up the Anima as well, so it's just going to be a battle of who can int the other player better. Neither of them has combat augment, so it's just going to come down to positioning when they fight, and also it's just when will they fight. You know, it could be next round, it could be, you know, 5-10 rounds from now, and that also puts a lot of extra pressure on you as the Anima player. Means that you can't go for takedowns. You just have to open every single round and make sure you lose every single fight.
Man, it is going to be a war because not only do they both have Anima in, they both have these augments that benefit off losing, benefit off having as much gold as possible. And so it is just going to be an absolute Spider-Man meme showdown between the two to see which of them will get to that pivotal 400 cash out.
Yeah, I mean, so tough, the drama, man. I mean, Weijian in possible elimination zone right now and making the play here with Anima, as you mentioned, Jack, contested. This is so huge. So it will be very important to see. For now, he managed to miss or to not be in place for this. So directly here, Weijian will take an additional loss here in great position, 30. Anima for now, looking for that 400 cash out. Meanwhile, Konda and Jersey are the players to watch to see if they maintain the win streak.
Yeah, and talking about loss streak here, and yeah, specifically Kanda or JRC, they both took these augments that really want to play for win streak. So Kanda with the birthday reunion, JRC with the warpath here, which is really interesting in a lobby like this, with all of these players trying to play for loss streak. You know, Wage and Dank means being full open here. Steamroll, another option that wants to play more for win streak, and you see Kanda immediately pick that up here. So we're gonna have these two players who are both playing super hard for win streak. I love it in a lobby like this. JRC also ends up picking up the Evelyn boon here as well, just saying we're going to go for full strongest board here. All these other people playing Anima, maybe they get a good cash out, maybe they don't, but while they're loss streaking, I'm going to try to be as strong as possible in every single fight that I can and put myself into a good place once you cash out.
I feel like every single time I click this, I rotate into the next strongest person immediately, and it goes very poorly for me. Or I'm streaking, 15 streak the rest of the game, and it's just not even fair. But we'll see who does have that opportunity in this game, because one of these players will have a streak go on for a while, and that will lead to lots of extra gold. But again, I think the fight at the bottom of our table is going to be very interesting. Black Sheep finding a Gwen 2 in this shop. Not super necessarily this board, but if we want to level for it, would be good for the steamroll.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and also looking for those timid rolls that he's used to doing in Latam. Finds Dang memes now so huge. Just making sure he maintains good tempo here, good economy. Every HP counts here. He needs to get as fast as possible the possibilities, and of course he needs to win to stack as much HP onto this Cho'Gath.
I want to point out something pretty interesting here is that prior to this round, Weijin and Dank memes, they both had 3 anima, and they both still have 3 anima in, but there's a big difference in the two boards. Weijin has a Laui on the board, and Dank memes has Aurora on the board. Usually what this means is that, Dank memes does have the ability to trap with the 2 ranged units. He's likely to not do that because Weijin could then pull his units out. If he can allow one of his ranged units to die really quickly, this will mean that oftentimes Laui can get a cast off, drain this entire board, and he'll actually be the loser of this fight. So these are actually asymmetric anima boards here, and we'll see. It all depends on positioning, who can outposition the other player and who can play to the strengths or really the weaknesses of their board to try to lose here. But they still don't fight each other. JRC rotates into Dank memes here, so they've actually dodged each other this entire stage here. No contest on the anima for now.
Good news is they'll probably both get to 200 cash out at the very least if they do face each other. So they will get some reward for each of their loss streaks, and it will be obviously a lot more gold for each of them. Weijin being the one who capitalizes off that better. But I'm interested to see if Kanda is able to continue their 5-win streak and continue the steamroll throughout the stage. I believe they're facing Kai Wang, who is only at 2 gold left and was trying to play around that win streak as well.
Yeah, for Konda, it's not only win streak with time breaker in. So 3 time breakers from Konda, getting additional economy for the later into the game, and being in this great position is just huge for him. 24 points already within the cutoff, and thinking about not only today, but about the finals, getting to Sunday and trying to find a ticket to Tactician.
Yeah, this is the spot that you dream about. Win streaking with Timebreaker in, with Birthday Reunion in, with Evelyn giving you the steamroll. It's everything that you could ever want as a win streak player. And so every single fight we win, we're just amassing so much value, especially that extra XP from Timebreaker. This, if we keep our win streak for even like 1 or 2 more rounds, this is the easiest Fast 9 of Konda's life.
Ooh, Soju just going back to a good old faithful for him, going for that Vigar printer, has 6 Vigars already online. We're seeing Konda and his board being just incredibly strong, where Soju's looking to go straight to, level 7, level 8, see if we can start printing as soon as possible, as we can get 7 meeple in early. Black Sheep, though, on that 3-win streak, now hits that 3-star Cho'Gath on his board, which will help him spike immensely here, but we're still pretty far away from this Lissandra.
Okay, waiting here. Yeah, the Cho'Gath, most important, but yeah, you need the additional damage. So Cho'Gath will be huge. We'll try to take the kill so the ramp up is a little faster. And now it's Black Sheep's decision. He goes deep. Only 9 gold right now, so on the 10 threshold, and he needs to start winning. He knows this is the moment where the comp needs to be stable and then think about the scaling. So great position here for Black Sheep, taking a win, low in gold, and he needs a 3rd or better. The Space Master is already at 54.
Yep. So moving up, getting more of these pieces of loot from this. As you go further up, you do end up in a situation where you can get stuff like components and things like that, which will be really, really nice on this board, and does get the tiny dupe just now from there. Okay. Has access to a lot of really good augment options. Oh, so many good augment options here. I don't think I'd be upset about taking any of these in this spot. Yeah, find your center, fantastic onto the Cho'Gath. The charge transfer is also would be solid onto Lysandre had we not hit this, but really, really solid. Also, look at that boon on the right. Still actually has the steamroll active. Crazy in a lobby that's this strong, but hasn't rotated into Conda yet. So we are still getting that extra gold, which can then build back our spot, put ourselves into a spot where we can actually, have enough econ, because we had to roll quite deep to find the Cho'Gath 3-star earlier.
Across the lobby, JRC did take a race start mission. Kaiwing, though, did flip the coin. One of my personal favorites. I love flipping that coin whenever I get the opportunity. And we do see that Weijin still has his anima online, and I believe with only 3 units on the board, that means loss streak is intact, as he gets 55 of those stacks there. So still continuing to stack, but it's already 43 HP. Not too much to work with.
Yeah, this is the other hazard of being contested with anima. It's not only that you can lose your streak, but also that you cannot kill units, because you need to be weak enough to lose the matchup, the mirror. So Weijin is not taking additional stacks from killing units of the enemy, so that puts him in a more difficult position. So difficult for him to do more than 300, especially with the SP you guys are mentioning. Very low right now and needs to step up or do the cash out as soon as possible.
Yeah, we'll see if either of them can really get to a good enough cash out. The interesting thing is both Dank Memes and Weijin took combat augments, but they also took combat augments that they could grief. The Twin Guardians and the Find Your Center, you can just not put 2 units next to each other. You can not put a unit in the middle. So they're both still all in on this grief. You can also see their gold. They're 72 for Dank Memes, 98 for Weijin Iverson. They're super, super rich in this spot and still have not fought yet. So we will see. When one fights, and this is it. This is the round where they are going to fight each other. We can see the 2 units on the right side for Weijin here going to focus fire down that Briar and getting it quite low, but a huge cast. The Briar survives with a ton of HP, and Dank Memes is going to end up winning the fight, and Weijin will keep his loss streak here and keep his dreams of actually putting himself into a good spot in this tournament alive with this loss.
Good news for Dank Memes is he is pretty close to 300, so he can start to roll and win streak up to that point, killing a bunch of units and cashing out there. But now Weijin is the sole holder of the possible 400 streak, but he's so low in HP. If he takes a few more losses, he might actually just be 1 HP and going for the win out like we saw early on in our broadcast today.
Yeah, this is the most shakedown possibilities you can see here. Dank Memes is already 6 at the general in points, so this is not the worst case. And as you mentioned, he already has a significant cash out in place. Weijin is the one on the line. He needs as much as possible. Try to go for the 400, but it just doesn't look like it's enough. A Morgana is being offered here. We know it's so priority for many of these players and will help you assemble a decent, strong front line for some of the players.
Upside for Weijin is he can start building a board. He finally fought Dank Memes, so he can actually start putting some units down. Very likely picked up this Mighty Mech off Carousel, so can play towards that. Hits the Morgana in Chop as well, so is definitely... Oh, actually did take the Morgana there, so has Morgana paired now in a spot where he is actually, quite likely to get to some frontline, but would really love to kill some units over the next couple of fights, but doesn't really have the ability to, say, like, roll down or spike his board. So we'll hope to get even just 1 or 2 unit kills. Could be an absolute huge difference in Weijin's spot.
I mean, I'm stressed. I don't know if you guys are stressed, but if you're Weijin Iverson, who really needs at least a top 4 to stay alive in this tournament, playing First Wraith is going to be a style that is going to be quite scary to try and get the job done. Black Sheep is our win streaker on the other side, did snap the steamroll that was Conda on the other side there. This will be a very clear loss for Weijin. We were able to kill 1 unit, and only having 5 units left on the board does mean it will be a good loss. So, oh man, we're so incredibly close, but it feels so incredibly risky.
Yeah, 23 is close. This is normally 3 lives on stage 3, but could be 2 lives on stage 4. So Weijin is making calculations now. Where can I really get this? 332, I will need to lose 1 more, but it will not be enough. And risking 4-1 is just too much. So the calculation now coming up for Weijin to make the decision if he wants to take this or not. He decides to keep going.
Yeah, upside, it does look like his cash out is at 70 here because he's taken such a big loss. So I think he will be able to take this loss here. That's the dream, is be able to take this loss here, reach 400, and get to a good cash out here. He's guaranteed because he actually killed just a couple of units in that last fight. These 400 cash outs are oftentimes right on the margin. The annoying thing for Weijin is that Dank Memes is also, because he took Find Your Center, committing to this Mighty Mech board. So we're seeing him, already pick up some of the pieces of the board. We'll see. I mean, Weijin very likely to just kind of have to commit to that board, though he does have the Shojin made, which is not really a typical item that you would put onto your Mighty Mech setup. So we'll see if he wants to go for something kind of interesting here.
Soju looks weak here. No. Okay. I got scared for a second here, guys. Okay.
Oh, man.
We're good. They're both laughing.
He's
okay,
fine.
Soju's laughing. Weijin not that much.
Vygar's a strong unit. He's good. He's got it under control.
Yeah. Okay, but this will be a huge turn. We are by far the richest in the lobby. We have our 400 cash, and we will roll on this neutral round to stabilize the board and try to hit before Dank Memes does, because he will also be going to level 8 as soon as possible with almost 90 gold in his pocket as well. And so hitting these units will be the name of the game. We have great items coming through here. Solid frontline and backline item for Weijin. We are level 8 and rolling right now.
Yeah, we'll see what we can hit on this roll down. Yeah, like you said, the Ice Blast armor really, really valuable here. It does really look like he's going to play towards Space Groove as his cash out, saying that it doesn't actually make sense for me to play into Mighty Mech from this spot. I know it's contested by Dank Memes, so we almost never see this. Almost every single time we've seen people playing Anima, it's into Mighty Mech here, but saying Space Groove's a very, very solid line. He's hitting a lot of pieces. He's just almost there. Really needs to find the Nami 2 to stabilize the board, but has a lot of upgrades here and is even trying to figure out how to pick up all of these units on his bench here. And Dank Memes now not contested in this Mighty Mech roll down, so can just roll down and pick up as much stuff as possible here. Weijin still hasn't actually reached the Nami 2 yet, which is super important, especially on this much HP. He cannot afford to lose a single fight here, so see if he can pick it up. And then if you look to the left, Dank Memes does pick up the Aurelian Soul 2, but the one thing that's missing from this board is the Mighty Mech 2. Finally picks up Mighty Mech pair here. At least has the Morg 2. Morg 2 for both Weijin and for Dank Memes here. So even though they're not contesting each other on their main carries, they're still contesting each other on this Morgana unit, since she is just such a beast of a tank.
Yeah, having that out obviously helps a lot, both with the Morgana and having the possibility to stay. But you mentioned it, he needs the Nami 2. We lack the damage. Finds also the Riven, but the units are not great for her right now. So for Weijin will be a save here, Jack, for one more round, and he needs to step up very low in HP and looking for the angle to stay alive and be able to pass for tomorrow.
I do think the difference here is the quality of Anima cash out, right? We see for Dank Memes, this is not an item that's supposed to go on to this Aurelian Soul in the backline. We need to reforge this if we possibly can. And so it will be difficult for him to do so. But on the other side for Weijin, we currently have AP items on our Samira. So again, not ideal setups, but this final choice will be a big one. We see JRC's POV on the left side and Weijin trying to go for the ideal items or possibly a big upgrade in combat power.
Yep, really hoping to find something big for Weijin Iverson here. This is really, really, really critical because he needs as much combat power as possible. Takes the Ascension here. Oh, and does find the Blitzcrank here on level 8. The Space Groove special manages to find it here and is swapping some items around. Still hoping to find this Nami too, but as we've seen across the course of the day, this is just a unit that is oftentimes very, very contested. It's just very, very difficult to find all these pieces. Upside is we have fantastic items here, have the MR Shred done, have the Heal Cut done, and the Ascension is going to be really, really nice with the Ice Blast armor. A bunch of extra frontline from our Anima cash out will buy us a lot of time, will also allow us time for Space Groove to scale up. So I think if we can find our upgrades here, Weijin has really, really good odds of winning the lobby, but being stuck here on 8, not finding Nami 2 yet is very annoying for him, though he's not likely to lose any fight anytime soon.
For Konda, on the other hand, a decent board, a humble board, if you will. There comes the Ascension for Weijin, and now is when the power comes up. Full on place. Konda for now in a decent position, and Black Sheep, who we knew also needs to risk a lot, playing the Cho'Gath Lysandra, now with a win streak and 90 HP, doing exactly what the doctor ordered for him.
I think the big heartbreaker is no one else is playing around Nami. And so it should, in theory, have been easy for Wei Jin to hit that upgrade. He does now hit it. We see on the bottom right side of our screen, which will be huge. But when players like Black Sheep exist who have continued to steamroll this lobby, literally and figuratively, it will be something that's going to be terribly difficult for Wei Jin to beat unless he can get those upgrades and now get to level 9 and get some more of those big, important units.
Yeah, his items on the Cho'Gath are also fantastic here. Everything that you want on this Cho'Gath is stuff that scales with HP. And we have the Warmogs, which gives us more HP, the Declaw, which gives us healing, the Protector's Vow, which gets us casting and gives us armor and MR to work with this HP. And it's a Declaw in this lobby where we know there's a lot of AP out there. There's people like Wei Jin Iverson. We do see the two cash outs fighting each other here. Wei Jin Iverson versus Dank Memes here. Nami doing a lot of work in the Ascension big against this board here. The Morgana tanking really, really nicely. Does need like one more big Nami cast to clear out this fight, and he is going to get it. Going to clear Dank Memes here in, honestly, a not very close fight, which is huge for Wei Jin Iverson. Needs to keep that streak. Every single fight is absolutely necessary to win at this point.
Block pad and 7 rolls. That's the decision here. So obviously 7 rolls for anyone that wants to. And many already committed to Evelyn here, Jack, and going for that huge blessing at the end.
Problem is, for some of these players, every placement matters, and so every HP will matter in this game. And so if you're Wei Jin, you'll be like, well, I'm 1 life anyways. I might as well lose 3 HP. You take this and you lose a bunch. It could be disastrous, but it looks like he's the only one that chose it. And so it will be a huge reward for him.
Actual Giga Chad Wei Jin on 11 HP takes the Evelyn boon and actually doesn't get punished for it at all, loses 1 HP. I mean, that's actually huge for him. He needs the gold because he needs to be able to, from this point, push level 9 and cap out his board with things like a Blitzcrank too. So a beautiful decision from Wei Jin, just shows how this guy plays so calm under pressure. I think so many people there would say, I can't lose HP here. I'm sitting on 11 HP, but Wei Jin said, it's not that likely that people are going to take it, and I'm on 1 life regardless. Who really cares if it's 10 HP versus 5 HP? Picks it up and is putting himself into a really good spot. Is going to rotate into Darth Noob Sport here. We'll see how he does versus him.
Okay, the placement is good. Good positioning, going on the same side as the sniper just to get less value for Darth Noob. Obviously on his standees desk, a player that is already confirmed to advance to Tactician Crown. There comes the Ascension, and Wei Jin looking nervous. He knows he's strongest right now, and he knows he's the favorite. Either way, only 1 HP away from elimination, takes the win, and takes a stand here from the seat. Full tension here for Wei Jin, trying to pop off and maintain the win streak.
Outside of Black Sheep, the HPs in this lobby are getting incredibly close. We're seeing them all come down. We saw everyone from 2nd to 4th take a loss in that previous round. And so there's going to be so much riding on these next few fights. Wakanda is now level 9, looking to put together that Nova Fast 9 board. We had the birthday reunion come through. I believe it was probably the Jin 2 that was spawned in through that. Not ideal for this kind of board, but we're going to slowly make this probably over the neutral round as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice here from Kanda because we're playing more for this Vex Fast 9 board, but we don't actually really have amazing Vex items yet. I guess we're hoping that this Rod will then turn into a Gwynce's Rage Blade and then be pretty happy with the Vex items. But no attack speed Vex for now is going to be a little bit rough here. We'll see if we can get through this board here. Upside is we have 4 Brawler on this board. We found the Graves too, and we're even going to win this fight. Always feels amazing to pick up a fight win here on the round where you're kind of in transition, haven't hit our entire board yet. So really nice fight for Kanda to pick up there for the Grave scaling and just for our own HP.
In parallel, Wei Jin went up against Black Sheep, taking the win. So important. Black Sheep was the boogeyman so far, and Wei Jin taking that spot right now, Jack, means he should be safe at least for the normal placement. Of course, everyone can still pop off and can get some huge position into the game, and Wei Jin is still not safe.
I mean, I'm worried about our players that have some scaling in their compositions. Those mountain players we're seeing with Kai Wang. We're talking about some of the players that are playing that Fast 9 with Konda, putting together that board completely. It's going to be a very interesting end of our game to see if Wei Jin can hold on and make it to level 9, or if he'll take a bad loss here early on in stage 5.
Yeah, the upside is some of these Stargazer boards, they're stuck on level 8 for now. Darth Noob, very much stuck on 8, does at least have the Cluttered Mind to allow him to push levels. Kai Wang was level 8, 0 gold, so not making it out from there. So there's upside there on that side, but then we do also have boards like Condas who, are really, really stabilizing at this point, hitting the Fast 9 version. So that's what's going to be scary for Weijin going forward here. And players like Kai Wang and Darth Noob really just hoping to pick up every single win that we can here, just trying to save as much HP as possible, is going to be a little scary when we rotate into Conda here, who does have now the Guinsu's onto the Vex, has the upgraded Fiora, has the upgraded Tom Kench here, has gotten to most of the board. Really the last thing that we need to find is the Vex 2-star on this board, and it's doing a lot of work here, chewing through this front line, and is going to be able to easily pick up this fight here versus Darth Noob.
Yeah, so strong, Conda.
This is that board that I'm terrified of, right? Conda's board is very, very strong now and very much online. And if we rotate into the wrong person, it could be lights out for one of the players that's really hoping to win the lobby.
That means also getting a win streak here together with Weishan. No, he just lost it. So 3 streak there. And now Weishan just trying to get an additional chance here. Kaiwen, 32 points. So one of the leaders, if not the leader right now, if I'm not mistaken. He's second in placement right now in points, so looking strong and just trying to get additional points. Weishan is the one. This is a story. 23 points or more should get you in a safe pot to advance to tomorrow. The only 2 people here are Weishan and Black Sheep. Black Sheep already in a good position in HP, and Weishan with the cash out, looking strong, but obviously trying to avoid any shenanigans here and a bad positioning or something that makes, or any mistakes that makes him eliminated.
Yeah, rotating into Dank Beams here, the player who we griefed earlier. Still, it's a very close fight now. Weijin reaching level 9, but the Morgana tanky enough, the Nami doing enough work, is going to be another loss for Dank Beams. I wonder if Dank Beams, it almost seems like the last fight that he lost was to Weishin Iverson. It almost seems like Dank Beams is just losing to Weishin here, but sometimes that's enough in these type of lobbies, and Weishin keeping the streak here, 7 win streak, really trying to cap this board on level 9. Just had the Maokai in earlier, does actually put the Maokai back in on this board to just have his strongest board, and we pivot over to Dank Beams here, 1 life here, sitting on 29 points, so even if he takes a bot 4 here, not the end of the world for him, but these scores can come fast. If you start having poor performances, more poor performances can follow, so you really just want to keep up as much score as you can in this game. He did end up getting Portable Forge last augment and Seekers onto Asol, which is fantastic, and so we'll see if he can rotate into this Vigar 3 board and pick up the win here.
We know that this is an interesting matchup for the Money Mech because Vigar can have some of that backline access that can be so deadly into getting onto the Asol early, especially with the lack of units on the board. But for Soju, we are standing strong here at 10 HP. We've had a good day so far. Hoping we can cap it off with another top 4, but doesn't look like it will be enough versus this Anima cash out board as the Asol ramps up. Oh wait, here comes the Vigar as it fell down. Never mind.
Yeah, super close fight there. Oh my god.
Man. Yeah, so close for him. Getting, adopting the Morgana, but losing the fight here. So you also with good points, 27. Kaiwen, second in placement, will also be in a safe position. And down that means we're seeing him with the carrier Asol, losing the battle of the Anima squad, but looking tough right now and in a good placement to keep ramping points.
Yeah, shout out to Dank Memes, the mental just ability to the resilience to come back after getting his Anima griefed, and top 4 in this game, Weijin and Dank Memes, they were holding hands on the Anima, griefing each other, and now they're holding hands both top 4 here, and we'll see how far he can go from here. Definitely still afraid the next time that we rotate into Weijin, and honestly, there is nobody weak in this lobby at this point. Black Sheep has that huge board with his giant Cho'Gath. Conda has this very strong fast 9 board that we're going to see Weijin rotate into here. This should be one of the strongest boards in the lobby, but look at the Blitzcrank there. It walked all the way to backline and punched the Vex into the middle of the board here. Now Nami's going to be able to kill it with splash.
Splash damage!
It's dead here. The Fiora is still alive here, but it should be okay unless Fiora does something crazy. No, it is going to be okay here. One Nami cast is going to wipe out the rest of this board, and we are going to pick up the win there. Beautiful positioning. I don't know if that was intentional or not from Weijin Iverson. If it was, he's an absolute genius to get that Blitzcrank to wrap to backline and punch the Vex. He might have lost the fight without that positioning.
I mean, that was just I don't want to call it just RNG because these players are really good at the game, but that fight RNG was absolutely in his favor. We did see Dank Memes falling out in 4th place, which it just caps off a good day for him. Another top 4 will be a great way to set him up for tomorrow, but it's going to come down as if we can take down this barcode of a Cho'Gath.
Yeah, that's actually the matchup right now. Already Weishan took a life here from Black Sheep, so the Boogeyman once again comes together. Here it is, Weishan on the top, Black Sheep on the back, and is the Chomp Chomp trying to get additional damage here. The Blitzcrank dispositioning the Cho'Gath will be huge also if this happens. And of course, let's check if the damage is just enough. Also having the Jin doing good damage here for Black Sheep. The Ascension comes up here for Weishan, but is it enough to take Black Sheep out?
Yeah, hoping that the Morgana can tank long enough on this board here. She needs to tank like one more ult. The Nami Splash is a lot, but the Cho's on backline here. It is going to be the win here for Black Sheep, and Weishan is going to go down in 3rd. Still a very nice placement for him. Really wishing that he could have converted this game into a first. It was very, very difficult. Took him such a long time to end up hitting that Nami 2-star. So a 3rd, very reasonable for him. Definitely going to put him outside of the danger zone. Not going to get eliminated today, but tomorrow he's got to wake up and lock in again, because he's going to be trying to grind back from this position that he's in, a little bit behind all the other competitors.
Staying alive, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy going forward. Black Sheep, though, knows that win secures him what he really needs, which would be that top 2. He's hoping that he can stand up strong against this Vex, but the Vex does have this Giant Slayer on it, which will help take down this Cho'Gath as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, final fight here. Both low in HP. Well, Konda low in HP, so we could have a few more rounds here. Black Sheep just trying to find anything additional here. Thinking about the Bard, just to get additional possibilities. And level 9, thinking about level 10 here for Konda.
Yeah, we'll see. This Fast 9 board has a lot of tools to deal with giant tanks. Has the Blitzcrank to punch it back, has the Vex who can even just bypass it and hit backline. But that is still a really, really, really big Cho'Gath. And if we can do things like even avoiding that Blitz punch, we'll be feeling good about it. The Blitz does actually end up punching a black hole, which is huge for us here. So the Cho'Gath just gets to sit in the front line fighting everything. But our front line is dying quickly. The Graves, another tool that can blow through a lot of these frontliners, does kill a lot of them, and it's a close fight. The Jin's trying to lock in there at the end, but it's going to be too slow, and Konda is going to pick up the win against Black Sheep here. Konda has the laser ballistics already onto the Graves here, and is going to be able to pick up another upgrade here. Could potentially take the Choke to do a ton of focus fire damage, or could just leave it on laser ballistics to try to hit as many units as possible here.
Black Sheep getting another upgrade for the front line, but I really do think this is going to come down to the TGs on the side of Konda. We had great ones last time. We saw him move them around with those removers, and this time around they're solid okay rather than a hand-picked for what had happened. So very interested to see which of these will roll in the next fight, which will probably be the decider.
Konda against Black Sheep for the win in this final game of Week 1 battle stage of Week 2. Regional finals, Vex trying to ramp up, and on the other hand, the Jin, together with the Lissandra, doing so much damage here for Black Sheep. Meanwhile, the Cho'Gath is totally stunned, and this could be the difference, Sub-Zero.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like, yeah, the Cho is able to pick up the win here. Konda goes down still. We got another fight to go. These two players were so healthy, especially with the healing from Fiora. We got another fight. So, yeah, we were able to reach the choke onto the Graves. So we were able to focus fire down frontline. But we had a little bit worse items onto the Graves from the TGs. So we didn't just have the damage there in the spot. Also, it's interesting, just Black Sheep spreading the positioning out a little bit, welcoming the ability for the Cho'Gath to get punched by the Blitzcrank. The idea is that the Cho'Gath can tank for the entire board here, make sure all of our other frontliners survive, all of our other units survive, and just say, yeah, I know you're going to punch my Cho'Gath in this spot here, but I don't care. I'm just going to let him sit in the front line here and take as much as possible.
Could be the final fight of our day between Konda and Black Sheep. Level 10 Dark Star versus level 9 Fast 9 Konda's board on the other side. The Vex is continuing to ramp up and is currently untouched. The Blitzcrank trying its best, but the health bar for Cho'Gath will not fall down. Black Sheep bringing it back exactly when he needed to on the final game of day 1 of our Week 2 regional finals.
making it work when it matters. Black Sheep, 17 points. Weishan, 18 points. Both of them getting well positioned for Black Sheep, doing what the game told him. He finds 3 Cho'Gath in the end and decides to go for that angle. So happy for him, a player that already has went to Tactician and couldn't perform at his level, and now with an additional chance to advance into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, just a crazy game, and also just showing why these players are so good, why they're here on weekend 2, because even when they get knocked down, even when they have a few rough performances, they're able to lock in under huge amounts of pressure. I mean, that game was an insane amount of pressure for Weijin Iverson, having to drop down to 1 life, getting that cash out, and still making a top 3 from it. So just goes to show why these players are where they are right now in weekend 2, and potentially being able to play for a spot at the Tactician's crown.
Well, this was just one great day of TFT, and we're so thankful to be able to cast this. For Sub-Zero Arc, for Hupe-san, for myself, CLE, we'll toss to the desk for our final breakdown in an interview to come soon.
Bravo.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm back with Asa to break down our final game of the day and to prepare us for that player interview. And Asa, after 6 games, I think it's safe to say that this was kind of one of the most cinematic finishes we could have had, with Black Sheep and Weijin Iverson both earning some much needed points to avoid elimination.
Absolutely, yeah. Both of them looked like on the verge of elimination, but they both made it. Weijin and Dankmeans avoided each other so long for that big anima cash out, and when they finally fought, Weijin outpositioned Dankmeans with a last-second swap on the Jinx, getting it to split targets while Dankmeans focused down his Jinx. That let Weijin get the 400 cash out for the Ice Blast armor, and yeah, it was enough to get him enough points. And then Black Sheep, meanwhile, got a Cho'Gath 3 so fast, and this is a scaling comp, so the Cho'Gath 3 gets stronger the more kills you get, and he was able to just leverage that to a first.
Yeah, it was so much fun to watch. I feel like I always get excited watching these Dark Star comps because you get a chance to see Jin fire off those finger guns, but the Cho'Gath getting as big as it did. I felt like Black Sheep, you could also see the celebration that he had when he knew that he had won the game and he had done enough to avoid the cut. And I love seeing our players get excited just like that. A really great finish as well coming through from Konda with that 2nd place. I felt like Konda, while not necessarily needing the points, it is going to put Konda into a better position, knowing that the points carry over for the next day, and we got a chance to do it and see it done with that Vex legendary board.
Yeah, absolutely. Since points carry over tomorrow, it's not the eliminations that are happening right now, but really every game today is just as important as every game tomorrow. All those points are just added together. So really good placement from Konda. Wasn't able to take down Black Sheep's humongous Cho'Gath, but second is still great.
I liked what you were bringing up as well in terms of some of the upgrades that were being chosen there by that Graves. Unfortunately, did not work out to get that win, but we do have our standings ready, so let's go ahead and turn our attention to that. Our first players getting eliminated from the tournament are going to be on your screen right now, and it's definitely a tough one actually to see them knocked out like this. 21 points still feels like it's a lot for the day, and it's sad to see just how hard and how far players like Cottontail, Jukyu, Ripple Overdrive really came from last week to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty heartbreaking for these players, especially the ones who missed it maybe just by 1 or 2 points. But at the end of the day, these players did all qualify to TPC for next set, so they've got that going for them. Meanwhile, here Setsuko just barely making it. It is 1 point difference. The 22 points were, as we saw, the players didn't make it with 21, so they have a hard road ahead of them, but will be able to fight for their spot in the Tactician's crown tomorrow.
I mean, 6 points, though, is a lot to be separating Setsuko at 24 and Brosif at 17. And it's going to be even larger when you take a look at the gap that is created all the way up to CMB and 9th with 31 points. Although towards the top here, this is where things actually start to get a little bit narrower for our players that are in the top 13. 31 points there for Phoenix. And then we'll see what happens for our first page.
Yeah, absolutely. Setsuko coming in with only 22 points. Compared to like Disho being 18
40?
points behind, you're going to require like 3 first places compared to Disho's 3 A's. But hey, it can be done. We saw, I believe, Kimberly last set come in at the bottom and ended up with the most points in the entire event, taking second overall. Of course, it was checkmate, so they didn't win the final game, but they went from the bottom from here to the most points. So it's very
Wow.
doable.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just so exciting, though, to be able to see the points getting scored there by our top points earner of the day, Dish Soap, 40 points. We've got Dish Soap on the line with us as well. So, Dish Soap, welcome back to our broadcast. And I just wanted to first hear from you. How are you doing and how are you feeling about the regional finals today?
I mean, obviously, you cannot feel bad when you drop 40.
Yeah.
So, I would say I'm doing well.
What do you say your form is this set compared to other sets? Like how good relative to you are you for this tournament?
And I thought it was in decent form. Like probably above average. The thing is, I like Loki just like knew I was gonna drop a nuke today. Like I don't know. I just woke up. It was one of those days. I think like I usually do the best. Like this sounds like kind of obvious, but like Loki, it's not. I do the best at regionals whenever I have a good like third cup. I have like a very strong correlation with that, and I did well in the last third cup, so I felt pretty confident because the meta's like pretty similar.
The set's also odd numbered. You know, you kind of have a pattern going there with the wins that you have for Inkborn Fables, and this is now set 17. So do you feel like the odd numbers are on your side for this one too?
Yeah, I mean, like even in set 15, okay, like set 15 was the I mean, I don't want to say I got scammed out of set 15, but like I literally needed one person in the entire lobby to not go first, and I was in final lobby making it to Worlds in set 15. So I'm pretty sure the odd number thing like is real. The problem with like looking back on that is I think I scored 36 points in set 15 day one, and I didn't make it. So I don't think I'm like out of the woods yet, still. But
Yeah, but I mean, this is 4 more points. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there.
like I just don't want to be in the. I just don't want to get too comfortable, I'll say.
For sure.
It's true. You could also go for the record of points scored at regionals. You've been competing at the top level for a long time. What would you say is like your edge compared to the rest of the field?
It's probably just like line selection and just being on uncontested stuff. Like I took uncontested Torquay twice today. I mean, actually, that last game I just high rolled super hard, and I was contested, but it didn't matter. But I took like I took uncontested Corky from like a spot where I could have like played a lot of things and got like a third out of it. I also like pivoted on 4-2 today, which is something I almost never do because I thought it was uncontested Zaya, but then 2 people just like get a Stargazer emblem off of their ASL quests, and then like it's like, oh, I probably can't do this if 3 people are playing around these units. So I like didn't slam. I didn't even open my like anvil on like stage 4, and I just waited for 4th augment, and then I got a Earth grab bag, and I just played Nova Kindred uncontested. And that lobby was just like 3-way Zaya, 4-way LeBlanc. And I mean, like, yeah, those are good comps. Those are probably better than like sacking a prismatic augment to play Kindred. But like all these guys are just on 1-star trash. So it doesn't matter how good my comp is. You just go third.
I mean, that's a really great point, though, because we've seen a lot of contests for like Space Groove today on the main broadcast. We didn't get a chance to see all of your games, but is the meta shaping up how you expected it to for this tournament? Was there anything that you could take away from week 1 that you felt like was a good learning moment for coming into this weekend?
I don't know if I learned that much from week 1. I learned some things in my scrims. I didn't even bust it out today, so like I don't really know if I want to be like talking too much.
Oh, then you don't have to share. Just show us tomorrow or something.
Yeah. I learned like some like lines that I mean I will say it. I went up a lot on Corky in like the past like week and a half. I think that's like kind of known though. But yeah, there are some other things that I like learned that are like not that conditional that you can just play a lot. So that's like probably what I learned mostly.
What do you feel about the some of the newcomers in this America's Regionals? Are there any players you've got your eye on that you think have a bright future?
I'll be honest, I don't really care. I don't know. I mostly just like focus on myself for like trying to prepare and stuff. I'm still friends with like the Vitality guys mostly. So I'm like like if I am like prepping with the other people, it's like with them. But I wouldn't even say like it's like a study group or anything. We're just like we're just friends. I don't know. I'm mostly in this just to compete for myself. That sounds like a little Loki. That sounds kind of cringe, but I mean it's the truth. I don't really care what these guys place. Or like yeah, I don't know.
No, I mean, you speak though that TFT is a solo game. At the end of the day, it's you that's playing, and you are the one that is going forward on this journey. And to talk about yourself, Dish Soap, after last set, I felt like it was a disappointment to not see you at the Tactician's crown. And so, what were your goals coming into this set? And do you feel any of the weight of that expectation at all on this weekend?
One sec, I have to pull up a message. I mean, I can't show it on stream, but I'll just like. I'll just paraphrase it. I was sitting Frodown the message I was on like set on the set's PvE. I basically told him that I mean I don't know if I should be saying this on main broadcast, but like I mean I don't know. I don't think the set's amazing, and I don't think many other people would say the set is amazing. So I was like I was saying that I thought a bunch of people were just gonna lose motivation, and I'll just like try hard and do well. Just like set 11 because people didn't like that set either. So I feel like the prophecy is like low-key coming true.
It's interesting. How motivated do you think the rest of the field was? Do you think a lot of players did lose motivation? Because I think obviously a lot of them are trying really hard to make it to the Tactician's crown.
I have no idea, but I don't really see many people playing like ladder or like stream nearly as much as like I feel like it's what's usually happening in the past. But like I don't know, people like definitely have been scrimming a lot in like the past 2 weeks. But like I don't actually think you can cram all of your prep in the last 2 weeks, low-key. Like I'm pretty sure you have to be like on your A game in like the last like at least month and a half if you really want to do well. That's kind of my philosophy.
Well, especially when it looks like the Tac Crown patch is going to be very similar to what we're playing now. Hopefully this is going to be momentum that keeps up for you, Dish Soap. Before we let you go, is there any final shout outs that you want to make?
I don't know. I guess I'll shout out Soju. I think he's the only player that's in this that I like talked to. I guess Phoenix as well. But I don't even think we're prepping. Like, yeah, I don't know. I would just hang out on a call with them like past week or so.
Well, you also got to shout out your dad, right?
Oh yeah. Shout out. I think my dad and my mom are probably both watching this. I don't know. Maybe they close it after like the games. I don't know if they're watching this interview right now. But shout out to them. I guess they watch all my tournaments.
We love that. Well, Dish Soap, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow and the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that was fun.
I know.
I love it when he was just like
honest.
Yeah. When he's just like, the new players, I don't care about them. That was so funny.
But you gotta care about yourself, and I think that there's probably some kernels of truth there that if you're worrying about other people, then you're not worrying about yourself, and something like that. But I do hope that this means that this can be a continuation of Dish Soap's story in TFT. He sounds very confident. He looks really good and very solid. The fact that he put 40 points up today is unreal, but something I also feel like we've kind of come to expect from a player of his caliber.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the competitors have been saying this patch is super well balanced. On TFT Academy Dish Soap's site, they've got like 15 comps in like A and B tier. And as Dish Soap saying, if you can find a line that's maybe a little bit worse, but no one else is playing it, and you can hit your 2-star units and you can beat everyone else's 1-star trash, then that's gonna help you get those points.
What I'm hearing is maybe we're going to see more Quirky and more Kindred tomorrow, but that's going to do it for us here for day number 4 of the Americas Regional Finals. As we look forward to tomorrow, we're going to have 24 players retake the stage, their points carrying over from today, and we'll start to make some really deep cuts before we get to our final 8 that will take on Championship Sunday. Asa, thanks so much for joining me as well as the other casters today. And a special thank you to Deepay for lending us his voice for games 3 and 4 today. We're going to be going away for now, but we'll see you tomorrow for the continuation of the Americas Regional Finals. Good night.